Blacklist and the regular season performance, Coach Bren thinks FCAP can do it.
I mean, you gotta have faith in your old boys, right? You know, I would do so myself. If I work for them like year in, year out, I went through the nitty-gritty, I got the trophy with them, you gotta have a little faith.
Yeah, it's just amazing how despite whatever happens in the regular season, Blacklist still somehow finds a way to just turn the world upside down, and this is where you show your support, all right? MPL fans, bees, agents, and anything in between, who do you think is going to win? Falcons AP Bren or Blacklist International? Vote via the online poll. Who did you vote for here?
Huh, that's
Were
a good
you
question.
part of the 20% yesterday?
No, I was not.
We were the 80.
I was part of the 80.
We were the 80, so...
I'm still throwing out the B recall here. Yeah, I'm gonna go FCAP for this.
It's online, right? Like you posted it. It's on the internet.
I gotta stick with my guns, like you said.
That means in Filipino, panindigan mo.
Yeah.
Right. Like, all right. Well, so as a man of principle, I will as well say Falcons AP Bren. That is what the forecast stated, and as dictated by the rules of predictions, if you're wrong, you can no longer do your job.
That's right.
Right?
We are heading out. I'm signing my resignation as we speak.
That's it. If your predictions are wrong, you are no longer as efficient as a caster because we are forced to have clairvoyancy and full-on knowledge of what will happen in the future. So what do you think? You have the benefit of predicting and voting
and
without
replaying
any repercussion. You just can enjoy the show and support these teams, but all jokes aside, Rockhart, now that Coach Bren has shared with us a little bit of context, built up and remind us of that legacy that both teams carry, it might even be closer than a 3-1, might even go all the way.
Actually, I feel like, you know, 3-1 is very conservative, Coach Bren. I mean, we're friends, but not gonna lie. It's a 3-2 match.
Beli barang lah pun.
Black that suddenly
Nak makan. Lapar.
It's a new ube.
I mean, some people would argue that, you know what, Blacklist, maybe they threw everything they had already because it was for their playoffs lives. But I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Tapi yang kau tak suka sound
sound
dekat sini bising tau. Dia tak tak balance.
I saw him in the hallways and he said, "Tomorrow, Leo, maybe tomorrow."
He said that?
He did say maybe.
Maybe tomorrow.
So I don't wanna have people assume.
Yeah.
But best believe I'm here for it. The fact that this new Blacklist is
Tak, dia ada campur lagi. Dia ada campur bunyi Filipin dekat background.
I'm sure the community side as well. Everyone here in the MPL arena, let's go ahead.
Nantilah kau tengok lagi teruk. Semalam pun sakit bingit telinga. Aku kena naik turun volume.
They'll be dropping the bombs on behalf of our teams.
Face off, representing Falcons AP Bren, the Bees. Representing Blacklist International, the Agents. Ito ang palag ng madla. Para sa Falcons AP Bren, ano ang palag mo?
Well, mula sa players hanggang coach, nasa Hall of Fame kami. Diba? Nasa Hall of Fame.
Para sa Blacklist International, ano ang palag mo?
Okay lang, nakalaso na kami ng isa kahapon.
Palag!
Ya, MPL.
Well, may bago kami skin, hindi lang isa.
Hari kedua. Ini hari kedua. First match tu AP Bren dengan apa dah?
Palag!
Lupa dah. Lupa dah.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. Fist bump. Two teams, one goal, and everything on the line. Let's head to the Lanadon and get things started.
Kau dah lupa dah. AP Bren dengan apa dah? Kena tengok balik. Dengan Blacklist International. Tak silap tu. AP Bren dengan Blacklist International. Angka tak ambil air lagi lah. Lupa ambil air. Jajak ambil air dulu. Lepas tu baru makan.
Versus the Agents, potentially turning the tides. First up in the XP lane, it's Flap Teasy versus Lord JM. jungle, Kyle TZ versus MP the King. In the mid lane, idol ng mga kids, who
Jadi betul lah.
the all-around
AP
agent,
Bren dengan Blacklist
Haji.
International. Makan dulu makan dulu Jom. Siapa makan sekali, makan sekali. Jemput.
Versus Perks.
MP the King. Baik juga dia tu.
And finally, in gold,
Tapi tengok pun
bulletproof
macam masih muda
Super
lagi dia tu.
versus the Filipino sniper, Uheb.
Tapi Red Esport kan ada ambil seorang Blacklist International punya player.
Coach Trevor versus Coach Bon Chan.
Muda ni coach ni. AP Bren. Favorite memang AP Bren. Tapi susah nak cakap juga. Engkau tengok kan yang orang ada harapan
boy.
bagi
Here we
Eko.
go.
Eko tak masuk. Omega tak masuk tau. Dua tim yang orang anggap akan masuk final kan. Terkeluar.
Super Saiyan mode, man.
Ni bukan final, ni hari kedua. Hari kedua je, belum final lagi.
Than usual.
And also, is it maybe because Oheb is too? You see that cold, hard stare on Oheb's face? I've never seen Kill one.
Thank you for the
I
follow.
swear I saw sparks flying on the ground when they were walking. It was too much, man. And I think our fans also felt that. They got shocked. I saw
Ben,
reports of people
lah.
getting electrical burns. I'm just kidding.
Filipin dia orang lain tu. Semalam tengok. Semalam apa tu? Apa tim tu dah? Omega. Omega dia Rafaela dengan Mia. Rafaela Mia. Ni live ke bang? Ya. Bang, best of 5. Best of 5.
As good as they may be at what they do, it's their hopes and dreams on the
Bukan
line.
best of 4, best of 3, best of 5 kat sini. Playoff of 5. Dekat sini lah PH. Lepas tu semi-final dengan final best of 7. Ke final je best of 7. Bukan final. Hari kedua saja. Hari kedua.
And one of the few things they actually
Hari kedua
have,
AP Bren
on top
dengan
from FCAP is that
Blacklist International. Blacklist International semalam menang dengan Omega 3-0. Bantai guys, bantai. Omega dia orang pelik-pelik lah drafting dia orang.
Rafaela yesterday.
Rafaela Mia. Lepas tu apa lagi Oi, memang pelik-pelik lah. Pelik-pelik.
Especially in making that composition work. And we
Jemput
saw
makan
that yesterday.
semua.
People were running. People were so. It was such a good draft.
And best believe Haji's KDA is just gonna get bigger and bigger, given how now he's in mid. Imagine his KDA against Few, right?
Yeah.
That's a number that he got even while playing in Rome. So he died a lot.
He did.
So listen up, folks. Here's the Infinix keys to victory. Falcons AP Bren, they gotta decode the new Uber strategy. Personally, that's what's the scariest for me, coming in from this black.
I mean, you're given additional homework coming into the playoffs. What the
Right.
heck, bro?
Who'd have thought?
This is not what I signed up for. But just kidding.
Super
Obviously, they're
Mako.
gonna have to go for it. And of course, if they're gonna have to slow down the B's aggressions, that's something
Thank
that
you
AP Bren
for the
has been known
share.
for all for the last 3 years.
Tak tahu lah.
And as well, since it is a new metagame in the playoffs.
Susah nak cakap. Macam tu banyak orang cakap apa tu? Omega dengan apa tu masuk kan? Dengan Echo kan? Keluar semalam. Aurora tu siapa Angga pun tak tahu. Aurora tu pula masuk.
Right now, they look like a different team. They feel like a different team.
Itulah.
And the picks
Ramai
are
orang tu
starting to
terkejut
show
juga,
us
Eko
a bit of
kalah.
a different form as well. Different forms for Blacklist and who knows
Onyx
what
PH
that
kan yang
adds
tak
up
pernah
to.
kalah lagi. Onyx PH tu
And I guess
next
that's one of the
pukul
big,
7 nanti. Lepas ni Onyx
pluses
PH
for
main.
AP Bren right now is they've been watching. They've been watching all day yesterday. They have had a lot of time to maybe prepare for some of these pocket picks that Blacklist has out. But again, we're not sure if all the pocket picks are out yet.
Yeah, given the side selection for Game 1 in this best of 5,
Jumpa
it's
ti
Blacklist
nampak
going
echo,
in
eh.
red because Blue is going to
Tapi
Falcons
good
AP
fight
Bren. They
lah.
are home. They get
Apa tu?
advantage at 145,
Aurora
and they're
dengan
at a
Echo
whopping
semalam kan.
70% win rate.
3-2.
All right.
3-2.
And their side selection win rate is at 64. So more often than not,
Yeah.
when they pick a side and they go for the blue side,
Dalam Liga
that's
kalah
a different
sekali dengan
story.
Omega.
They get
Tapi
the
Omega
dubs.
kalah
Again, they had
dah
a
semalam.
big spectacular regular season run anyway.
Susah lah nak cakap. Kau tengok. Macam siapa tu? Macam kita punya. MV kalahkan apa tu? SRG. Lepas tu MV boleh kalah dengan tim yang bawah pula. So ini game lah. Thank you for follow. Thank you for the follow.
We saw it get banned out yesterday again
Jadi
against Carl
apa pun ini
himself.
game kan. Susah
So
nak
I
predict.
think that
Agak
might still
tertumpu
be on
sampai
the
game je.
chopping board here.
Jadi korang
I
boleh
don't
tengok
know if
drafting.
he's willing to be first pick, but it's not. It's a Suyo coming in at first.
Not when it gets opened, right? If
Right.
the Suyu is banned, then maybe they prioritize the Julian or the Ling. But here, instead, it's Blacklist opening up with a couple of picks after
Thank you for the follow.
There's a Ling, see what I tell you?
Lane first pick for MP the King. No fear whatsoever. Of course,
And the Hylos, that's their
Hylos
number
is great.
2 red side pick.
I mean, the Hylos works so well against so many heroes right now, slowing him down, just making sure that your team has access to the lineup. Not to mention yesterday, it was also sped up by a Rafaela.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know if that can come in here.
So that doesn't say anything just yet, given that it is a first 2 swing.
That's right.
But luckily for all the Bees, they can rest easy knowing that Coach Treb, their coaching staff, Coach Ducky, did their homework. Look at this rock art, the Alpha ban in the first phase, and the Jushin.
Making sure that there's just no straight up counter, making sure that you don't get overwhelmed by the Ling as well.
Hold up, check it out. Falcons AP Bren picking up a signature Faramis for Fuel. That's their number 1 best pick in mid. Alongside a
Nak balas.
on the rise midway through
Balas
season
dendam,
14.
Yeah, I love the Loyi pick here. Making sure that all your bases are covered, making sure that
Dah mula start dah
Launchie can
Suyo
just
sekarang.
Stay safe, stay easy on that pick. And yesterday, you know what?
Tapi masih lah, Angka masih tak tengok dia punya kehebatan Suyo lagi.
Especially from the performance yesterday, he's gonna go through bushes like crazy today.
And that's the thing. It takes one to beat one.
Takes one to beat one.
Yesterday, his Aurora was on fire, had eyes behind his back. He knew exactly
Dia masih ya,
where
Dipin
the
masih banyak
diversion
pakai
was
Loyi
come
dengan
from
Faramis lagi.
here. So this time, it's him on the
Dekat
aggressive,
Malaysia,
on the offense.
Dekat Malaysia dah jarang lah pakai Faramis dengan Loyi ni.
And again, this
Ada lah, tapi jarang. Tak selalu pakai.
They gotta do something about this guy really soon.
MPL MY playoff 31 hari bulan. 31 hari bulan playoff dekat Johor. Start. Angka pun ada buat restream tu. Jadi follow lah Angka. Kalau nak tengok.
Both first phase picks in blue and red.
There
So
you go.
it's just versatility and a flex regardless.
And Lord JM seems to have a field day. He had a field day with this. Surprised with the Khalid ban. Sort of expected the thought to go in, but you know what?
Kenapa time MC6 nanti ada main kat IOI?
And now a pick.
Ya ke?
Still do not know
Tak ada lah.
what Oheb will be picking up since his Nolan
Mungkin
got
early
back out.
stage
That's
kot.
the finishing blow
Yeah.
on
Early stage
for
kot.
Omega
Pretty
yesterday.
big.
So
What
does
about-
he-
I will choose my own path.
Bila knockout round baru pergi Arena Asiata. Wow, MP the King. Yeah, MP the King. Thank you for follow.
then win from there.
That's right. Hear me out though, Beatrix.
I don't
Itu
see
lah,
why not.
MC dah
I don't
kat
see why
Asiata
not.
je.
It's a
Itu
pretty good
tak tahu,
damage profile already. You got
tak dengar pun ada IOI.
Luyi, you got
Sebab tak ada orang jual tiket.
Yeah,
MP.
they're gonna go all over the map, not just because of the low
MP the King ni bukan Wei.
Well.
Bukan Wei Yusun player ke? Si Yusun Si Yusun bukan lah. Si Yusun yang Myanmar tu kan.
Pick up here. Does he go carry?
Carry sounds like a safe.
Info MPL MY bila? 31 hari bulan ni Ujung bulan ni 31 hari bulan playoff. Hari pertama. Ada baru keluar hari tu berita tu. Ya ke? Tiket memang dah habis dah. Ini
Oh, that's
apa
the
kan?
carry.
Tak, ini playoff.
I got bamboozled
Ni
there
upper
a little
bracket.
bit.
Laughs in
Upper bracket.
analysis.
Hari kedua, hari
Alright,
kedua, upper
so,
bracket.
Again, I asked the question, I answered it as well. The Faramis will protect the carry.
All in.
And laning wise, this has
Tolong bagi Blacklist slot M6 supaya kita dapat
We missed that.
Snapdragon
I missed it as well.
We overthought it. We read between
Oh,
the
my
lines,
goodness, alright.
and we missed the obvious. There's that.
Belum,
white
bukan
hair boy.
final. Hari kedua. Bukan final lagi. Ini hari kedua.
It is.
Top pick up
I
MPL
get used
PH.
to it getting banned out on first phase.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nice ada ganas kot. MP the
Which
King.
is explained by the lower numbers on their lineup rating and their
Sadly,
counter
itulah.
they get
Echo
countered clean
keluar,
by Falcons.
It does
Omega
feel like it.
keluar.
Overall, the
Orang
team
yang
fighting
anggap
for
dia
Falcons
akan
AP
menang,
Bren is
terkeluar.
through the roof, especially with the Faramis Netherrealm. So the carry can just stay close to the guy.
Awal upper bracket dia orang. Sebab dia hari kedua dah. Hari pertama semalam kan. Semalam dah 4 tim main. Sebab dia orang 6 tim sajalah. 6 orang. 6 tim. Tak macam Malaysia. Malaysia 8 kan.
Take note, ladies and gentlemen, as we throw into the bout, it's Ingan and Naisu calling the action.
Yang ni upper bracket pertama. Upper bracket kedua nanti pukul 7 Onyx PH. Onyx PH. Lawan dengan Aurora nanti. Okay guys, kita fokus. Kita tengok. Kita tengok. Jadi Angka kurang cakap sikit lah Nanti ada orang komplain pula cakap bising lah orang tua ni. Orang nak tengok game go cakap.
They performed out of their minds. Ingan, how are we feeling about the lineups here?
Malaysia pun 6. Ni batch pertama. Ni match pertama. Hari kedua. Match pertama hari kedua.
All know in terms of KDA, Super Marco's up to par when it comes to KDA with Haji because he's bulletproof, but at the same time he can dish out the damage. With Lord James going right after Flap TZ early on, forcing Blacklist to.
Flap. Hari keluar. Mati yuk. Keluar. Habis. Thank you for the love.
He has to flicker out.
Ui.
Lord James' aggression
Tak dapat.
will pay off. They will get the first blood.
Already, you know? Hey, some people say,
Tak, angkat makan ni dulu.
I think they're still engaging Perks.
Okay, they want to go for counter attack.
Tapi
Here
makan,
comes the shadow
tapi makan lagi.
stampede for El
Masa tengah
Capitan
layan
here.
makan.
It's not gonna be enough, though.
Sambil
Stampede
tengok.
has to walk away, and Lord
Ui.
JM playing out of his
Ui.
mind already. A double kill
Ui.
early on. Make it 3 as MP the King picks up the kill.
Man, this is a whole lot happening here under the 2-minute mark right now. I mean, we're talking about a good respective lead.
MP the
Early
King.
game leading into that first objective in just a bit here.
Dia akan
And with
kuatkan
those
music.
kills too being on Lord
Tengok
JM,
dia orang
that's
tak
great
balance
for the
tau
lane
music.
matchup.
Dia punya
You know,
tu.
this is an R-Lot
Akan
pick.
kuatkan sikit.
He just gets that level 4. He's got a nice lead against Flap TZ. So this makes things really, I guess, comfortable
Angka
for
kena naik
Blacklist in
turun,
the early
naik
portion of
turun
the game.
volume.
We'll see if FCAP actually
Okay,
wants to
dah.
respond to this and how they do that. But, you know, this team fighting, the
Turtle hitam,
skirmishes already happening are really favoring Blacklist here.
And imagine the first turtle just spawned. Already 3 kills for Blacklist, 1.3k gold lead. A lot has happened.
Yeah.
So for sure, this game will be action-packed as 4 agents
Tengok gaya
are
macam balik awal.
securing here the turtle. Flap TZ and Ogre just trying to survey the
Sedap
scene,
makan,
trying to
oh.
disrupt Blacklist as
Sorry
they will
sorry
secure
Angga
an
makan
uncontested
sambil
turtle.
layan.
The other upside of this lineup from Blacklist International is just the fact that, you know, you have
Ya
this
guys, sambil-sambil
Loyi here.
tengok
Haji's
kita
running the
tap-tap
work
lah
right above them. That's why
Kalau
also those early
jari tu
skirmishes,
rasa
you know, when he was
gatal-gatal tu.
able to get
Tap-tap
the
sikit.
interactions off, like that extra damage does play a part, and it's hard to fight those early fights with a Loyi across from you. Now later on, once those
Thank
diversion
you
plays come in
madam.
handy,
Met
you
him,
know, that's
met
where you
him.
really kind of keep FCAP wondering,
Hey,
like,
thank you
where
for the
are we going
follow.
to come through from that
The King,
diversion
sebab
play?
Yeah,
5.
And it's tough to deal with. Look at that early damage already.
Yeah, it's really gonna boil down to the execution of our mid laners. Haji and a few, they have at least the most important ultimates for their respective teams.
MP
Few
the
with the Netherrealm,
King.
Haji with
Oi,
the
dia curi macam
diversion, and
tak
we've
dapat
seen.
curi.
Wait a minute,
Oi.
okay, they want to go for more Blacklist, forcing Ogwid to cast that AOG. And going back to my point, remember the time when Haji and MP the King paired up the Luyi with a
UB
Hayabusa,
ke LB
and they
ni.
were just going crazy
Yeah.
with the macro.
Ada orang
That's when
belakang ke?
Blacklist International's momentum started.
Back in the regular season,
Back
right?
in the
Yeah.
regular
Jangan
season.
terkejutkan
It's funny
orang
because,
tau.
like, a lot of people, when they
Tak baik
were
tu. Takut.
watching Blacklist
Dah lah, Angka
International
duduk
through the
seorang kat
regular
rumah
season,
ni.
I think a lot of people had a lot of things to say about them.
A
and,
lot.
You know, because there was a time too with Blacklist International in regular season where they were trying different like lineups, like lineup iterations, and then they eventually found the best. Here's a diversion though.
Oh, gonna make
Whoa.
sure Super
Ui.
Marco doesn't have a good time
Ui.
here, even forcing out this flicker. But in the end, will bring him down. So that was a way
Macam tu je.
worth it trade for
Macam
Blacklist.
tu
A
dia buat.
diversion for the life of Super Marco.
Welcome to
Yep,
Malaysia,
that's what I was
MP the
talking
King.
about, man. The diversion plays are going to be pretty an obstacle for FCAP to overcome.
Suyo.
Now with the lineup that they have
Hero
here, too,
baru
they're really
Suyo.
hoping
Loi
that, you know,
memang
late
kacau.
game
Kau tahu, tapi
is
tengok
where
Malaysia
they
dah
can
jarang
shine
pakai
and
dah.
they can
Tapi
utilize,
Filipin masih pakai
especially
lagi.
carry pick.
Loi,
You know, with
Faramis.
Super Marco, even though he's already gotten
Tengoklah
taken
berapa lama
down,
kita
that
kadang tengok
pressure's
Faramis
gonna
keluar.
be
Loi ada lagi
continuous there,
kadang-kadang.
So for FCAP, they've got to be able to kind of protect Super Marco, allow the late game
Asal
to
lemak
happen.
itulah.
Because, Ingon, the way things are going right now, like, I don't know
Tapi
if
tak apa,
FCAP's
awal
gonna
lagi.
get there. This second
Baru
turnover
5
they're
minit,
taking
awal lagi,
too,
awal lagi.
yeah,
Kita
Blacklist might
tengok
either
lagi,
look
tengok.
for a pickoff or just start it up.
Because ideally, the plan for Falcons AP Bren is of course late game insurance Super Marco with the carry. But Kyle TZ was supposed to be dominating early game with the Suyu pick. And so far, we've seen Suyu dominate early games. We've seen it with Andoryu. We've seen it with Carl TZ.
Prime time dah
So far,
habis.
not a good start for Falcons AP Bren because of the
Bullshit, MP the King.
unexpected aggression Blacklist is showing as MP the King and the rest of Blacklist works on Flap
Whoa.
TZ and Open
Oi.
once again as they will bring him down. Flap TZ has to go with the split and
AP
Perks
Bren.
pops his revitalize.
What happened, AP Bren?
Okay,
What
now
happened to
Flap TZ still
you?
working on Lord J and Perks goes in with a glorious pathway with MP the King as well.
Oh,
Flap TZ quite
Ooh.
tanky, but will he be able to sustain
Ooh.
it? Here comes the nether realm, but they're just gonna break it right away,
Ooh.
bringing down two.
Ooh.
MP is still
Ooh.
alive. Here with the
Ooh.
next target, and look at Lord JM.
MP the King loh.
5-0-2. Man, it
Oi.
sucks that the Alamat Awards just ended because this
Unbelievable.
guy, one of the most improved players for the playoffs.
yeah, that's a good point because a lot of people are talking smack on Lord
Oh,
JM
yeah.
A lot.
through the regular season. But man, we're gonna look at the replay here. He's trying to make a play in mid. I don't think that's gonna result in much.
Crazy.
But looking at this
Tengok
replay
ni.
brought to us by Infinix, this was great. Final slash, able to find multiple members
Fuyo.
after the Nether Realm was even used. And then they go in, continue collapse in. So just a huge lead right now for Blacklist. And a lot of this early on
AP Bren kena
snowballed
bantai.
already into this
Ekor dah
one game.
kalah awak.
That
Itulah,
mid-game
dia
where you're
lain.
really
Sekarang
just
tak
seeing
tahulah.
how strong the fighting composition
Minit
is.
6
And
dah boleh
the
tekan
great thing
surrender.
about this for MP
Kenapa
King
lah AP Bren?
especially is this
Tak
makes your
tahulah.
job as a Ling so much easier. Like
Ni
you can just do
kadang-kadang
what you
tau.
need, roam around the map.
Ni
focus
walaupun
on,
kita tengok
you know,
game
these
kan.
objectives if you
Tengok
need
game
to.
kan. So
But ultimately the power spike
apa
right now
pun
for
dia
Blacklist
business
International
tau.
is just
Dia
so
business.
massive that
Owner rasa
FCAP is
tu
going to
dia
have
orang
to
duit
really,
duit lagi
like,
penting
slow
lah.
things
Duit lagi
down.
penting.
And by slow things
Tapi
down,
pada
I mean
masa
just
sama
not
dia orang nak
die,
menang
you know,
jugalah.
like, they
Tapi
don't
jangan
wanna
sampai
go into
kalah
a
teruk.
fight because they're
Tapi
gonna be
duit penting.
outgunned and outmaneuvered right now.
Lagi penting bagi
And
dia orang.
OHAB hasn't even really had to be part of these fights, obviously.
Yeah, he's just literally going on a laning phase with Super Marco, having his own mini game up top.
Jam kalau lot
Blacklist, would
jam
you expect
antik
that?
lepas tu.
No one could have predicted this. An 8-0 start coming into game number 1 up against Falcons AP Bren, the
Datang sudah,
reigning
datang sudah
defending
si
world
itu.
champions back in
Hey,
M5.
ni-
5.4k
ni tak
gold lead
senonoh ni.
already. And I do agree with your point. MP the King, right? Okay, they're going to send out someone there. It's going to be Lord JM at the diversion, and they're just going to wait. But I think they're going to spot out Oakwood. Are they going to be able to burst him down, though? 4 members of the Bees are here. Perks might be in trouble. The Shadow Stampede will catch him. Flap TZ goes in as well. And the class will stop there. And okay, going back to MP the King. He's having such a good time because
Lagi
during
mantap
the
guna
regular
orang
season,
rock.
we would
Predict
always see
aku
MP the
black.
King struggling because enemies would tend to invade his purple buff. But this time, 3-0-3 start. Not even minding whatever
nak
clash is
makan
happening
jap.
right now.
Okay,
Just focusing
makan.
on the
Lepak je kat
macro
sini.
for MP the King.
And that's
Lepak
what
je kat sini.
that's what I'm saying. Like they're just gonna have kind of an easy time right
Kalau
now.
dia dah masuk,
Third
maksudnya
turtle, I
lagi dia
would be surprised
FIP.
if FCAP really wants to press into this and
Selalu
contest
masuk
it.
pun dia.
It looks like, you know, they're kind of getting angled for this.
Makan.
And we'll see if they actually do it, but it looks like not. 3 for 3 now on the Turtles, as it should. Again, FCAP really just needs to get to the late game here. I think we have to talk about how can they get into this game. Oh, hold on.
Okay,
They sent him. Oh, they're displaced
Reposition. I
again.
think Ogwen knows.
Ogwen has to. He
Thank
spotted that
you,
bush
thank you for the
earlier,
follow.
but oh man, if he walks into that,
Okay. He still has the AOG. He still can't escape here, but he's getting bursted down, and Perks will pick up the kill. A fast burst, a fast rotation, fast play
9-0.
for Blacklist, and MP the King works on Kyle TZ. He's going to get stunned, though. Tempest of Blade will be cast, but he has to walk away because of the tower damage. Kyle TZ pops his third skill.
dia
He's
nak
chasing
lagi.
after him. Super Marco as well, but MP the King will
9-0.
remain alive. Oh, wait.
hold on.
Wait, go to the bottom lane, please. Can you see? Okay.
He got out. He got out.
MP the King got out.
MP's fine. Blacklist goes and swings it
Apa saya
forward. Gets a
tak
turret
tahu
up
lah
top.
dek.
Tier
Angka
2
pun tak
now.
tahu macam mana
Down
apa
there.
jadi
Just
dengan dia orang.
OHAB having the gold lane experience, pretty much doing what he wants to do. Farms up. He hasn't really even shown just yet.
Hey, hi,
but look at this.
Sarah.
He's already got the Feather of Heaven, Starlium Scythe locked in, working next on the third item. Most likely Holy Crystal. He's got a little defense physically.
Lord,
Kira tak live ke?
Mid lane?
Okay, we're gonna watch for Lord JM. Okay, Final Slash goes in, as well as the Glorious Pathway. Netherrealm will be casted, but look at the damage coming in from Blacklist. They're gonna bring down two. They don't have minions
Satu
though.
tower tak
So they
pecah,
have to wait
satu
for it
orang
before
pun
they
tak
take
dapat
down the
kill.
mid
Macam
lane turret. And
mana?
Lord JM again, literally playing out of his mind. A 505 KDA.
Besok punya 5,000 tau. Besok
He's
punya
only,
5,000.
he's not part of just one kill all throughout Blacklist initiation.
This is just nearly for Blacklist in game one. This is basically a perfect game for
Angka
them.
dari jauh
There's
macam
been
muka
no
Kyrie. Hah? Ya ke?
like, window for FCAP really to respond. Now you can see. I was
Kyrie
just saying
tua,
that
Kyrie
he was gonna
tua.
pick up the Holy Crystal. He gets it at almost or under the 10-minute mark. You know, with Oheb getting those last two kills, this is a great
Kalah keluar.
moment for them to get this Lord.
Playoff ni memang knockout lah.
Possibly get multiple base turrets down, because I just think if FCAP even tries to defend with this
Boleh
lineup,
comeback
they've got
ni,
a Netherrealm, but it's going to be worked
Kita
on
tengok,
so
tengok.
quickly
Tengok macam mana.
because of the
Tapi
economic
kalau
advantage
kalau Blacklist dia orang apa tu? Disiplin. Disiplin okey. Tapi kalau tak disiplin, beria-ia, boleh kena comeback ni. Tapi kalau disiplin, susah dia orang nak tu. Licin FPM bagi Blacklist menang lah.
Very interesting, right? They don't
Suara
have any
handsome
kills
lah,
on the
Uncle
board. He
A.
picks
Terima
up Sky Piercer,
kasih.
wants
Thank
to just get one of the
you.
items that he can, but they're going to try to hold this down. Lord JM, as tanky as can be on this R lot, now picking up Radiant Armor. He's
Angka
been pumping out
yang
the
tu
damage too,
undian
and that
setiap
final
stage
slash,
tu
especially when the
masa
Netherrealm is
M6
popped,
ke?
has been a crutch for FCAP to deal with. So right now they try to hold down these turrets. They're going to have to wait for this Lord to march in.
Tengok.
Oh, they're going to catch
tengok.
Kyle instantaneously bursts him down.
The timing.
Haji instincts ever since day
Timing
number 1 has
gila.
been phenomenal.
Gila
We're
baik
gonna
punya
forget
timing.
what he did game 3 against Omega,
With the
casting
Aurora.
a skill with the Aurora onto that brush. That's why they found out where the diversion was.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
And eventually swept Omega. And now the Lord is marching in. Lord JM catches 3 as the Lord is still there. They're going to bring down 2. Next one, Flap. Oakwin manages to escape from the AOG. But they have to defend the push because 5 members of the agents are here with the Lord. Might be able to take game 1 as they bring down Marco. Kyle CZ alone. And Blacklist will win game 1.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is Playoffs Blacklist. That was about as a best of a game you could get
15-0.
with the lineup that they had, the way they moved, the way they showed up as a team here. Just an absolute stomp in game 1.
15-0 bantai kau. Hey, thank you for the follow.
More memories as they take a phenomenal game 1 against the defending champions of
Aduh.
Man, oh man, let's throw it over to
Tak
the panel
percaya.
here to see
Angka
what
tak
they have to
percaya.
say about game 1.
Angka tak percaya. Aduh.
Something about Blacklist in the season 14
Gila.
playoffs
Hi, Chris. Hi,
makes
Chris.
everyone look inadequate.
Semua kosong.
I'm gonna use the word
Semua
dumbfounded.
kosong.
I think people are becoming
Hey,
dumbfounded.
thank you for the follow.
One way to put it.
Right? The teams are fighting them like, wait, what do I do? What?
Congratulations to our MVP.
Hey, thank you for the
Lord
follow.
JM. Minute -1. He was on fire, and he started strong, ended strong, set up the rest of his team for success. He was this close.
Too good to be glory, God, heart love. Yes.
He was at some point he was just missing from 1, but we'll call it 100%.
Lepas jual game kot.
100%
Tak lah jual
on
game.
this Arlot asterisk, dude.
I mean, from minute 1, he was actually...
He was giving F up anything.
Gila,
That's
gila,
right. I
gila.
mean, they don't
Memang
care.
gila.
He doesn't care, rather. If FCAP was throwing bodies at him, he just answered. He did not get phased. He did not get, I don't know, pressured because maybe he has so much trust in his teammates, he's going to get backed up. Or maybe he trusts in his mechanical skill just because he knows that he's probably going to get away with anyway.
And it's this vigilance by Lord JM
Gila lah,
that's
memang
allowed
gila.
them to punish Falcons AP Bren for this. I'll tell
Memang
you now,
gila, memang
it's
gila.
not that bad of a draft. But it had its glaring weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
Sure, it
Tu dia.
counters a lot
Dia
of
dah
what
datang lagi.
Blacklist
Aduh.
does, hence
Hidayah
the
mana?
counter
Hidayah. Oh,
rating
Hidayah.
index.
Tolong, Hidayah.
But when you look at it from an execution standpoint,
Bro.
and when you watch this game, there's nothing FCAP was doing in the first 5 to 6 minutes, which led to a worse 7 to 10 minutes,
Yeah.
which ended the game at 11.
Gila lah.
Where
16-0
this is a
no.
perfect game, by the way. No towers, no
Hey, thank you for the
nothing,
follow.
no kills.
Gila,
Blacklist
gila. Memang gila.
literally did not let FCAP play, which is usually what we say
Memang
with people
gila.
facing FCAP. FCAP is known for being that surgical team that chokes out your buff,
That's right.
chokes out your towers, and doesn't let you play the map. This is what happened to them this time around.
It reminds me of a moment from the MSC Grand Finals wherein SRG played a very perfect
Nanti game
fundamental
game kedua
and FCAP
apa
may
tu?
have thought out
Onyx
of
Onyx PH.
that space, and they let go of a little bit of the basics.
Blacklist kalau
This ended
playoff
up like this.
lain macam.
I mean, not as
Kalau macam.
perfect the game as Blacklist for sure, but
Tapi gila lah, memang
FCAP
gila.
may have
Macam
forgotten.
mana ni? AP Bren
You know
tau.
what I mean? Like
AP
the
Bren bad.
fundamentals.
yeah,
Dia
which allowed
bantai
Blacklist
AP Bren
to
macam
slip in
macam
the cracks.
main
And
apa
it's a
tu?
perfect example of give them an inch and they'll take a mile.
I
Immortal
think the
main
inch
dengan
that was
Mythic.
given was very early on, right?
Gila.
After the initial fight that happened on bottom side of the map, it was just a struggle because everyone was always behind one level at minute 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then the 1,000 gold lead at 2 minutes
Yes.
led to just multiples exponentially growing
And that's what you call snowball. That's a literal snowball here.
stonks.
Oi.
Stonks. Got
Memang
so
gila.
stonks and,
Memang gila.
it was just so hard to climb out of it.
Yeah.
It's like they were drowning like a feet at a time.
Yep.
And then they were trying to climb back up, and Blacklist was just pushing him back
And
down.
they were plugging holes with what seems like duct tape on a battleship that's sinking.
Aku pun tak sabar nak
Blacklist
tengok
International,
game
amazing
kedua
work.
dia.
And again,
Tengok
it's
macam mana
just
game kedua.
drafting prowess by Coach Bonchan and the execution of a team that
Thank you
never
for the
has a
rose.
chip on their
Oi,
shoulder.
oi.
Like,
They do.
They know what happened in the regular season and how the whole world is watching them and looking at them now under a microscope, and they're saying, I hope you guys are enjoying what we're putting on.
Yeah,
AP
enjoy the
Bren
show.
nak main
That's
metal
what
lower
Blacklist is
bracket.
saying to you guys. You guys
Nak-
have been
tak nak
predicting
jumpa
against them all
roller
season
court.
long,
You
predicting
guys
against them right
meaning-
here.
guys
Everyone,
meaning-
collectively. That's the message they're throwing at us.
For sure. Folks,
Right?
we're aware of what we've been doing, and we're aware of what Blacklist is doing to prove us wrong. We'll throw it over to our solo analyst to break the game down even further
Thank you,
and dig
follow.
deep into the finer details of Game 1.
Blacklist International once again rocks the MPL stage on the back of a clean and perfect game. We take game number 1 from Falcons AP Bren with the OB split strategy. What's the OB split?
Tengoklah sejak kalah MSC kot. Sejak kalah MSC AP Bren ni macam dah lemah semangat kot. Apa tu? Bukan lemah semangat. Apa tu? Jiwa nak menang tu tak ada.
Thunderbolt has been built on the Arlet. They did have the damage and they did have the ability to set up fights here for Blacklist International. They grouped up once again, similar.
Kalau Oni PS jumpa SRG nanti boleh innocent jumpa teammate dia. Oh.
They wanted to take, they played as 4. That's why we call it the over split. They have a link. They have a jungler that can control the opposite side of the lane. So that meant when they got the items that they needed, the Starlium side, the Thunderbolt from the Arlet, and with the final
Tengok dia.
slash, they're just able to
Kejap
group
kuat,
up.
kejap soft.
If they want to swing to a different
Penat
lane,
lah.
they just use
Dia
half
tak balance tau. MPL PH ni dia punya sound. Ni
That
tengok
was a
dah
very,
kecil
very
lagi.
decisive game from Blacklist
Alas lah kena
International.
itas.
It's because of the fact that their composition is allowed to do so. With Harit being able to play with the Stallium side, and right
Kejap
after
kuat,
the
kejap
Zombie
soft,
forces
kejap
go down
kuat,
with
kejap
the
soft.
diversion, they're just able to constantly take objectives from Falcons AP
Music
Bren.
kuat lagi dari
So,
Battle Cup.
kontra, tuloy-tuloy lang yung pagkuha nila dito ng objective. Tuloy-tuloy lang yung pag-amass ng gold lead laban sa Falcons AP Bren. And it came to a point that there was just a huge gap in terms of farm and in terms of damage output. That's why Blacklist International did not hesitate at all to take team fight.
Memang kurang lah.
And that is the reason why they were able
Awal
to
tadi lagi
very,
teruk.
very
Masa dia orang
establish early game control.
dia orang buat call punya kan. Hoi, pecah, bunyi pecah. Distorted. Hoi, pening. Semalam pun sama macam tu.
That is why Blacklist
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Take game number 1. Very clean, very decisive, and naging methodical din yung approach dito ng Blacklist International. Now, looking into game 3, question is, makakabawi ba ang Falcons AP Bren? Yan ang sasabihin natin dito sa ating panel.
All right, hold your horses, Midnight. We're just going into Game 2. All right?
Yeah.
And I like how he threw back to a concept about the split.
Stream pakai device
Ube split.
in Phoenix.
He's taking
Ya ke?
concepts from
Mana
one of
boleh ni
Black's
buat
International's
broadcast
older
besar kena
rivals
stream
in
pakai
Onyx
komputer
Philippines
lah.
then, called the banana split.
That's right.
So what they did was, it's an Ube strat in essence
Tengok ni kuat pula.
that
Hei.
splits up the map to a point wherein your opponents are overrun. As you mentioned, Rockard, it's more FCAP that we expected to choke out their opponents.
Yes.
But now it's Blacklist who did that.
And they actually had the tools to do it. With the Loyi, easy to just go around wherever you want, as long as it's within range.
Tak, ni
Of course,
semua
everything
production
is within
manager.
range. Same
Or
with
stage
the,
manager.
And then you do it
Itu
again.
dia orang tak buat kerja
with
macam
the
ni
lane. It just feels so, they have
Bila
so
kau
much
nak buat
control of the
broadcast
map.
besar-besar
And
ni,
they were
engkau kena ada
stopping
orang
Super
dengar
Marco
balik.
from going
Dengar
to
balik
lane
apa yang di broadcast
every
keluar.
time. Even catching the
Sebab macam kita
I mean,
agak
this is what you
softkan
were
sikit
talking
sini.
about. Ogwen was trying to
So
plug
macam
holes.
masa
Trying to
sama
find a
juga
safe
macam
space
streamers,
for Super Marco
Macam kita
to get
streamers
the
ni.
gold.
Bila kita buat live,
Find any
agak ada
all
satu
game long.
device
That's
untuk
why
dengar
there was
balik
no chance for a backup
apa masalah dia, tengok apa yang kena adjust. Kena ada orang kena dengar balik sebab apa yang kita dengar on the spot kat telinga ni lain tau, lain pada apa yang korang dengar.
Yeah.
Apa aku dengar lain, apa korang dengar tu lain.
They tried to
So dia kena dengar balik, playback, bukan playback, live broadcast tu kena dengar balik. Takkanlah tak ada orang kerja macam tu.
Which basically means a perfect 16-0 is what
Dah, buka
Blacklist
balik.
showed in game 1. But there you go.
Yes.
Perfect game,
There
perfect
you
code.
go.
Better. This is
Perfect
Apa dia?
game, perfect code.
this is English. So, with that said,
Itulah
the
production
question
team
that Vinay
teruk.
posted: will Falcons AP Bren find a way back in game 2?
Ah.
I think yes.
Yes.
But they have to be better than Omega yesterday. They have to change immediately.
If this was something that they had to try out,
Best
I
of
hope
five.
not.
Best of
It
five.
did look like they were trying anything
Dia
new
boleh
here.
jadi
Honestly, it was
3-0.
very comfortable for
Dia boleh
FCAP.
jadi
They have to try something
3-2.
else.
Foot on the clutch, put it in 2, and then turn. Take a turn because Omega took 3 games to recognize what they were doing wrong. FCAP now with a win rate of 57% on red, and for sure Black is going to go blue here. I think that's the best bet. That is my sound advice.
Main apa? Lah.
I mean, easier said than done, obviously.
Macam
but
lah kau
that's-
tak macam lah tak tahu angka kan ada
and right now,
I'm willing to be wrong.
jungle
I'm
juga.
willing to eat a piece of paper and say,
Cuma
hey,
jarang
if
dia
they
pakai,
go red,
jarang
then
dia
that
main.
means they understand the draft better from there. But
Hey.
At the very least, deny
Hello,
the red
Chris.
from Bonchan. Right? He's usually really good at red as well.
Bonchan picks now.
Kuat lah
It's
pula.
Blacklist's turn. It's game 2.
Oh yeah, that's a
2-4
good
is
point.
away.
Okay. They're probably gonna go red again. Probably. But then again, it just starts from there. Like what in terms of like composition-wise, I'm sure through the years,
Ni
FCAP
upper
has
bracket.
already amassed so many plays.
Yang ni upper bracket.
so specific
Upper bracket ni ada.
What do you do against that one? And I wonder if Blacklist is gonna repeat that.
Okay.
Because they played differently yesterday as well.
Right now, teams are just about to make it back onto the stage. If you're talking to-do lists, right?
To-do list.
Obviously, it's much longer a list for Falcons AP Bren. Number 1, maybe get rid of the Lugi.
Tengok ni soft balik juga.
That's
Penat lah. Aku penat lah.
even
Korang
with
buatlah
teams
kerja
like
elok-elok.
Philippines,
Tak boleh ke buat kerja elok-elok?
Especially in going around the map and choking out the map early on. So you're right. Loyi number 1 has to go.
Whether you're on blue or red, it sucks that if you're on red, you gotta get rid of the chip, but
You gotta.
get rid of the Lugi as well.
Or open the chip.
No, I wouldn't risk it.
Yang ni
here.
upper bracket. Ni hari
I'm
kedua.
kidding, I'm kidding. It won't happen. Won't happen.
Ni baru
If
hari
you're on
kedua.
red, that's the thing. If
Baru
you're on
hari
red,
kedua.
The chip is on you. Because if you don't ban it out, you're
Tengok
trading
dapat
one of
dekat
the power
mana
picks
English custom
from
ni.
your
Ada
opponents for that one
dekat
slot, right?
apa tu?
You wanna
Dekat
you wanna take
YT ada.
the Edith.
Tapi
you
kalau
wanna
korang
take
nak live tu
Jushin,
tak boleh lah sebab
you
kena
wanna
minta
take
izin. Ada izin
Hylos.
baru kau boleh live. Tapi nak tengok tu boleh.
It's your call.
Boleh
There's
masuk
so
je
many
tengok.
Powerful first picks that you want to take the Matilda.
Yeah. Yesterday, Matilda was off the walls. Maybe go for that again.
Was the alpha that bad? You know what I mean? Because we saw first phase alpha ban from Coach Treb.
I mean, it was mean, and it did win 3 games in a row. If you add the second series, it won 4 games in a row.
Alpha, Jushin, and Hylos.
Yeah,
That
so
combo.
maybe that's what he was thinking. But at the same time, do you really need to?
We got so many questions, and I'm sure folks.
So korang rasa
in the
game
watch
kedua
parties
AP
do as
Bren
well. Shout
akan
out
fight back?
to
Dapat fight back
everyone
tak?
All the way from UP Town Center,
Kita kena
Quezon
tengok lah.
City,
Kalau
representing Luzon
game kedua
in the
sama juga,
festive walk
memang
all in
bye-bye lah
Quezon
AP Bren.
City. maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan, representing Visayas and MMCM Plaza
Tak,
in Davao.
16-0 tak masuk akal tau.
Also to you
Ni bukan
guys.
lawan kaling-kaling orang tau.
Representing
Ni lawan
Mindanao, shoutouts to
AP Bren.
everyone.
AP Bren boleh 16-0 di bantai dia. Ui,
Watching
gila.
MPL Philippines, we're inviting you now to witness Lakas ng Pinas live here at Greensun Hotel and get 20%
Semalam Eko
off
kalah. Memang kalah.
on playoffs tickets for day
Eko
3
kalah, Omega
and
kalah.
4.
That's right.
Buy your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets/playoffs.
AP Bren jual game. Entahlah. Diorang boleh jual
We're in
MP
fourth, 'cause
King.
we're on day 2 right now.
But also,
Jual game tak tahu
as
lah.
per the system,
No
5
comment, no
sold
comment.
out.
I mean, it was sold out like weeks ago, I believe. So,
But
yeah.
we'll see.
We'll see,
Between now
maybe.
and then, there's about a 7-hour window that maybe we get
Kalau ni
tickets back
kalah
up.
terus
Maybe.
out ke,
Find a
ada
way to
turun
pick
lower,
up.
turun lower.
Regardless,
The only thing you have to do is just check.
3 and 4 tickets
Check it.
on discount. Buy them now. If you
Terus
missed out
out.
on the grand final ticket, don't worry. The
Maksudnya
Infinix,
terus out lah. Sekejap angka tengok dia punya
we have
draft
official tournament phones brought by them.
Angka pun
There
tak,
it is.
And
tak
there's
apa
a
tu,
watch party
tak
happening
follow sangat
at
ni.
the pop-up in
Mana dia?
Katipunan, Quezon City on October 20. So join the party there in case you couldn't get a ticket here. Admission is
Okay,
free.
ada lower
I don't know
bracket.
where that's the pop-up in Katipunan.
Ada
in
lower
Quezon City.
bracket.
That's right. You
So
can have,
siapa
you
yang
can have like a lot of food around that area and just hang out with
Kalah
your
ni,
friends
turun
while
lower
you're
bracket.
watching the watch parties. And a big shout out to everyone on the watch parties as well, all over the world right now. Hope you guys are locked in because
So tak
I'm
risau
sure,
lah kan.
the
Jangan tak
newer
risau.
guys are also learning a lot.
To everyone also hosting
Bro,
their
zero
own
dah.
local watch parties like that.
1-0, 1-0.
Hosted by the MPL.
AP Bren,
we
AP
got
Bren
a group of
kosong.
Good friends.
Yeah, we do that sometimes, right?
Anything that is more than just 2 people is a watch
So ada
party.
lower bracket guys.
So
Yang
if
ni
it's
apa
you and
bracket
your
dia? Siapa
cousins,
yang
your
kalah
siblings, you and your neighbors,
akan main.
take a picture,
Yang kalah
send
3
it to
dengan
me on
4
social
main,
media, send it to them on
5
social
dengan winner
media,
6 main.
and we'll give you a little something.
Yes.
Let us know. Hey, look, Leo Rocker, we're watching. This is us.
Sometimes you do that, right?
We have
do
food.
that.
We have drinks. My little
We're playing as well during the
show us
the
pictures.
breaks, all that stuff.
Let us know how
M
it's
Onyx
going,
next
'cause
game,
we're
pukul 7.
interested in seeing how MPL Philippines
Pukul
is
7
enjoyed
nanti.
anywhere,
Pukul
everywhere
7.
by everyone.
Yeah, because you can
Dia orang
enjoy it
lawan
anywhere, even underwater, where AP Bren
lawan
feels like they are right now. But
They
lawan
definitely are.
Aurora. Lawan
They're
Aurora.
up to here. in
up to here
pressure.
right now, it's too much.
And
It's a lot.
that's I'll tell you now.
Tapi MPL PH ni boleh dikatakan yang playoff semua memang layak pergi M6.
Yes.
Dia
Is it
memang
not
kuat
that
lah.
we
Memang kuat
recovered
tau.
From an 0-4
Kuat.
sweep in the grand finals against Liquid, and now Liquid couldn't even
Compare dengan yang kita punya kan.
Right after that.
Bukan angka nak
And,
pijak.
they do this as well all over the world.
Sekarang
It's not just with us
MPL MY
locally.
punya
They do this in
dah start
international
naik tau.
tournaments. They've been doing it
Player-player
for the
dah
past
mantap
year.
tau. Macam
And
MV
I'm sure
kan.
they've been put
Tengok
in
semua
this
dah
really
ada
bad
fight
scenario
tau.
before. And it's only game 1. I guess you can say that in your
Dah mula dah.
players.
Kita
Guys,
dah
come on.
mula cash up dah.
Wake up.
So kita
We gotta get,
bagi
we
masa
gotta get
lagi,
on
bagi
track.
masa
But
lagi.
not to take away from what Blacklist
Bayangkan lah,
Alright,
MV
I think
boleh
that is what makes this
full
such
local
a
boleh bantai SRG.
palpable
Oi.
thing. The fact that you got 16 and 0, you got the perfect game.
16-0, bro.
This has to wake something up in Falcons AP Bren. Again, they took yesterday off. They marched into the arena for the
Tak, kita
opening
dah start
ceremony.
dah. Kita dah start mula dah.
Very fresh.
So Blacklist on fire. I'm wondering if this was enough of a warm up for FCAP.
Sedap lah.
I mean,
Sedap buah ni.
that's
Manis.
interesting to say, right?
Manis
it
macam
feels like just a
angka.
warm-up, but I don't know. They haven't actually brought anything new yet.
See? There you
Very-
go. Blacklist, stay in blue. They got a win
Alright.
rate of about 47% and a side selection priority win rate of about 27. So, you know what the difference is, Carl?
Ben tak link.
7% between blue and red. So, I was hedging on the 7%.
Tapi
that
MPL
Black
PH pun
will
macam
go.
lagi kuat daripada
Again, it's
season
just
lepas.
draft control.
Tim yang biasa
Yeah.
dominate pun
And, I
dah
was
tak
actually
menang
wondering
muda.
if they would do red, but you know what? Big props to Bonchan. That means
Itulah
they're
kan.
gonna show
Macam-
something a little bit less
Macam orang ada
reactive,
harapan bagi
and they're gonna do
Omega
more of their own thing,
dengan Onyx.
which is what they should be doing. I
Tiba-tiba
think Bren was
kalah.
already expecting them to go reactive red.
Macam
that's
semalam kan.
like a
Semalam apa tu?
reactive
Omega. Omega lawan
Great.
dengan
So-
Blacklist International. 3-0 dibantai dia orang, right? 3-0 dibantai.
You know what? They're already from
Yang ke pilih MV ke Vamos?
Yeah. But with that said,
Yang ke more favor to Vamos lah. More favor to Vamos.
Blacklist International has
Paling
the-
sian Eko balik awal angka.
Maybe, just maybe, here's my theory.
Nak tengok Kram.
This might be where the essence of the Rafaela comes out. Rafaela came out blue yesterday, game 2 against Omega.
Kram pandai taunting ke? Angka tak pernah tengok Kram
in blue,
taunting
they
ah.
definitely have better control. And
Dia tu macam sopan je.
In the last
Sopan je dia.
is a power swing. That's a haymaker from Coach Bonchan and Blacklist International. Just a couple of seconds away from
Angkat nak buang asap
beginning
sekejap,
the game
Tutup
to
cam je.
proper. F-cap on the red. So one for sure is the chip ban. Also the low yi.
Not the Loyi.
Hold up.
What? Wait, this is all right. Turn it around. Turn it around, bro. Rewind.
Rewind.
I'm so curious again. This is going to dictate what's left on the table.
Yes, so we can't really, we have to be 100% sure here before we show it.
That's high loss.
That sounds like a high
But
loss.
where was he? Was he a pick or a ban?
It sounds, usually the voice lines come out with the picks, right?
Taunting
right?
depan muka tu je, Angka.
my
Masa
memory-
snap. Oh, itulah. Itu Angka
They
cakap.
come in couples, so these are picks
Team
now.
apa kat Malaysia
I think
boleh
there's-
challenge Echo?
I think we can slow it down a little bit here.
Angka
They
rasa
might
MV
be
boleh.
redoing
MV
it.
boleh challenge.
Yeah,
Double
okay.
checking.
Confirm there you go. The
Vamos,
voice lines are
boleh.
coming up, in a different
SRG
tempo.
boleh.
They open with a Jushin, and Falcons AP Bren answer with a Suyo and a Gatot Kacha.
So the Gatot Gacha, obviously,
Dude, they're playing the same draft
same for them,
on the
right?
different side.
That sounds like a Falcons AP Bren fan, a pick.
Choose my own path.
Oh no. Hold up.
Hold up, they're showing it up right
Wait.
now here.
They answer with an Arlo Alpha. This is Blacklist. It's a very similar draft for Blacklist.
And you know what? Alpha is so good right now. It feels like it's a great answer. And
Oh, what?
someone countering against his Suyo. Is that an Eve?
Yes, that's an Eve.
Oh my.
Tapi yang nampak paling improvement, yang paling improvement tu lah MV. Tapi bukan improvement lah sebab dia kira terkejut lah, terkejut.
That's-
Tiba-tiba MV tu
What's
naik kan.
happening?
You see where I'm coming? You see what
Mana
I'm trying to
drafting
say?
dia?
Yeah. Oh my
Something
god.
about
Mana
Blacklist
drafting dia?
makes me
Tengok
get
kat belakang tu.
Yo, how
Faham
about
ke?
that Eve?
They're fogging up the enemy's.
Kita tengok
drafting
belakang tu
line,
je.
Right? It
Macam
feels
mana
like
lah
the way
kamera
to
tu
go.
asyik kiri kanan. Macam mana lah aku nak tengok drafting ni?
They're pushing him into that
Oh,
direction.
cameraman.
Yesterday,
Dah lah jauh zoom.
stepping on the clutch, changing
Siapa nak
direction.
nampak?
It's not it.
Yeah, this is like more of a slight swerve.
Ngongok betul lah. Ngongok betul lah dia orang. Ui.
Down a weird, like,
Ni
a
baru
weird
keluar.
U-turn
Boy.
area.
Baik engkau bila
there
masuk
it
game
is.
je baru keluarkan
Alright,
drafting
check it
ni.
out.
Coach Trev,
Ataupun
they're
keluar
fundamentally
besok je.
answering, the,
Aduh,
double
pening
kick.
lah.
Thank you for
Pening
the
lah.
Rafael
Production.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen. And they ban out the Nolan. That's OHEM's #1 pick from the regular season. Blacklist closing up the draft with a clue
Baik
ban.
start game je baru kau bagi tengok
Alright, so
drafting.
they know that Gatot's going to
Ih, geram betul.
Yeah, this is not a trick. They're not tricking anyone here. Flop TZ probably thinking about a good answer here. That's why the glue gets banned out. There is a
game
seems like
kedua.
the play if you are Falcons AP
Game
Bren.
pertama
Flap.
AP Bren kalah. So kita tengok dua lah macam mana. Dah tukar pula Suyo ke sebelah situ. Tadi
Yeah,
pun pakai
Phobius
Suyo
is
juga.
banned. Even the glue is banned. They're forcing Flap into Gatot. Sorry.
Eh?
the Khalid too.
Even the Khalid. Oh my
Link.
goodness, man.
Link tak
What's
ban.
Flap gonna use?
And there's a
Tak ban
little
Link. Kenapa dia tak pakai Blink
good against the Gatot.
Dia tak pakai Link sebab ada Yves.
What's Flap talking
Sebab ada
about?
Yves ke?
Maybe
Dia tak
taking
nak
the
pakai AP
swerve
Bren.
that,
Tak nak pakai AP Bren. Tak nak pakai Link.
Throw it over. Just try to survive then.
Not against
Right? Gatot versus Khalid is like, you know, one of those matchups where you don't really mind swapping out.
Yeah, but the only loss that Gatot has there is the Khalid just rotates much faster out.
Yes, 100%.
Oh, but no, it's a broken.
How can you be sure?
Because it's Lord James Arlott.
All right. That's true.
Angkat
That's
tak
true.
pergi lah.
Okay, thank you for that.
M6 angkat tak pagi.
That's true.
Kecuali
There's a
kecuali Monton suruh angkat pergi, baru angkat pergi. Kalau dia suruh pergi, dia orang selalunya akan bagi pass bagi tiket. Kira tiket lah tu bagi pass masuk. Suruh buat content. Kalau dia tak suruh angkat tak pergi.
In a big team fight, nightmare.
Yes, they rely on the box of the literal real-world manipulation, the AOG, and of course the penalty zone. If one of those misses, their sustained damage is really bad.
So timing on a macro and
kalau
scale
kalau kita KOL ni disuruh pergi kan. So selalunya dia orang akan bayar Dia orang bayar suruh buat konten, lepas tu dia orang mesti tanggung semua benda. Tanggung semua expenses. Tiket, tempat untuk kita duduk, semua dia orang semua dia orang buat lah.
For now, let's go into the match and throw it over to Jose and Jose.
Thank you very
In
much.
Phoenix,
Leo,
angka
rock hard. It's
angka
me,
tak pakai
Jose
Android.
one, and,
Angka
Jose
Apple
2,
user.
I've
Jose
accepted
2.
my fate.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Game number 2
Angka
in
Apple,
this series,
angka tak
best
pakai
of 5.
Android. Jadi angka tak
But you
tahulah.
guys just heard, if
Angka main
Blacklist
rank
Nationals
pun
takes
angka
this
pakai
lineup to
iPad,
another
iPad Pro.
W, then
Kalau
they're
KOL
making
asal
match
dari
point
Sabah,
already
flight ticket.
against FCAP. So
Sponsor juga.
we'll see. I mean, I agree with what the guys were saying over on the panel too. You know,
Selalunya dia orang akan bagi satu budget. Dia bagi satu budget. So dia bagi satu budget tu, tapi korang boleh tolak. Korang boleh tak nak terima. Kalau budget awak rasa lebih rendah, macam tak berbaloi kan. Janganlah.
Now it's a TKO, 2 TKOs for our 2 mid laners.
Tapi satu tu awak kena fikir. Walaupun barang ni mungkin budget kecil, tapi dia bagi kita orang exposure tau. Orang kenal kita. Macam tu lah. Tapi macam Uncle ni lain sebab Uncle ni ada kontrak dengan Monton. So Uncle kalau dia orang suruh Uncle terpaksa kena pergi. Sebab ada kontrak kan. KOL lain tak ada kontrak. Dia tak semua KOL ada kontrak. M6 kira mestilah hype. Dia akan hype lah sebab reunion kan. M1 kan Malaysia. M6 pula ni balik Malaysia lagi. Penat lah naik turun volume ni.
You know, they're going to struggle for a little bit right now. They're trying to make a play up top.
They're going to go for Flaptizi. Flaptizi uses the flicker. Body of Smith, though, will save him. Quite tanky here as Perks goes in with a quick sand guard. Ogun is now here. Okay, so no casualties yet so far. So in terms of team fights,
I do agree.
You can expect
easy shower. Dia main game macam orang tu nak masuk dalam telefon dah. Serius, dekat sangat dia. Dia macam orang dia nak masuk dalam telefon.
And of course, you can expect Blacklist to really go for early game contention, like what Haji is doing again with you, because of the presence of the Kali that we know.
Ni upper bracket tak Siapa kalah ni akan turun ke lower bracket. Semalam kalah mati. Semalam tu kalah mati. Hari ni tak. Hari ni kalah boleh turun low bracket. Jadi selamatlah.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Haji. Oh no.
Perks just give him some information. He's got that. Ogun will keep him at bay, locking him down, of course. Waiting for that level 4.
Yang dah confirm slot dari region mana? Belum tahu lah. Hi Stranger. Yang confirm tu Singapura. Singapura ada. Tapi agak susah sikit Game ni agak susah sikit. Tapi Uncle rasa pelik. Kenapa dia tak nak pakai link? Tak nak pakai link. Oni PH main tak? Main next game pukul 7. Pukul 7 nanti. Oni PH main. Lawan dengan Aurora.
Scaling up and very momentum-based assassins in the jungle. And he's got to do that. He's only got the Fury Hammer right now, so still working on his first item. There's the Hunter Strike, so he does lock that in. So this could help, of course, because he's going to be looking to set the pace, you know, against MP the King. And we see Alpha picked up so much now in the current meta. Ogun? He's going to get dragged?
Lantern Flare, okay. Might be able to sustain this though, but 3 members are trying to burst him down as Haji brings him up once again to feed him to Oheb, and a counterattack from Falcons AP Bren up top. This time they're not going to let Lord JM dominate like what he did during game 1.
Echo dah out. Semalam yang out tu Omega dengan Echo.
This time around from FCAP looking for picks if they can, even if they have to trade around the map. You know, and Oheb does lock in a ton of extra gold that he's able to get that first item locked in. So he's got the Holy Crystal now, and that's where also, when you have a Lunox here early on, the power spike is going to be there, and it's definitely a huge threat to the damage department.
Yeah, especially in the laning stages of the game, early game. You could expect the Lunox to really be ahead versus a Harith. So right now, Falcons AP Bren, they really need to manage the early game potential that Blacklist could give. Like what they're doing right now. Kyle TZ has to walk away as Oheb here dangerously low. There's going to be a turtle clash finally because 5 members are here as OHEB will recall home. It's going to be an outnumbered match for Blacklist. Falcons AP Bren still holding on. Flap TC goes in. Plus Ogwen's AOG. They're really targeting Lord JM here. Plus the real manipulation coming in from View. Lord JM manages to do a final slash counter attack for Blacklist as they bring down Flap TC. Next man is Ogwen. Lord JM. MP will fall. Perks as well. Haji forced to back away as OHEB is now in the picture. A 4-4-2
dia datang lagi.
and brings down Haji.
That fight was so good because there was an initiation from FCAP, there was a response from Blacklist, and you thought they were going to win that team fight, and then all of a sudden FCAP's like, no, I'd win, and they end up winning that team fight. So they get an objective, they get a ton of extra gold through it, and that's a good transition for them now at this point.
Falcons AP Bren, prior to that clash, Kyle TZ targeted OHEB, forcing OHEB to recall. That's why when the clash happened, Blacklist was outnumbered. OHEB wasn't there, even though Lord JM was able to kind of out-sustain the damage of Falcons AP Bren to be able to cast the final slash, serving him up to perks for that Raging Sandstorm. They lacked the damage because the Filipino sniper wasn't there. But imagine it would be a different story if OHEB was there. So those are the little things Falcons AP Bren continue to do. They're not just thinking about the big picture. Even though they have huge ultimates, they're thinking about the things that they need to do before they go in for the clash, like what Blacklist is doing right now. Kyle TZ goes in for the second kill and will be taken down by 3 members as Lord JM survives.
I'm surprised he was able to get away.
Other fight.
But good response. There's got to be something for Blacklist International to do after, you know, that build is building up here for FCAP in the lead, in terms of the lead. And so if they can find some of these wins across the map or whatever they can find, even if it's just objectively some of the turrets, get some space to work around, OHEB could be in trouble.
Oh, OHEB's in trouble. Okay, he has an order in Brilliance, but Owen trying to chase after him as Perks forced these to save Raging Sandstorm to save the Filipino sniper. Kyle TC picking up a Blade of Heptases this time. So in terms of damage, you can expect Kyle TC to be more aggressive now. I believe the first item he picked up was a Hunter Strike, right?
Hunter Strike,
yeah. Now he's got the Blade.
Okay.
He's got the Blade of Heptases now, second item locked in. And, you know, that's what's surprising. I know by this time a lot of people have seen the Suyo games. That second skill, man, that Soul Sever hurts. So now that he locked in, you know, this Blade of Heptases too, depending on how he approaches some of these fights. Hold on.
Oh, Perks forced to use that flicker. Now he only has the Raging Sandstorm. He doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm yet. Has used the quick Sandstorm. Falcons AP Bren making quick work
game ni
of the
berat
second
untuk
turtle. Not
Blacklist.
giving a chance for MP the King anymore. And I think Perks wants to go in for the clash. Okay, Falcons AP Bren redirecting their attention to MP the King. Will they be able to find him? Okay, they're just going to clear out the minions up top.
All right, so they got that. Right now at this point, FCAP comfortably ahead. They got a lead. They're building up on it. So for Blacklist International, we have to look at what's coming up here. That's that Lord fight. Because if they don't actually have a fight before then,
tak tahu kenapa dia tak nak pakai link sebab
Use the flicker to walk away. Ogwen will miss the AOG. It's going to be a matter of setup. So Blacklist continue to engage. They have 4 members up against 4 as well. Haji goes in for the recall. And okay, so the thing is, for Falcons AP Bren, they got what they wanted. An early game start. And if you have a Suyo in your team and you got the early game, chances are you're winning the game because of the fact that you can get neutral objectives a huge advantage solely because of your second skill and retribution combination. We've been talking about this yesterday. So at this point, if Falcons AP Bren continue to dominate, play it safe, play it disciplined enough, that they don't even need to go for those over-aggressive plays. The only thing that could beat Falcons AP Bren right now is if they make a really, you know, aggressive play that Blacklist manages to turn it around.
And if we're going to talk about turning things around for Blacklist International, it's all the itemization, right? The fact that they're down a few thousand gold, they can go ahead and try to catch up the best they can. It's good, Glowing Wand, Holy Crystal, and OHEB. He's going to be a big part of the damage profile later on. The biggest thing, though, too, is, again, counter-playing into the real-world manipulation that FCAP's going to be looking to set up. We've seen him do it multiple times now at this point. And so for Blacklist International, this is crucial because realistically, all this comes down to these objective fights. The Lord that's going to be up here in just a second. And even if they have a great initiation, they still got to withstand, you know, fighting into that box or possibly escaping it once it's set up and then re-engaging. That might be the best course of action.
MPL angkat tak tengok. Jadi kita tak tahu.
They're getting set up here. Interesting there.
Nak cakap betul kan, terus terang cakap tu yang Indo punya tu angkat tahu Onyx je. Tim lain angka tak kenal. Tak tahu.
Blacklist
tahu
gonna
Oni
do?
je.
What are they gonna look for here to deal
Sebab
with
angka
this?
tak follow dia orang punya MPL. Yang ni pun angka kali pertama.
Oh, a catch for
Oh.
Lord JM,
Oh.
serving it up to the
Oh.
Raging Sandstorm of Perks as they bring down Pio and Owen. Flapteasy forced to use the penalty zone to go in right after 3.
Tak ada skill,
Brilliant to
tak
make
ada
from
skill lah.
OHEV as they bring
Tak
down
ada skill
Flapteasy
lah.
as well. But they're going to counter-attack with a kill onto MP the
Yang ni
King.
MPL
So
PH pun
there's
angka
no
kali
jungler
pertama.
for Blacklist.
First time.
Falcons AP Bren lost 3, but they have Kyle Teasy. What's the play here for both of these teams?
Well, the play right now, I mean,
Fokusnya
you're
mestilah
down
angka fokus.
1-2.
Sebab angka tengok selalu angka tengok MPL ni kan, angka tengok dia orang punya positioning. Sebab angka memang tengok positioning, cara zoning.
Window of hope. Hold on, Kyle.
Hey, they go in right after Kyle Teasy commits the final slash, but he's able
Hidup
to
lagi.
escape. The
Hidup
mobility
lagi.
of the Suyu is just unmatched. As AOG casted by Ogwin to
Macam ni
bring
lah
down
main.
Perks. And now the advantage is on
Sekarang
to
yang
Falcons
kuat
AP
liquid
Bren.
ID dengan RRQ. Oh ya ke? Okay. Jadi Oni dah tak kuat dah.
Even with the mobility of Asuyo, that was still a great escape. And now this is probably going to give them a chance at taking this Lord here. The fact
Itulah,
that
nampak tak
Perks is
korang?
down unless
Jangan nafsu tau. Jangan nafsu. Bila nafsu macam tu lah jadi dia. Macam kat perk tu. Jangan nafsu. Main game ni jangan nafsu. Sabar. Jangan nafsu. Sabar je. Dapat. Tak dapat kita belah. Tak payah nak kejar sampai ujung dunia. Tak payah. Tak payah. Dia mati pun hidup balik lagi.
As Perks though trying to zone out Few. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Falcons.
Dah panas dah. AP Bren dah panas dah. Tak habis-habis lagi ni. Check my video. Kau bongok lah betul.
I don't think they liked that. They didn't like that score from game 1, and they came out ready to play for game 2. Quick adjustments, and that's going to be the Lord now finally secured for FCAP.
Game tadi warm up
to be on the defense here. Even when you look at
Yelah
it,
ni baru AP Bren. Tadi first game tu gila. Bayangkan 16-0. Tak pernah dapat tower, tak pernah dapat turtle.
They're going to be on the defense in the base.
Yeah.
They can go ahead, utilize the amount of utility they have.
Oni PH ada lagi ke? Ada. Next game, Joy. Next game pukul 7 nanti Oni main.
Actually, whoa. Flapteasy goes in right after 5 flickers out. A bit too deep there for the finals MVP of M5.
Oh, yang tu bot lah. Bot. Engkau ban, tak guna engkau ban pun dia akan tetap keluar lagi. Dia tetap keluar sebab dia fake account. Dia account tak betul.
But if Falcons AP Bren continue to make these kinds of risky plays and Blacklist punishes them, Blacklist again can still defend and continue to extend the game and might even win game number 2 as they work on the Lord
Sekuat Oni PH straight win akhirnya hilang straight dengan Omega. PH serang. Itulah. Jangan cakap tu. Engkau tengoklah tak. Dia kalah dengan Omega. Macam juga SRG. SRG kalah dengan MV. Tapi MV kalah dengan dengan tim yang tak kuat. So ni game lah. Ni macam mana pun dia tak game. So tak boleh buat silap. Engkau buat silap memang kena punish. Jangan buat silap je. Engkau buat silap tu kena punish tu. Dia tak tengok siapa kuat, siapa tak kuat. Ini tengok disiplin, semua disiplin.
Most of these fights and then Perks, you know, if he can get a great Raging Sandstorm off, then that will set them up for the fight.
Squad Blacklist kan?
Getting another item locked in here.
Sekarang Aurora. Tukar dah. Next game Onyx dengan Aurora main. Pukul 7 nanti. Yang ni semua best of 5. Best of 5. Sekarang 1-0. Disiplin dan otak. Yes, betul. Dan jangan nafsu. Kau tengok game kedua ni kan, sebab Blacklist dah menang first game kan. Jadi dia orang nafsu main macam ni lah. Jangan nafsu, sabar je. Sekarang dia disiplin balik. Bila disiplin balik barulah kau baru nak fokus. Dah lambat sikit dah. Jangan. Relax je korang. Relax je main. Ni bukan kalah mati. Yang ni upper bracket Siapa kalah ni akan turun ke lower bracket. Semalam pun dia kalah mati. Jadi Eko dengan Omega keluar. Dah tak ada dah. Hari ni punya ada satu lagi nyawa. Turun ke lower bracket.
vital to
Meta
your
goal lane
success.
fighter
And with that
macam
case,
beri
Falcons
kelebihan
AP Bren, they
late
do
game
have a
pada
lot more
enemy
a
MM
lot
goal
more
lane kan.
AoE
Anggap
crowd
betul
control.
betul.
That could be used
Untuk late game, tapi
especially when it
sekarang tu
comes to the
jarang
Lord
lah.
dances.
Jarang
So
late game lah.
Blacklist right now, they
Jarang.
actually are pressured to get the pickoffs, maybe
Silap
set up
AP
by
Bren ni
Haji
boleh
or by
comeback
Perks
ni
or
ke?
by Lord JM.
Betul.
Because if you're gonna go up against the lineup of Falcons AP Bren towards this Lord 5v5, regardless of what happens, you still have the Suyu that has a huge advantage.
Tapi
when it
masih
comes
lagi
to
lah.
retribution
Masih
second
kalah
skill
4
again
gol.
when securing
4 gol
neutral
pula.
objectives.
4,000. Nak masuk 5,000 kan ni.
Especially in this part of the game, but he does tend to fall off.
Tengok macam mana. Dia orang nak ambil lot ke nak team fight? Sini je dengan fikir.
Difficult for FCAP to go ahead and continue doing what they're
Onyx
doing
PH dah out belum? Onyx PH next game main next game Onyx PH Onyx PH dengan Aurora. Kau 7 nanti.
That's one of the great things about the Eve pick and why teams still
Ni
like to
baru
go
hari
for it.
kedua
So
dek.
you can see
Baru
some
hari
of these
kedua.
more defensive items being locked in by Blacklist. Haji picking up that brute
Kan
force.
AP Bren dengan Onyx nombor 1 2 kan. So dia orang dekat upper bracket. Yes, playoff hari kedua. Playoff hari kedua. Antara Blacklist dengan AP Bren sekarang.
The clock is ticking for
MP the
Blacklist.
King. MP the King. The King Kong.
Slow push ensuing onto the bottom lane. Falcons AP Bren can extend this Lord Dance and force a reaction from Blacklist, or they can go ahead and try to burst it down. Okay, they're gonna make Blacklist react though. Lord JM goes in with a final slash connecting onto two of the Raging Sandstorm. A lot of immortalities being popped here. Flap easy counterattack to the final. A penalty zone. Lord JM, everything.
Winter tu selamatkan dia orang. Nafsu. Winter tu selamatkan dia orang.
Initiation by Blacklist, but there you said it.
Kalah yang ni pergi lower bracket. Yes, betul betul.
They have a lot of kit to re-engage. They have
Siapa
the
kalah ni turun
economy
low
lead.
bracket.
Haji with the Crimson Beacon out. Will he be able to defend this though? There are a lot of minions up against 4 members. Look at Super Marco pushing with his Ammon
Boleh
Force.
ni.
They're clearing out the minions. Haji
Dapat
has no more chance to defend this. And we will go to a game number 3 because it's 1-1.
Tengok tiba-tiba kuat. Tiba-tiba kuat. Production team aku tampar korang kan. Buatlah kerja betul-betul. Macam tai korang ni. Nasib lah angka punya equipment banyak ni. Boleh naik turun cepat. Tiba-tiba meletup. Macam tu kuat. EV free hit per.
It's a 5-game series. I forgot.
Yeah, I was like, we're going to a game 3 no matter what.
Yes,
you know?
sir.
So, hey, let's go ahead and throw it over to Rock Hard and Leo. See if they're also excited that we have a game.
Thank you for the punch card.
Welcome back to the Infinix game, Tambayan.
Aduh.
1-1 is the score, and Blacks International suffer their first loss in all the playoffs.
It's a marksman. It's a 1-1.
Betul lah. Penat tau angka naik turun. Tengok. Tengok ni soft balik.
That's what it took
Geram. Geram betul.
to actually give Blacklist their first loss. An Eve, Asuyu, and Falcons AP Bren playing out of their mind. Game MVP there, of course, Super Marco, bulletproof performance for...
Dua-dua winter tadi. Dua orang kena sikat kan. Bila kena sikat tu winter terus dia orang.
Does Falcons AP Bren look like they're not comfortable in the skin being disciplined this way?
I mean, it does feel that way, right?
They wanted to be more aggressive, but Blacklist is forcing them to not.
That's why I was thinking, it was a pretty good, cool victory, but it wasn't easy.
Not at all.
It had to take Kyle TZ doing so much fancy footwork. It had to take basically Flap TZ sacrificing himself more than a few times.
Flap TZ
Right?
getting bodied.
Yes, and so far just pure coordination. They used the def box to its full extent here, and they were able to really get a big advantage early on. That's right. This is like 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that Blacklist actually fell for it. I mean, number one was never go in the def box.
Yeah.
But they still, I don't know, it felt like, we can take him. We can take him inside that def box. Let's fight. And they were really punished heavily for it.
Again, even in the regular season, as they were ramping up to the
AP Bren mod tengah sedap. Wonton keluar Pakio dengan Brody kot. Dua-dua idola jap dilawan. Demon Kite versus King Kong.
Went hard into it. Like right here, they fought into it.
That's how you
Playoff MY 31 hari bulan 31. Itu tengok momen tadi. Baik.
Stationary, so you try to kill her as quickly as possible. As our good friend Trex would say, just walk up and smack her.
Walk him and smack him.
But he said that about an Odette, but here in this case, it should be the same principle. But again, the way Few played this Eve, I retract my...
Production team, teruk lah, serious lah.
Yeah, but obviously, if you listen to what we were saying
Teruk
prior to
sangat.
the game, I like the Eve.
I mean, the Eve
I
doesn't have
blasted the Eve.
it has a bad record. I'm not gonna lie, right? I think you kind of know in the back of your mind that, oh my goodness.
Prediction
a team with
M6
an Eve.
PH versus
oh my goodness,
PH.
A team lost. Those are the correlations you have with an Eve.
Yeah, it's a
right?
bias.
So I understand it. I was actually having reservations as well. They just made it work so hard.
Thank you AP Bren bantai si MP King Kong. Tak suka dia sebab kuat sangat toxic dekat Malaysia.
So it's interesting that they were so confident in their own play that they went for it.
Nak MP King kalah. Thank you for the follow. Masih.
Marco, the assists on Ogwin, of course the amount of damage perks took, the damage that he dealt. Something to note, Flapped Easy. Did you see that he built a war axe?
So satu sama sekarang. Satu sama.
That gives you
Best
kind
of
of
five,
like
dia boleh jadi 3-2
amounts of damage and sustain
Suddenly.
as well. Yeah.
Is it just me because I don't see Rizzlas build war
I think
axes
most
at all.
Rizzlas do build into dominance more.
Dominance, Radiant, like all of the defensive items, because really your job as a Rizzla is the body and the
Stay
penalty
alive.
zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it kind of adds to the layer. I guess if you think about it, Few's just not quite enough here.
Yeah, they were sharing the damage dealing
The load,
and
yeah.
utility, which is interesting because maybe
Thank you for the follow. Masih. Saya fans SRG. Saya jumpy MP The King kalah 3-1. Tak payah tengok dah.
And you deal with that with the penetration that the war axe brings.
And again, it's not something that teams
Pakai
will expect.
jumpy pula
You're
kawan.
right. Teams will not expect to see Rizzla and see, oh my goodness, where's my HP? Why is this
Blacklist AP Bren
70%
on
already?
APH dan Aurora go to M6.
Number
Tak
5.
adalah.
Lowest for FCAP. But
Dua slot je kan?
When it needed the most.
2 slot ke 4 slot untuk Filipin? 2 slot kan?
So folks, if you would try to decide to build a war
Angka
axe
new
in a
system
ranked
matchmaking tu
competition,
start
or even in a
dekat
scrim in a
M6
tournament,
kan? Ya ke?
playing locally,
Yeah. Maybe.
think about, consider that. Consider
Matchmaking?
fighting against
Oh,
teams
engkau
that
cakap
play
format Format apa tu?
Especially a team that kind of just
Format
wants to stay alive, like this lineup
format
here.
tournament
If you look at Blacklist
Format
lineup,
tournament je.
it feels
Dia
like
orang
they
pakai
just don't wanna
format
die.
baru.
They wanna dash out, they
2
wanna
slot.
regen,
Filipin
they
2
wanna
slot, Malaysia 2
fight,
slot.
steal, sustain. Even their mage soaks up HP.
Format baru pun angka kurang faham sikit lagi. Angka nak cuba faham lagi. Sebab ramai orang tak faham juga format tu tau. Format baru tu. Format baru tu. Memang pening sikit. Pening sikit.
Falcons AP Bren's
Yang 2 slot.
if they could not kill Oheb,
Uh-uh.
and if the
2 slot.
snap
Hey,
of
thank you for the
Victor
follow.
burst coming in from the Suyo and Harith wasn't going to be enough,
Yeah,
they would fold the Oheb's Lunox.
didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Let's see what else we saw in that game as we throw over to Midnight.
Tengok kuat lagi.
Well, Falcons
Tengok.
AP Bren
Aduh.
equalizes the series against Blacklist.
Music pula kuat, cakap slow.
Ube strategy.
Eh.
Ano nga ba ito? Ating pag-usapan ni Sandaning. Ating analyst stand.
Sorry baru masuk. Satu sama. AP Bren 1. Blacklist International 1. Satu sama.
Objectives went to Falcons AP Bren. It was in their favor. Not because of Blacklist's lack of contention capability, but because of the power spike and the timings of the composition of Falcons AP Bren. Makikita natin na by the 5th minute mark, nandun na yung aggression ng Falcons AP Bren. It was continuous from their side. It was because of the timings of
Tengok
both
game kali
the
ni,
Suyu
stop
and
case dulu.
Harit. Lumabas
Case apa?
yung kanilang objective taking capability. Ang Zaman
Ya,
Force,
yang
they
ada
have the
nabuang
damage
asap
output
je.
as well. And Blacklist International, all they had was the early game alpha jungling speed. After that, they didn't have enough catch. They didn't have enough team fight power to fend off against Falcons AP Bren. That's why you see the tower takes and the turtle takes continuously
Okay.
come out of Falcons AP
See you
Bren.
soon, case
And
dulu.
nag-snowball na rin yung
Apa
kanilang
tu,
gold dito. Every
meta.
minute nadadagdagan
Meta.
sila ng 500 to 800
Meta.
gold in terms of their network. Now looking at the item progression here,
Meta
you can
repeat.
see na
Bukan
si
meta
Oheb,
meta
he
pause,
rushed
meta
the
repeat.
Holy Crystal
Echo dah
to
balik ke?
have the damage output
Echo dengan
necessary
Omega,
to take
bye-bye.
on the heroes on the side of Falcons AP Bren. But when the time came for both Suyu and Harith to get their
Ya,
items.
sebab
Both the
tim-tim
starting
luar
side, Venom
khususnya
Heaven,
PH
as
ID
well as the
gila-gila.
Counter-Strike and Blade of Heptasis.
Tapi
Doon natin
angka pun
nakita yung
tadi cakap kan,
pagkakasangka or yung
sebab
group
tim
up
Malaysia
potential
sekarang
or
ni
group up
dah makin
capabilities
meningkat tau,
for the
dah
side
makin
of
meningkat.
Falcons
So,
AP Bren.
so
Continuously
kita
moving
kita kena
around the
yakin lah.
score
Kita boleh,
with
kita yakin,
Flap
kita
Easy
boleh. Kat
Q
M6 nanti
initiate-
baru
initiating
ada
the
lawan
team fight
sebenar
and the
SRG
engage
nanti.
from open.
Mm-mm.
It really allowed
Kalau
Falcons
final AP Bren dengan
sort of
Echo,
deal with the lineup
selalu
of
final
Blacklist International. Also
Angka cakap lah sebab game ni pun ni game kan. So susah kita nak predict tau. Susah kita nak predict.
against the Lunox and the Zushin
Tak
pickup
semestinya
of
orang yang
Blacklist
kuat akan
International.
menang tau.
Smart choices, and also
Ini semua
smart
mental
movement,
game tau.
smart
Main
moves
mental
as well
game
from
tu.
the side of
Mental
Falcons
game.
AP Bren, and was really what
Bila
allowed them
mental
to
kau
win
kuat
versus
kan,
Blacklist
akan menang,
International.
akan menang.
Before we move on to game number 3,
Saya ingat
let's
AP
talk to
Bren
one
kat
of the players of Falcons AP
final
Bren.
hampir tak adalah di
Nasolve
OG.
namin
Apa
ngayong
sama
regular
Malaysia
season
lewat
is
nak
yung
start
pagiging
playoff.
kampante
Sebab
namin
masa
kasi
M6
parang
sampai
nasa isip namin
risau
lagi
play
na
team.
walang makakatalo sa amin, ganun.
Tak tahu lah.
Pangit naman yung ganun. Kaya yun, inalis na namin yung ganung mindset at mas
Sebab
nag-focus
tu
kami sa sarili namin.
regular season
and
pun baru
as a
habis
team
kan. So
kasi
cuti 2 minggu.
nangyari na rin to dati. And
Playoff,
alam na
31
namin kung
hari
paano
bulan.
lagpasan yung mga problema namin.
Sebab banyak tournament lagi. Besok ada Hotlink Uni Legend. Uni Legend punya tournament. Besok angka buat live juga.
Into this best of 5 belly up. Just, a rude awakening with that 1-0, but now we're sitting at 1-1. Back to that gold lane matchup, the bulletproof performance by Marco, a deathless Harith. Is
Aku
that the key?
harap Selangor juara
Do you
lagi.
make
Oh ya
sure
ke?
that
Eh
everything
guys,
that's
cepat-cepat
happening
screenshot
on
guys.
the map is
Cepat-cepat screenshot.
just
Nah, nanti SRG
much
menang kita serang
so that
rumah ni. Kita
Blacklist
serang.
can
Kita cari
bear
sampai
down
ke
on
lubang
Marco?
cacing. Cari
I think
mana
it-
berada
I think
ni
it's part
duduk.
that, right? It's
Kita serang
partly
kat
it.
rumah dia.
Because this is Marco that this is the
AP Bren dah
stat
puas,
line of
kita
Super
menang.
Marco that we all know. He's supposed to go bulletproof, right? This is why he's called bulletproof. And I think it boils down to what Falcons AP Bren should actually do, and kind of similar to what Flap TC said. Just go back to where you were. I guess you kind of just fell into a trap that you felt kind of like a Titan. You're up in the clouds. You don't have a care in the world. People were just attacking your feet, but then you realize they got wires going up on you
They
now.
got 3D maneuvering
3D
gear.
maneuver gears, and that's not cool.
Next
so,
thing you know, they're in your neck and just
so I guess the trick here is to go back to human form and level with people. Sorry,
There's no going to human form.
what is it?
As far as people are concerned, Titans are a force of nature that live outside the walls of your city.
Are they not humans? If
Anyone
once you
who
turn,
hasn't seen Season 2 onwards wouldn't know that.
oh, I'm
Menang
sorry.
M6 lah. Kalau MPL tu dah
Alright,
sah
so
menang.
anyways.
Yalah,
I
M6
thought they
tu.
were-
Kita cakap
That's
M6
true,
M6
right?
lah
They
ni.
just go back to-
Kita tuntut
become human.
brother
Understand
Hidayat
this is a level playing
Aminodi.
field and very
Aminodi.
world-class
Ha.
athletes that you have to compete against.
Thank you for the
Kita serang
clarification.
rumah dia. Dia tak
Oh,
open
do you
house.
wanna
Kita
give a shout
masuk,
out to
kita
our Beggar
openkan dia.
streamers who are
Kita
live on
openkan
their
house dia.
channels,
All right.
Restreaming the MPL Philippines Season 14 Playoffs. Catch them, and don't forget to give them a follow for more quality MLBB content.
Yeah, we know who you guys are right there. Especially
Ramai
on
ni.
YouTube,
300 lebih orang kat sini. Meletup rumah awak.
Mega.
Streamers.
You're ultra. There's some ultra.
Yeah.
There's some hyper. You know, just you know who you are. You guys are cool people.
Infinite
Infinite
restreamers.
reach. Alright.
MP King tu jangan sekali dibilang link. Dia cukup bayar. Tapi tadi tu ada link. Dia tak pakai. Ada link dia tak pakai. Dia pakai alpha.
Do the Super Marco. Pose with a charge up.
It's an eye pose.
That's the best I can go. Here we go. Let's try. No, with the mouth, sir.
And
With the
open
mouth.
your-
Open the mouth. There you go.
There you
Tilt
go.
your head slightly forward.
Ah.
All right. Who's next?
He smiled a little
Who's
bit.
next?
Who's next? Who's next?
And
Who's
we're looking for a
next?
worthy challenger.
Oh.
Brody's gonna do it.
Maybe don't go for the Brody.
And-
That's not the pose we're looking for.
No, Marco. Oh, wow.
All right. One more.
One more.
What?
Oh! And
Who won?
he's back.
Bro, stop teleporting. This is not a TP back.
He's doing the skin.
He's doing the TP.
You're gonna
skin.
lose that way. Don't do that.
Yes.
At least do that part.
This guy's winning. This
All
guy's
right.
winning.
I think he should win.
There you go. He won.
That's our win.
There you go.
Brody wasn't following the rules, dog.
Brody, come on.
Brody, shame on you.
Listen to the. You're not listening, Brody.
I mean, he's in the game, so I guess he just.
He's in the he's in a league of his own, I guess.
He's a world champion.
He's a
skin.
world champion skin.
Alright.
Can't beat that.
All in consideration.
Can beat that.
Talking about Blacklist, what they gotta do to recover, because again, momentum swings over the Falcons AP Bren. This is, just to put into context, Blacklist's first game loss in the whole playoffs.
That's right.
So now for the first time, they have to go back to the drawing board, back into their huddle, and say, now what?
Maybe we have to redo something. Or maybe they can just try again. Some teams do that.
Yeah,
Some
for
teams
sure.
go for like the redraft, like Super Blitz draft. You know what? Gentleman's agreement, fight with me. Come at me, bro.
But knowing Blacklist, they're likely to just
Tapi MPL dia orang kalau nak tengok kena bayar. Kalau Malaysia free je tak silap.
Which is something that they've been working on for the regular season. And I think they have found it.
And they got to do that from red because Falcons AP Bren picked blue.
Tapi tiket
and
pun
because of what
tak
happened
mahal
in
lah.
game
Tiket
one,
tak mahal.
They now just have a 67% win rate.
Dah berapa? Satu sama. Satu sama.
65%
Tengok
side
tengok atas tu ada tulis satu sama.
Still pretty darn high.
Okay, so
considering.
A red side Blacklist yesterday played
Kedudukan satu sama. Satu sama. Blacklist International satu, AP Bren satu.
Hylos Alpha Aurora.
Best of 5 best of 5.
So
Tak apa.
Here's my read. To be able to switch
Sebab screen pun banyak lagi kan. Screen besar kan. Jadi kadang-kadang orang tak perasan. Dah lah barang tu kecil.
4JM on CC is it's something. It's really something that you don't really expect that much. And for the most XP laners here as well,
Hati-hati dengan tim Fireflux. Dia orang dah semakin kuat dari yang dulu. Fireflux mana?
If they go for the CC, they will dominate at least the laning phase.
Yeah, but it's not just the CC.
Negara mana?
I'm saying change the priorities that the XP lane has to do, and reallocate the priorities.
Reallocate.
So in this case, since the CC was kind of a little off.
Turkey. Fireflux Turkey. Okay. Alright. Alhamdulillah lah aku dapat tiket early bird M6. Mantap. Sebab hari tu kan bila dia open tiket tu kan, sekejap je hilang. Bukan hilang, sekejap je habis. Laju. Memang fast hand.
Haji Val, block out the Edith because you are on the Val.
Edith, by the way, surprising we haven't seen it today so far.
Ain't nobody care about Edith no more.
Interesting.
I saw Edith cry in a corner in the bathroom.
Oh my goodness, really?
I hope
she's okay.
I wasn't in the ladies' bathroom. I just heard.
Someone was
Edith's
crying in the voice line of Edith.
Yeah. So yeah, again, Edith is seemingly going the road of Roger. Edith is going down the road of Zask. These are heroes that were big in the first half of the regular season, but now they're about an empty husk of what they were.
Yeah, but it feels like it's still pretty much on the table.
Yeah.
I believe it's a big playing field for Edith. On Rome, Hylos just gets
Hylos Gatot
picked
these
up.
are your
Yeah,
heroes now.
over
Where
and
is
over
the
again.
Cho? Where is the Cho? Does Perks have a Cho in him? Tigreal.
Tapi besok angka tak stream besok bukan tak stream. Besok angka tak stream MPL PH. Besok angka stream yang Uni Legend yang Malaysia punya tournament tu. Uni Legend tournament yang apa tu yang organize dari Hotlink. Sebab kita nak streamer kita disuruh support yang Malaysia punya. Nantilah tengok break time tengah-tengah tu angka boleh slot sikit lah slot sikit masuk MPL PH lepas tu pergi balik kat situ. Kalau SRG champion M6 negara sudah tak boleh cari makan dah. Tengoklah dia orang ni taja Infinite sebab tu mewah cantik gila.
We haven't seen a Fanny come out yet.
Tapi cantik lah Infinite punya dia punya angka bukan Android user tapi angka tengok dia punya corak tu suka tau dengan color chrome. Angka suka color chrome. Cantik tau.
Nolan even. We got one more ban for Coach Bon. And there's the Moskov. So that leaves Soyo open.
And lo and behold, it's not going to get picked up right away.
So they're baiting out the Suyu.
And you know what? We were talking about this before the season started. MP the King feels like he is the prime Suyu player.
Is it though? Because he still has all of the
so many stuff. Bane.
That, but hey. But also Alpha.
Alpha's too good. They've been winning with it.
Dude, Alpha is 2024 Blacklist's Fredrin on Wise.
Right.
Like if it's open, just put it on him.
So because of that,
For
like,
better or for worse.
Tapi
you know?
McDonald
because of that,
sedap
we
nak masuk
probably
juga.
won't see it, but
Hey, thank you for the
apparently it's
follow.
Here we go.
Wow.
All right. So they're not a. It's not as simple. It's not as simple, Rockhard. So now they finally get it. This is MP the King's first Suyu game, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe,
he played
yes.
the Ling.
Yeah.
Game 2, he played the Alpha. So here
3
we go.
games alpha in the previous series.
Correct.
So this is the first Suyu for MP, and I'm excited. It fits his personality so much.
That's right. His mechanic, his aggression.
Here's the
Rockhard,
Fanny!
You were looking for a Fanny, and here's a Kyle Teasy's old flame, the Fanny, alongside the Vixana.
I love it.
Which is good against the Khalid, which I would assume is the Roam.
Yeah, if the Kali's just gonna stand there and regen his HP with quicksand guard, might as well throw a big boy at him.
Yep, XP.
Bukan ulangan, ni live. Game ketiga. Game ketiga. Best of 5. Best of 5
We're gonna try to roam as early as we can.
Yang ni MPL PH, bukan MPL Malaysia. MY tu playoff belum lagi. Playoff 31 hari bulan.
Yeah, and you don't expect the Valentina here. Not to mention you can ban it out.
MPL
if you really wanna deny
Philippines.
the Netherrealm.
Yeah, but there is
Filipin dah playoff. Hari ni hari kedua playoff Filipin. Malaysia belum lagi. Malaysia 31 hari bulan ni, hujung bulan ni.
Beautiful move here, coming in from Blacklist.
There's Edith. Again, the punish in the Valentina's not here, so she's still a good hero. It's a little tight for the Edith.
At least still getting banned out. People still think about her.
She gets her respect.
Yeah, get some of those letters.
So here's the Nolan ban. Of course, we're closing
Alright.
down.
Choose my own
You know what,
path.
Rockhard? This has got to be a Harith or a Lunox ban.
Coming in this
Yang ni
last
upper
one,
bracket
Cap.
Upper bracket tu AP Bren dengan Onyx.
Know that
AP Bren dengan
once
Onyx
Moab
upper
gets in
bracket.
comfort
Nanti
mode,
pukul 7 Onyx
he's
main
just-
dengan
he's just
Aurora.
automatic. He just does what needs to be
Siapa
done.
kalah game ni
So,
akan turun ke
you're
lower
right.
bracket.
Just try to remove
Semalam
that,
punya
try to remove
kalah
his
mati.
comfort mode
Semalam
as
Onyx
possible.
dah keluar.
Me
Onyx sorry.
personally, I would have done
Eko
three marks
dengan
of ban, three
Omega dah
goalie
akan keluar.
bans here.
Dah tak ada dah.
Cap,
Dua orang tu dah
try and
tak ada.
cover their bases.
Dua team tu
Love
tak
the
ada.
high-loss ban, so I won't complain.
You just had to ban the high loss.
Had to, yeah.
This is so much. All right, what's the call?
Phew.
It's the take reel instead. They're allowing any of them, and they're still open to the fact that maybe this Khalid ain't going to the Rome. Phew. On his longevity, as long as anyone believes in me, I will keep playing. I'm gonna
Dekat
show
sini
them
nama dia Pew
that their trust
Dekat Malaysia ni
is
caster
not
panggil dia
going to
Pew
waste.
Pew Pew
That's
Pew.
a
Pew Pew
statement
Pew
he
Pew
made
Pew.
that he
Nama Pew Pew lah.
paraphrased
Sebenarnya memang Pew
As long as someone believes, any single person believes in me.
I believe it.
That's like such an anime protagonist thing to say.
Yep.
Love it.
I mean,
He is. He is an
He's a
anime
living
protagonist.
legend. He's a protagonist. Like, name me anyone who hates Pew.
Nah.
Nobody.
Nobody hates
Nobody.
you. Anyone in the comment section who does that, we're gonna have to talk.
Here's a count check for Khalid. One per side, and there's the Cho, which telegraphs the Khalid go to the XP.
Yeah, you were looking for it. And there's a show.
You gotta pick someone to catch the fan, you know?
That's true. Again, that's something. That's a pitfall that some teams have actually
MP the King tu player Myanmar. Apa tu see you soon
You
kan.
know what? Yeah, we don't
Tapi
care. We're not gonna
dia-
pick a proof for
dia
no,
kan Filipin.
No need for Kaja, no need for Cho.
Rockard, you Melissa here. To mess
MP the
up
King kan
the
Filipin.
enemies.
Dia import kan, import player kan.
Or is it too
Kau tak
late?
silap angka dah.
Melissa can.
Tapi dia memang main see you soon lah. Dia dulu main see you soon.
What do you call this?
Masa MSC tu.
Suyo, so
But you can go away. You can protect yourself.
you can go away for sure. So, it's up to Super Marco.
Does he
How
have a
confident is he?
Melissa?
Melissa's the safe route. Honestly, I don't know if they're gonna go
AP
Brody.
Brain kalah game 3.
It's Claude.
Claude.
Alright.
Well, it does the same. I mean, Blazing Duet.
Eko tak lepas. Semalam Eko kalah dengan Aurora 3-2.
Yeah, same with Melissa. You want a blazing duet.
Close fight lah. Dia close fight. Kalah.
Yep.
And just make sure that your teammates can fight through that shield.
Now what's Oweb the pick? He has anything from
Oh, dia
Bulldogs
bukan
to
Myanmar lah
Alex.
ya. Cuma tim see you soon. Yelah, kalau tak silap angka tu dia Filipin.
I like the Ruby pick.
MP the King ni orang Filipin.
Messes up the
Sekejap, kita check.
And
Kita
it
check.
denies it for OM.
Kita confirm balik. Saya bila tengok balik angka macam pernah jumpa lah time ESL time tu. ESL tak adalah.
Stands there.
Really good, really good. That's again, that's a reaction.
ESL?
Pick,
Apa tu
but it works for the slot. So why
ESL tu
not?
apa benda?
Lunox is looking like really good, but the Harif, of course. As usual, we'll forget about the Harif.
Because again, you're reading into the Khalid XP.
MP.
So you put the hero that can just mess up that quick sand
MP the king.
Okay, Harif is pretty good. I'll say, you know what, Blacklist
Betul lah.
pretty solid
MP the
lineup.
king,
Pretty
Philippine.
few holes on it.
MP the king orang Filipin. Tapi dia dulu memang thank you for follow. Tapi dia memang main dengan main dengan Siu Sun dulu. MP the king orang Filipin. Thank you for the follow. Snapdragon kot. Apa yang Snapdragon? Ya, dia memang PH tu. Siapa jangkaan menang PH ni Angga? Angga rasa AP Bren. AP Bren akan menang. Thank you. Thank you, Gara. Thank you for the victory
It's
na.
going to be dependent on the setup.
Enough yapping. Let's throw it over to our casters to bring us the action for Game 3.
Alright.
And now it's time
Game
for
ketiga.
our time to yap.
Game ketiga.
I'm on that train too. There's
Thank you for the follow.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Tengok kuat pula.
I would say.
Pening lah. Pening lah. Buat kerja betul-betul lah. Production team. Gila. Kejap kuat, kejap soft. Pening kan kau tahu.
You know what? Now, for this game, when we look at the lineups that are for game number 3, I like both of them because they also
AP Bren menang.
solve the issue that maybe some of them had in game 1, game 2.
Aku tak tengok dia punya draft lagi tadi. Hai Meow. Sama tim dengan Diablo. Diablo kan Singapura.
Okay, so now the thing is for Blacklist, they know that Kyle TZ has his Fanny, so there's this temptation, especially that they have the Cho and the Khalid, to invade early on. Not just to, steal the orange or purple buff, but just to really try and
Angga tengok draft dulu.
the farming pattern of Kyle TZ and give a lot of information for MP the King, especially because it aids the early game of Suyu if he has a lot of information gathered by Perks.
Yang ni AP Bren dengan Blacklist International.
Anytime you obviously have the Fanny on the lineup, you've got to kind of take care of it, take care of the buffs, make sure all those.
Dia bekas satu tim dengan Innocent kalau tak silap. Ya ke?
And that's really just scale out of his mind.
Sebenarnya Angka baru masuk scene MPL ni jugalah. Ni kira season pertama Angka.
This is exactly what I was talking about.
Season pertama Angka.
Hey, first blood. Go to the hands of Kyle TZ there.
Jadi banyak tim Angka tak kenal lagi.
So right now,
hey, thank you for the follow.
Kyle TZ wants to. Oh wait a minute. Okay, they're going right after Flap TZ. Early on, but Kyle TZ swings in.
MP the King.
And Few will take him down. That's 2 kills.
Lain macam je.
So this is a good start for Kyle TZ because the last time that we
Jauh
saw
beza game pertama dengan game kedua, tiga ni.
2 members of the agents are here working on Lord JM. Gonna bring it down once again. A few picks
Siapa
up the
menang ni?
second kill.
Dia tak tahu lagi Dia tak tahu siapa menang lagi. Sekarang tu satu sama. AP Bren 1, Blacklist International 1. Best MPL PH ni Angka banyak yang power. Angka tahu memang Filipin memang power. Memang tahu. Itu tadi orang cakap Angka fokus sangat. Memang Angka nak fokus sebab Angka nak tengok dia orang punya rotation. Tengok Angka selalu tengok atas tu kan. Angka tengok map tu. Tengok dia orang punya cara zoning, cara sorok, duduk mana, cara setup. Barang-barang ni Angka belajar. Lepas tu bawa masuk dalam ring. Bukan hero apa dia orang pakai. Kita jangan tengok hero apa dia orang pakai.
Haji with another realm trying to save Perks. But Flap TZ goes in from the back line. LG will be casted but will be evaded by Perks and Suyu. MVP King gets the
Dah. Bet. Cukup. Jangan nafsu. Okay, kita masuk rank, kita jangan pakai meta ni. Sebab meta ni untuk team tu. Kita tak boleh pakai meta ni. Kita kena pakai, kita main rank sebab kita main public kan. Lain kalau awak ada team sendiri bolehlah cuba meta ni. Tapi kalau awak solo ke, janganlah. Jangan. Hero tu tolak tepi. Yang kita nak belajar tu zoning. Macam mana nak halau, macam mana nak setup. Itu yang kita tengok. Berapa dah? Satu sama. Dia dapat tak tahan nak war. Inilah kesilapan kebanyakan orang. Suka sangat. Lepas turtle nak war, lepas lord nak war, engkau fikir mana ada skill set lagi. Farm je. Lepas dapat tu belah, sudah. Angkat AP Bren.
For Ogwen, that was one of the most obvious catches that we know is gonna happen. But
Live ke ni? Ya. Yang ni live.
Gets a kill onto Haji.
Whew, that's really tough to deal with when you have that much burst, you know, because that's one of the great things about having a Fanny. Like, you don't know.
Lagi better war dengan bini. Tahu tak apa.
So that's the call signal that goes to Kaltizi, shows up in the mid lane. And what I was going to say about Perks is he's got to be able to find vision, provide that, but
AP Bren dengan Onyx lah. Sekarang ni nak kata top apa tu, top Philippine kan. Antara dua tu. Tapi AP Bren lagi top lah, lagi top daripada Onyx. Dari segi prestasi lah kita cakap prestasi lah. Tapi season ni susah nak cakap Season ni pelik-pelik.
Manages to survive. That's a good initiation from Falcons AP Bren, forcing out Blacklist. Okay, 2 ults, but Perks is still here. They want to go right after KalTZ. Lord Game goes in with the Sandstorm, but KalTZ answers right back with a cutthroat onto Perks.
Apa maksud makro? Makro mikro. Makro mikro. Banyak orang dulu selalu cakap makro mikro. Makro mikro.
A 1-for-none trade. And Blacklist still got the turtle.
Yeah, you gotta give it up. MP the King, despite all that chaos, goes in, gets the turtle. Those were 2 pretty big ultimates though used earlier on against Perks before the turtle was actually committed to. So
PH setiap season dia improvement. MY je kurang sikit. Tapi MY dah improve dah Sekarang MY dah improve dah. Memang dah improve. Improve banyak dah Malaysia. Malaysia memang improve banyak. Kalau kita sokong AP Bren dah macam kita sokong ada sebab dia orang ni arat tu apa benda? Arat. Makro dengan mikro tu maksud dia dengan personal kita punya cara kita main tu technical dengan mental otak Arab, okay. Adab tu orang kata tak tahu. Arab tak tahu apa tu Arab.
IOG, I am offended. There's literally no escape for Perks during that time. Got bursted
late game sakit ni Blacklist. Tapi sekarang punya game jarang lah. Jarang late game lah. Jarang sangat late game. Tapi kita tengok game ni macam akan late game Game ni macam akan sampai late game sikit. Walaupun 7 kill tapi baru 1006 je. 1006 beza dia. Jadi sekali je. Sekali boleh turn back dah. Katot season ni banyak orang pick. Bukan dekat tournament je. Gatot. Dekat rank pun banyak orang pick. Sebab dia memang OP. Kan kena makin OP tu. Tak mati-mati. Nyawa dia lagi rendah lagi lah kuat. Lagi rendah lagi kuat tau.
Is that MP the King continuing to get these neutral objectives, two turtles under his name. We'll see if that's the same result for this turtle take.
Yeah, they're gonna fight for Blacklist getting in position. Couple shots from Super Marco.
Time macam ni lah aku suka tengok tau. Tengok macam mana dia orang zoning, macam mana dia orang halau. Tak kena. Habis. Dia orang tunggu je.
BlapTZ as KalTZ gets the turtle, but Blacklist wants to counter engage here. Here comes the Nether plus the Raging Sandstorm. They're going to bring down BlapTZ. Perks with the kick onto Super Marco, but Marco stays alive and bulletproof as Falcons AP Bren need to retreat.
Nak lagi.
Goes in after Pew and brings him down, but a killing spree coming in from KalTZ as he also brings down Haji.
Yeah, at least Blacklist will get something out of that.
Chow tu yang susah.
There was a response there too, though, but FCAP also got that turtle, so still,
tengok dapat turtle sama juga 1000 lagi maintain.
Trying to get themselves to be in a fighting position for the Lord. You've only got the Starlium Scythe in the Feather Heaven right now for Oheb. He's got to go ahead and continue to farm up. He's not too far behind Super Marco, so that's okay, but you can see Super Marco.
Bang tak live ke? Yang ni bukan live ke? Ni kan tengah live. Hilang macam tu je. Hilang macam tu je. Ni tengah live ni. Ni bukan playback. Ni live. Hey, thank you Gara. Thank you for the Ross. Aku boleh buka kedai besok. Jual Ross.
the last Fanny game of Kyle TZ.
Yeah.
There were a lot of almost kills. I know he ended the game 1-0-4 despite this amazing
Uncle face
heroics.
review.
As Perks and Oheb trying to defend their tier 1 tower.
Face review. Uncle punya cam kan dekat bawah. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Pilot. Thank you for the follow.
They ended that game, the last Fanny game, 1-0-4. They won.
Yeah.
Luckily, because Super Marco was Super Marco, doing just Marco things. This time, he's starting out strong, 4-0-2.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Putra. Betul-betul berkicap nak lawan ni. Oh, hui. Padam macam tu.
That's a
Padam macam tu.
Finals MVP. Good kill onto Oheb. AOG casted perfectly to bring down the Filipino sniper.
Before that all broke out, what I was going to say is, you know, Kyle TZ, the reason why he's having this kind of game on the Fanny is because,
hey, thank you,
again,
Dean.
his
Thank you for the
instincts are really
follow.
good, but also just the vision that FCAP's providing him, whether it's Ogwen or even Flap. The fact that he's just been roaming around for the most part
Uncle marah?
is
Marah apa?
so pivotal to make this work. And this
Hey,
is
thank you
gonna
for
be
the
a
follow.
difficult
Uncle
Lord.
marah dengan
Blacklist
production
actually
team
wants to
dia.
contest this. It looks like
Kejap
they do
kuat,
have
kejap
help
soft,
right
kejap
now.
kuat, kejap soft.
Lord
Penat.
JM a part of the fight
Penat
as well.
Uncle naik turun, naik turun
Pressing
tu.
forward.
Oh, Ogwen goes in,
Thank you guys, thank you follow. Siapa dapat? Siapa dapat? Siapa dapat? Siapa dapat? Oh, MP the King dapat. Dah.
In exchange for Perks, and that was a well worth it trade
Dapat tu
for Blacklist.
dah.
Yeah, that's a trade for them. And even so,
Follow back ada syarat ke? Uncle memang jarang follow back lah. Jarang. Kenapa nak follow back?
For FCAP, they'll continue to at least get some turrets if they can. They got to deal with this. They'll clear it out.
Uncle pun paksa tak, Uncle pun tak paksa siapa-siapa follow Uncle tu. Tapi kalau orang rasa Uncle punya live tu ada manfaat bagi korang, follow. Itu terima kasih sangat.
You know, merely nothing. They might get a turret, maybe the mid lane tier 1 if they can, but expect FCAP to hold on to as much as they can.
Ui, 5 orang.
Super Marco, he's at the point where, you know, he can do things really well with just the Blaze.
Thank you, Akim. Thank you for the follow.
Will go down. Lord's already worked on. So Blacklist, what else can they take from this? And this is where, Ingan, we start to see that transition here where these gold laners are going to be also very crucial this. You can see
Buat streaming live MPL luar ni. Tapi bukan semua orang dapat Dia macam kena ada lesen. Dia kena ada lesen. Angka kenapa muda lagi? Angka nak muda, angka dah 46 tahun lah. 46 tahun. Mana ada muda? Tak payah nak bodek-bodek. Tak payah bodek-bodek. Angka tak ada diamond nak bagi. Tak ada diamond nak bagi. Thank you for the follow. Tak payah bodek-bodek. Pergi jauh. Tak payah bodek-bodek. Tak ada diamond. Muda.
But he's gonna lock onto Oheb, and Oheb alone. Might go for MP the King if ever there's Lord objectives. But we've seen this yesterday with a lot of Fanny plays, how Hayabusa plays wherein the jungler during a big clash just literally goes for the gold.
Thank you for the kentutnya.
Their job's done. If they can go for more kills, great. But if they take
masuk. Flip. Dia tiba-tiba masuk macam tu.
But Oheb's gonna fall down. View as well. The clash is still going. How easy goes for another kill. Bring down Perks in exchange for Flap TZ this time. Owen still here. Super Marco as well goes in with the BMI.
Nampak macam 26. Tak payah Fidaus. Angka dah cakap, angka tak ada diamond nak bagi. Tak payah nak bodek-bodek korang. Tak payah nak bodek-bodek. Katizi tak tekan retry. Masa tu kalau dapat lot dah.
Great play once again from Blacklist. Look at Kyle.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Aussies.
Goes in for the cutthroat, but MP the King able to sustain that though.
Tak, dia macam
he was in his immortal state.
Flip TZ kan? Flip TZ pula. Kau TZ ni macam personal dengan MP the King tau. Macam personal tau. Macam personal dia orang.
You can see those windows for Blacklist International. They're there. The fighting potential is there as well.
Tapi bila main game Mobile Legends ni jangan personal guys. Bila kau main personal kan, kau akan kena punish je. Kena punish tu. Jangan personal sebab kau terlampau fokus. Terlampau fokus nak apa tu? Nak makan dia. Nak makan dia terlampau tu macam tu kau akan kena makan balik.
Okay, beautiful winter crown play coming in from Super Marco. Will he be able to evade the potential?
MP the King.
Falcons AP Bren, but swinging with his KO. Gonna bring down MP the King. Says hello as well.
Kena punish.
JM has to retreat here. And you thought when Super Marco was in trouble, don't forget He's bulletproof.
Itu yang kau cakap, jangan personal sangat. Bila personal kan, kau akan kena punish tu. Main je, main macam biasa je. Rasanya dia nak menyelah by one.
Jungle still down for Blacklist International, so they're going to try to delay this the best they can. I don't know if they just want to give this up.
Kaltizi working on Lord J. Quick sand guard is there. And still no MP the King. A conceal coming in from Falcons AP Bren. Ogwen, will he be able to catch him? But I'm offended. Kaltizi tries to zone out Perks. Here comes Haji.
Kaltizi dapat.
Kaltizi gets the Lord. Might be able to take down Perks as well. Super Marco!
Hey, thank you for the follow. Ni dong paksa ni, bukan dia nak war. Ni dong paksa. Paksa war. Tengok. Tengok MP the King. Personal. Engkau nak personal balik, kena makan. 2, 3, 1. Bagi mati banyak lagi Kal.
No sir, you're not. I'll catch you. Again, it was a good attempt.
Kena makan balik.
Blacklist really was trying to delay that Lord. Just maybe another, couple seconds than MP. But it was unfortunate. They did not buy enough time. They tried even with the Raging Sandstorm from Lord JM. But FCAP played around that really well, and now they'll get a ton of turrets and space to work around this.
Ni dah jauh dah ni.
So Blacklist will go ahead.
6,000 dah. 6,000 dah ni.
They're going to try to hold on to as many base turrets as they can, but it's whittled down already in the mid lane.
Super Marco manages to get another inhibitor down bottom. So 1 inhibitor turret left for Blacklist. They do have a turret up top.
Tak, kita nak personal dengan dia tak ada masalah. Tapi bila dalam game tu, itu jangan. Kita okey.
Has been building up all throughout the years.
Tapi so far lagi okey lah ni. So far lagi dia orang okey lah. Tapi jauh beza tau. First game. Tengok first game korang tengok first game. Gila. First game kena bantai kau-kau.
For the front line of FCAP, whether that's going to be a taunt with the Unbreakable or a pull from Ogren.
Maaf tanya, kenapa ramai sangat tak suka MP? Angka pun tak tahulah sebab tapi kalau kau tengok betul-betul muka dia kan, kerek tau. Muka dia macam kerek tau. Walaupun angka tak kenal dia, tak kenal sangat dengan dia, tapi bila tengok muka dia kan macam tak sedap nak tengok tau. Macam rasa dia punya tahulah. Dia punya muka-muka kerek tu. Muka macam muka sorang belagak tu. Mungkin itulah dia punya muka macam tu kot. Tapi orang dia mungkin tak macam tu. Angkat tak tahulah. Sebab MP hina tim Malay lemah di MSC hari tu. Oh ya ke? Angkat tak tahu. Angkat tak tahu. Angkat tak tahu hal ni. Tapi angkat tengok. Mati lagi. Mati lagi MP. Hidup ah? Hidup ke mati? Hidup lagi dia. Hidup lagi. Tangkap. Tangkap. Tak dapat lari. Tak dapat lari. Tak dapat lari. Tak dapat lari. Habis lah ni. Ni 4 orang ni. 4 orang ni.
You can't catch this wave, buddy.
Main kejar-kejar pula dia orang. Ya live. Ini live. Main kejar-kejar dengan dia. Oh head macam tak boleh dalam game ni. Main. Tengok kejar lagi. Mati juga akhirnya. Tak. Hidup lagi dia.
Lesson learned, guys. Don't chase a Khalid.
MP taking see you soon. Dulu dia main see you soon masa MSC. Angka selalu main role apa? Angka mid laner.
Evolve now as well. They hold on to that one turret. Lord JM.
Angka mid laner. Angka mid laner yang ditakut-takut di dalam rank ni. Angka punya mid laner ni bukan kaleng-kaleng mid. Ni fighter match. Kalau jumpa angka dalam rank tu, minta gambar lah minta ambil gambar tu. Angka okey je, angka pergi tepi je. Pergi rapat ambil gambar. Nama dalam game sama sama macam ni, angka gaming sama.
He's been on point for the retribution, so as long as he stays up, man, he might give Kyle a run for the money. And that's what FCAP's worried about too. They want to be able to zone him out. Can't catch him with the Unbreakable. Goes over the wall. And now, quarter to the help.
Sandstorm coming in from Lord James. He's one of the members of Falcons AP Bren. It's gonna be a retribution
Siapa dapat lot?
battle.
Siapa dapat lot? Oh, dapat lot ni. MP dapat lot. Oh. Personal. Personal. Personal.
Now Lord JM trying to keep
Wow.
Falcons AP Bren here. Super Marcos Immortality will be popping.
Pew, pew, pew. Oh, personal. 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 Ni playoff. Playoff Philippines. MPL Philippines.
I don't know what it was, but maybe that journey
Harap dia
around
tak
the
layan
map,
M6
chasing Lord JM kind of
Malaysia dah
tilted
puas hati
FCAP
dengan dia.
because the game has been turned around for Blacklist International.
Jangan personal main game ni. Jangan personal. Guys, korang tengok lah korang tengok lah. Main game ni jangan personal tau. Jangan personal. Macam ni lah jadi. Ni kita jadi pengajaran. Kita jangan personal guys. Jangan personal. Kita main je. Bila engkau personal macam ni lah. Jangan personal. Bila engkau terlampau fokus sangat dengan personal, terlampau fokus sangat nak bunuh dia, macam ni lah jadi dia. Hey, thank you for the follow. Ambil ni sebagai pengajaran guys. Jangan personal. Relax je. Tenang. Thank you for the follow. Aurora ada. Aurora next game Aurora lawan dengan Onyx PH. Next game pukul 7. Itulah personal. Tengoklah dia orang main kejar-kejar tadi lagi. Main kejar-kejar dengan Khalid. Apalah main kejar-kejar dengan Khalid.
There were a lot of maps or areas on the map that were like
Tengah cuti kan ke? Tak, angka kerja malam. Jadi siang selalunya angka akan buat restream macam ni lah. Kalau tak buat restream angka tidur. Thank you for the follow. Tahu tak apa? Tengok dah menang 5-6 ribu gol, nak sampai 7 ribu gol. Jangan personal guys. Jangan personal. Kau tengok apa jadi bila dah personal. Macam ni lah kena terbalik. Oi. Geram betul lah. Disiplin. Kalau AP Bren kalah tak ada lower bracket. Ada. Siapa kalah ni ada lower bracket. Sebab ni sekarang AP Bren pula. Sekali apa bracket? Semalam tu kalah mati. Itu Omega dengan Echo dah keluar. Tapi hari ni punya upper bracket, siapa kalah turun lower bracket. Semalam Blacklist ni kan kick team di quit. Semalam 3-0 kalahkan Omega.
That's true. I mean, the Khalid is such an anchor for these fights, especially after they kind of can't recover from a fight. And then again, this
Tahu tak apa, semua dah kena comeback. Ni yang ada cakap dah. Ambil pengajaran. Jangan personal. Don't play personal. Personal no good for you.
And it doesn't matter if they have an exposed base, there was no way FCAP could fight back.
That's an international I love you from Lord JM. See, look, the story will tell itself via the numbers, man. 21-9. A huge amount of gold went through that shutdown on Kyle TZ, hence why 57k to 58. And not to mention the switcheroo. We were reading it as a XP lane Ruby, but eventually it was an XP lane Gatot with the Ruby in the roam. And this was all good up until the point it wasn't. Up until the point where
kan? Apa dah jadi kan? Bila personal korang tengok sendiri dah.
To the point of the Lord playing a role. There was also that very impactful Lord knockup. Barang
dah elok-elok sedap, dah leading goal. Dah leading goal, semua dah leading. Comeback is real. Korang tu pro player, takkan kau tak tahu tu comeback is real. Main dengan disiplin boleh menang. Easy game je tadi. Easy game.
GM specifically was super feisty as well. That's a different Lord. He's still also a Lord. Overall,
easy game.
On the map was it was nullified, right?
So kita juga dengan ni kita boleh tahu juga dalam game ni kita memang tak boleh buat silap. Bila buat silap je bye bye. Dalam game ni memang no room for error. No room. Kau tak boleh buat silap. Kau buat silap je memang bye bye. Aduh. Pening ah. Pening.
That it turned the tides. Look at the rich guy. Oheb, a good majority of why this GPM is the highest in this game.
Sebab disiplin. Disiplin tu ada, memang boleh easy game.
And when you calculate for that on an average,
Gila.
it's higher than however much Kyle or Marco could have farmed.
He also got all of the assists after.
Yeah,
after
so
that.
there's a lot of gold on Oheb.
No comment. Angka pun geram tengok. Angka pun geram, serius. Geram tengok.
Staying alive here actually for a majority of this game, and look at him dealing the final blow and making sure that they could also chase down Ogwen inside the base of FCAP after that happened.
And a good chunk of the damage he does.
Ni ada low bracket.
Because
Lower bracket dia besok. Tapi besok angka tak live ni lah Tapi bila ada masa angka slot ni besok angka akan live untuk Hotlink punya tournament university Uni Legend. Thank you for the follow guys. Thank you for the follow.
Damage taken is also the number one. He's a sandbag for this game. 160k about.
Geram lah. Bayang kemakanan kau punya etat dulu
I mean,
this is his job.
No surprise, right? The way that Flapteasy plays is pretty much in your face each and every time, and he picks the exact heroes that needs to be picked in order to do that. So, you know what? Lord JM is catching up. Perks as well in that last one was a
Sakit
huge
hati.
sacrifice
Sakit
for
hati
Blacklist
tengok.
International to make sure that, you know what, MP the King could still do some really crazy
Korang
stuff.
pro player.
Make sure that Oheb stays alive. Like
Buat silap macam ni. Thank you for the follow.
Keeping the team
Thank you for the follow. Angka gemoy.
while all the chaos was happening as well.
A good half.
Angka mana dia gemoy? Angka solid lah. Angka walaupun angka dah tua-tua ni, umur
They're playing not
apa
to
ni?
win, but
Bunyi
not to
pecah-pecah ni.
lose.
And that's
Right.
sometimes
Umur 46 tahun tapi angka masih solid tau. Badan angka ni solid tau.
inferior. No,
Amoy tengok pun meleleh air liur.
FCAP was so dominant, but right then and there, when Lord James said, "Hey, I got them on me. I think I'm in their heads. Let's go." They just needed that little nudge from the Lord.
Yeah.
This Lord and the other to go for the win.
It was the second part of that one, but what we were saying that you
Hi,
don't
ID.
always have to play to win. Sometimes you just need
Ai.
to know which battles to take.
Ai,
You
Ai
just
ke
have to
adik?
choose which
Adik.
fights to go
Macam mana
for.
sebut nama?
Went for a fight they could not win. They can even start it against Lord JM.
Yeah, and they were doing that. They started that fight
Angka pemuzik.
in a weird position where the rest of Blacklist are already surrounding them.
Yeah, and they were giving up map space that could have
Tapi,
been taken care of.
Infinite tu belakang dia memang ada macam tu ke? Ke display je?
The question is, was that a big blunder? Could they have done so much?
Ke memang phone dia memang ada RGB dekat belakang tu?
Midnight to tell us more.
Blacklist International is 1 point away from dropping the world champions to the lower bracket and 1 point away from advancing to the semi-finals. An amazing game from the Agents in game number 3. Welcome back to the stand. Ang happened to Midnight, and let's break down what happened in this game. Well, as you can see, Falcons AP Bren, majority of this game, they had total control, full control mula dito sa mga Bees on the back of an amazing Fanny performance from Kyle TZ. But what made this game really hard?
Malam betul ke coach akan dia lepak santai dengan caster ni kan? Aku tak tahu. Ya ke?
Really mattered. This is where Blacklist International showcased their excellence in Lord Dancing, the Filipino Lord Dance as we call it. And makikita natin in just a bit yung replay kung ano ba yung nangyari dun sa last fight. It was the micro decisions that allowed
Buying Pau
Blacklist
Philippines
International to take
rendah
that Lord
sebab tu
away
ROG tak
from
nak sponsor.
Falcons AP Bren. Now,
Tapi ROG dengan Infinite tu phone mana lagi elok? Sebab angka tak pakai Android, angka tak tahu. Antara dua phone ni mana okey? ROG okey ke Infinite?
What happened here was Lord JM used the Raging Sandstorm to dissuade Kyle TZ to getting into
Aduh.
position to contest the Lord. And when it
nanti
came
sapu,
down to
nanti
the
sapu.
wire, when the retribution was needed, nandoon yung sipa ni Perks. Perks was able to set up, find the Fanny in the perfect position.
Dia
because
datang
of what
lagi.
Lord JM
Aduh.
did. And right after that, pinakita ni Lord JM yung ultimate bouncer experience naman.
ROG
Sinonood
lagi
niya
okey, tapi
yung
Infinix
Falcons AP Bren.
the
He
best
didn't
untuk
allow
harga
anybody
dia.
on the side of Falcons AP Bren
Oh, ya
to
ke?
be able to fight and re-engage versus Blacklist International.
Sebab
Key decision making here for both sides. Again,
angka tak pakai Android jadi tak tahulah. Kalau AP Bren menang ni nyawa lagi. Okey. In gaming teams ROG in top tier. Oh, ya ke? Okey. Tapi ROG ni memang gaming phone kan? ROG memang cipta khas untuk main game kan?
Out the remaining members of Falcons AP Bren, even Super Marco was not able to find his footing back.
Thank you for the follow.
Excellent Lord dance performance coming out from Blacklist International that allowed them to net a win on game number 3. Very, very incredible decision making, very incredible position, and an amazing game altogether from the side of Blacklist International. Those key moments are what allowed them to steal the game away from Falcons AP Bren. Now the question is, can the Bees bounce back? But before we move on to the next game, we're going to be going back to Maracino for some little bit of an interview here in MPL Arena.
ROG sekarang top 1 main game. Okay. Angka tak pernah lah.
Wow, ganda na knock-out.
Jajak Angka pergi try tengok usha-usha ROG sponsor. Ada siapa nak sponsor Angka ROG tak? Angka berapa skor sekarang? 2-1. Blacklist International 2, AP Bren 1.
Is that Hayes?
Sobrang hype po and sobrang intense dito sa venue.
Tengoklah sound production ni, gila lah. Geram tau, Angka geram. Buat kerja, buatlah kerja betul-betul.
Situation, makikita mo pag may
Teruk.
errors, pag
Background music pun ni lah kuat.
makikita mo dun talaga sa mukha nila or sa reaction nila. And sobrang sarap sa feeling. Dito mo mas ma-appreciate yung esports sa mga venue na ganito, sa mga event na talagang sobrang sarap maging part ng industry na to.
Ya ke? Harga lebih kurang sama. Angka baru beli 15 hari tu. Dapat. Angka pergi cari ROG punya management. Tangan ni orang nak sponsor Angka tak? Buat konten je. Buat konten satu dapat ROG. Oi.
Jungle po.
Kalau dia orang nak lah. Update please. Apa tu? Nanti Onyx dah main ke belum? Belum. Pukul 7 nanti. Pukul 7 nanti. Dia Onyx main dengan Aurora. 7 PM. Pukul 7 malam.
14 years po since ng first competition.
Siapa menang? Belum habis lagi.
Siguro
Baru
yung
2-1.
sobrang tagal ko na rin po kasi ginagawa.
Jadi tak tahu lagi siapa menang.
Siyempre may mga matututunan ka na.
Skor dia boleh jadi 3-2.
Yung learn to accept defeat with grace. And siyempre
Boleh jadi 4-1. 4-1. Boleh ya? 4-1. Boleh.
makatulong sa performance mo pag mas minahal mo yung laro mo. So yun yung mga tinuturo.
Tak, 3-1 je. 3-1 je, 4-1 pula.
Mindset po na
Kalau next game Blacklist menang, bye-bye lah. Angka live kan nanti?
Pero ano yung mga na
Apa yang live nanti? Pukul 7
at nakukuha din
Nak tengok Onyx ke? Kalau korang nak tengok Onyx, Angka live lah.
actually,
Live.
na parang ako pa po yung natuto kasi
Kalau tak ramai nak tengok, Angka off je. Kalau ramai nak tengok, Angka live.
really
Carry
different
on.
compared dito po. Ang ginawa ko na lang po is syempre kapag kahit naman
Nak tengok. Okey lah, okey. Kalau ramai nak tengok tu, Angka live pukul 7.
papaniwalaan mo yun and at the same time
Bukan
syempre,
live pukul 7 lah. Live sampailah
kailangan
pukul 7.
sa captain. Kasi syempre for mas maganda pag as one kayo.
Ada
and
satu lagi.
focus
Ada satu
yung
lagi.
mga, like, yung nag-sync kayo,
Hey, thank you for the follow. Jekis, thank you. Lower bracket final dengan GF je bro. Bell 7.
Babalik na tayo sa ating panel. Tulungan mo ako dito, okay? Panel, pasok.
Macam tak percaya AP Bren kalah game tadi. Game 2. Game pertama lagi teruk. Thank you for the follow Muluk. Game pertama lagi teruk. 16-0. 16-0 dengan AP Bren satu tower pun tak ada, satu turtle pun tak ada, apa barang pun tak ada. Kosong. 16-0 kena bantai.
That's right.
Thank you for the follow Azmil.
Well, so big props to that guy, and I'm surprised to see he was actually assistant manager. That shocked me. So, you know what? So many people watching here. I'm sure we'll have more spicier.
Thank you.
Spicier personalities coming in soon. So excited for that.
All right, snap back into reality. Game 4. We are at match point. Blacklist International.
Thank you BTP. BPT. Thank you for the follow. Siapa akan stop Onyx Omega pun dah out. Thank you, terima kasih guys. Thank you lah follow korang. Kenapa dia dekat RM11 pula?
I'd say about 95,
Nantilah kita adjust dia.
99. Make it 99.
Up until suddenly Blacklist out of nowhere takes it. So now, at 2-1,
Tapi tengok cantik lah. Aku suka tengok RGB dia tau. Infinite dia. Belakang dia cantik. Dengan color dia. Aku suka chrome. Aku suka color chrome tau. Tapi tengok kamera dia macam buruk tau. Dia susu macam ni tak suka.
It does affect, right? And players have been starting to talk about like mental fortitude. Obviously, they have that in spades. But then again, you're in the position where the team that was unexpected to make it into this stage actually are the guys giving you the beating. I believe it's really hard to really play cleanly after a match like that.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. You know, frustration could arise and say, how are they beating us? Why?
Yeah.
Especially what happened in the first 15 minutes. Why? But since this is FCAP we're talking
It's FCAP.
about, and you heard it from Flap himself, you know how few looks at situations like these. The rest of the guys, I would assume that they're saying, hey, it's
Tengok.
not so bad.
Yeah.
Macam-macam bunyi ada. Macam-macam bunyi ada dekat dia orang kat situ. Production team memang teruk lah.
Might be one of those times where you just have to push the switch.
We got
like,
playoff PH
Open
out.
says,
Our prediction.
Come together. Play together.
Korang dengar? Korang tengok lah. Dengar bunyi tu.
Blacklist shoots blue.
Well, in that regard, I believe they might be the team who have to play a bit more reactive.
Macam ada semut kat dalam.
Really was Blacklist was playing super reactive in that last one, even on the draft.
That's your read. That's your read here in this best of 5 in Game 4. The reactive team who's able to kind of, slip between the cracks and find a way in.
Find a haymaker,
Thank you, Sky Shaft. Thank you for the follow. Ada 3 tim yang padu. Ni Blacklist dengan Aurora.
The team has been answering has been the team winning.
Yeah, so it's not who's in full control.
Aku tak kenal sangat Aurora tau. Ya, tak pernah tengok gameplay dia orang lagi tu. Thank you for the follow.
It's the guy who's like behind what do you call that? Who's against the ropes, and then finding like that bouncy area, and we can bounce
so
back.
So rope-a-dope. Who can rope-a-dope? So in my read, that means Falcons AP Bren, the Valentina or the Faramis is going to play a key role. If they can somehow end up with either on red, first phase, that might be the trick.
I believe you, because the Faramis just gives you like a second chance, right?
Yeah, the Vixana, I don't think that's a very reactive hero. That's a win right here, right now hero.
It's like, I'm going to throw this down, you guys better follow up, because if not, we're doomed. Something like that, right?
Yeah, so following that logic, if they can play with the Valentina or the Faramis, then they win.
Yeah.
Rockhart, given how great Blacklist is at team fighting, you think the Eve is going to show up again? Because that might be key.
I don't know if you're going to fall for the same trap twice. If you're... it's unlikely. I don't know. It might show up, but the question is, will it work the same way like what we saw, right?
Can you get Blacklist again?
Yeah, exactly. Can you do that twice?
Blacklist again. Ladies and gentlemen.
That's a tall order.
Blacklist International, if they win this game, they move on through the upper bracket. Just one best of 5 away from representing the country at M6. It's that close. It's that urgent that FCAP wake up. Blacklist taking out the Fanny and the Phobius, while AP Bren, Falcons AP Bren, take out the Chip and the Matilda. There's the Harith. So, you think...
Masih terlalu awal predict yang kalah. Belum lagi.
High loss. Okay, almost forgot about the high loss.
That's a
Belum lagi.
Right now,
kalau game ni AP Bren menang, satu game lagi. Ada satu game lagi.
Can kind of just answer that. Might come in. Sushin. Wow, all right.
Okay, so Suyu open, Valentina, Vexana.
Teruk lah sound dia. Aku tak suka lah dengar.
That's great. Especially with the problem is it's great with the Sushin. I'm not sure if it's gonna get picked up in Falcons AP Bren. They've shown 2 games on it, right? So there it is. Third game with the Gatot.
Yep. Check out the red side win rate for Falcons AP Bren. 60%. You're taking account the regular season.
That's right.
So now though, a different story. There's a Suyu.
All right.
Suyu lagi.
Kind of not unexpected.
And this is Rafaela. Woo! They didn't even blink Rockhart. They just said, you know what, Alpha. I saw
Mula
that
dah.
but the Rafaela this early.
Mula dah.
Last time we saw Rafaela, which was
Nak Rafaela apa pula?
Smart Omega, It was in the last
Yeah.
two picks.
It was a big,
Rafaela Mia ke?
big haymaker. It was something that you really can't really plan
Cuma tak
for. This time
sangka
around, they
je
probably
AP Bren ni
can.
ada
A little
pesaing
bit.
hebat kat
Definitely
MPL
this
PH.
block of Eve.
Yeah. Now,
Win rate
their
Blacklist
mid trio
International
is
baru
secure here for
bawa
Blacklist. I believe that's pretty
42%
solid.
48%,
They're
bawah
really
5%
working
tau.
on now, add
Tiba-tiba
maybe another
boleh kuat
wall
macam
to
ni.
their
Kau
back.
bayangkan lah.
There's a small chance.
Macam-macam boleh terjadi dekat MPL ni. Bukan MPL je, dekat Mobile Legends. Nah, dekat rank pun sama.
And Blacklist is one team that's not known to
Tak semestinya engkau ni hebat, engkau akan menang. No.
No way. Didn't we just talk about this
Logic
before the
out
draft?
the window. It happened yesterday. It's the same thing.
It's the same trap.
Sec.
Did they lose in that one?
Am I remembering wrong?
Didn't they even lose in that one?
I mean, it's a mechanical. It's a mechanical interaction, right? You have the real-world manipulation.
And you walk out with the heels.
You have the prism. You have the crystal.
Production team MPL PH buat kerja lah. Korang teruk tau. Bunyi. Tengok bunyi.
I'm a Yi of little faith. Are we blasting this Eve too soon, man?
We might be. We might be.
Well, here's the Bruno ban, the combo to the Rafaela, and the
Alright.
Arlott to put into the real-world manipulation.
It still feels like you have to go marksman here, so Carry might be the one that you're looking for.
Yeah, Carry Eve.
Yeah, Carry can kind of just blast through the Gatot, blast through the Eve pretty quickly.
Oh, Rafaela. Marksman. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
100% it's going to be a marksman here for Blacklist.
So Carry is good.
Claude.
is good.
Yeah.
Although the Claude doesn't need the movement speed boost.
Pretty good on its own. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that will open you up for the Rafaela to go other places.
That's true.
Yeah.
Not. The Rafaela's gonna play role, man.
I mean, like go to other lanes and help out other lanes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There's the Moskov. I didn't think the Moskov was still left open. That's one good marksman right there.
Yeah.
So what does Falcons to do here? Do they take the carry?
Sand rises when I give
They take the Khalid!
Oh, Khalid on Rome again.
Yep, likely. It was on the XP earlier.
When the body suffers.
So there's the Benedetta. Oh God! Blacklist is just gonna be in your face, man. They debuted this pick yesterday.
All right, what's a great marksman to play into an Eve Khalid lineup? Big
Yeah.
box again.
Someone with range, ideally. Ixia, the Ixia here, not
Ixia's
too much.
pretty okay.
You don't have appeal though.
Beatrix.
Beatrix is safe.
You kind of
Beatrix.
just walk around, dash around.
You have a dash, yeah.
But then again, if you get caught,
Jerawat kah?
yeah,
Beatrix is a
Tak tahu.
it's caught. He
Besar,
goes
eh?
for the safe route. I would do that as well.
Full on dive.
Yep.
So now they have.
Thank you for the follow.
It's gotta be a marksman though.
It's gotta
It's
be.
way too much magic damage.
So many considerations as well. You're thinking about what if a
Thank you
Vendetta
for the
chases
kentutnya
me? What
juga.
if an Alpha dives on me?
Yeah.
Gatot macam
The Zushin jumps in.
tiap-tiap game keluar kan?
Starts to choke me out.
Yeah, hear me out, Mia.
What?
Mia.
Because
We opened with a Mia yesterday. I mean, it's worked in other regions, yes.
no.
But
Honestly, Lunox
Thank
is
you,
the
Joe
safest.
Baha. Thank you for the
If you're
follow.
not gonna go marksman, Lunox or Alice is safe.
okay, so
Just so you don't die.
Your damage profile is gonna be very.
It's
magic
spread
heavy.
out. Yeah, you're magic out. But there's a Clint. I guess an AP Bren pick.
Very unorthodox.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're ready for this. I don't think FCAP would ever bring out a draft that they are not 100% confident.
Went out with a long. That was a long discussion, by the way, on last pick. They
Sure.
really drew it out.
For sure. The Clint on Super Marco. Let's look at the numbers. It's not looking good for FCAP.
Feels like a band-aid, that last one. It's not optimal, but they can take team fights. They can take fights with Suyo.
Tapi
Well,
clean.
the last time we saw a Clint
clean pula.
I don't know.
Rafaela.
Kelra
Hmm.
for Fnatic Onyx, and he won with that.
I guess. Ready to, again, we're always so ready to be proven kind of wrong here.
Oh, revitalize Bennett. It's a tank Benedetta.
Tank Benedetta. With
Team fight
dominance
macam
eyes and
team
everything,
fight kalah je
All right,
Blacklist
here we
kalau team
go.
fight.
Blacklist and match point. Gentlemen, take us into the bout.
We'll head on into the bout, and it is high noon, says Super Marco. We'll find
Welcome
out.
to
AP Bren kena menang.
Man, that should have been theirs the
AP
last
Bren
one,
menang,
but great
ada lagi satu
response.
game. AP Bren kalah.
Blacklist International.
Turun
and yes,
lower bracket.
gentlemen, Lord JM running the revitalized, tanky Benedetta. We saw this
Yesterday.
recently, yesterday, but also from our old friend over Diablo in MPL Singapore. He loves to do this.
Yeah, so we can expect Lord JM to be a menace again, disrupting Falcons AP Bren's rotation, their plans. Not necessarily go for the kills, but to do enough to force Falcons AP Bren to react to what Blacklist is doing. Because, again, if you just tuned in, you missed a huge play. Lord JM with the Khalid, chased after 4. There was even a Fanny from Kyle T's. He manages to escape. That actually made them win game number 3. That's why Blacklist is on match point now.
Yep, match point here at this point. But you know, I have to kind of echo some of the thoughts here of the panel, because you know, Rockhart and Leo made good points. I mean, even for Few to bring this Eve, your game plan throughout this game and everything else is kind of, it's more so like one-dimensional, where like you really need to be fighting around that real-world manipulation. That's what you're going for and everything. And yeah, even with Rockhart, what Rockhart said, like, I feel like Super Marco was almost in a position where he just ended up picking this Clint. And they gotta make it work.
Tak nampak map.
Turtle breaks out.
Okay, they're gonna try to make it work. Lord JM manages to escape. FlapTZ just goes in with a quick sand guard. That was 4 members of Blacklist trying to burst down Falcons AP Bren. So okay, the last time that we saw a Clint, as the panel mentioned, was with Kellera. And Kellera shocked the world, proved the haters wrong. That Kellera is a good pick when push comes to shove.
Kellera's a good pick, or the Clint?
No, the Clint in Kellera's hands.
Kellera's always a good pick,
but
too.
What enabled Kellera, yeah, by the way, yeah. But what enabled
Free
Kellera
turtle.
to activate the Clint early on was a huge dominant start from King Kong. So that means, Kyle TZ, if you really want to serve up Super Marco, eventually lead his power spike,
Bennett memang pakai revitalize sekarang.
He does, and I guess, you know, in a way,
Tak jugalah, selalu ni orang pakai Petrify kan. Tapi dia tengok apa dia perlu untuk game ni.
Also for Blacklist International, they went with that whole, let's just kind of extend these team fights, let's go and heal through a lot of this because they have the Rafaela.
Sebab kalau pakai tu dia tak perlu nak balik sangat.
And if they get to the later portion of the game, the amount of utility that they have and the amount of angles that Blacklist lineup can come from in a team fight or a skirmish is good enough to fight around the box. You know, that's really what we're looking at here, because you're able to find your entry points for OHEB later on, especially with the sprint like that.
Teruk lah bunyi dia.
Kind of hard to catch and able to go and put pressure. Even if Few just sets things up with the ultimate, you know, if they decide to go that way.
Yeah, and actually, the Blacklist lineup right now is actually misleading.
Bunyi interference tu. Dia orang ada phone dekat sebelah tu.
Perks have shown us yesterday when
Tapi bawa dah awal second game.
game 2 or game 3 up against Omega.
Dah selesa dan satu mistake terus kalah. Itulah.
They had an amazing
second game tadi tu dah boleh menang tadi.
He popped his holy baptism setup for 3 crucial times towards the ending game. That's why they won. So
Game ketiga boleh menang tadi. Tak tahu lah dia orang buat apa.
He's gonna look for those holy baptism plays for the setups.
Yeah, be a little aggressive here for Perks. It's funny too, because again, that last game, you know, I was saying even throughout that, like, man, he hasn't found the kick he was looking for, and then at the end, he found it. Whoa, top side.
Nabi. Oh, Nazik boleh lari.
Final blow just to walk away up against FlapTZ and Kyle TZ. So that's a resource down when it comes to the second turtle. So Falcons AP Bren, okay, they know this idea, they have this information as they try to work on Lord JM again. And this is what we were saying a while ago. Lord JM, he's not going to go for those kills. He just really wants to disrupt the formation and the pattern of Falcons AP Bren.
He wants to, but right now
Rasa dia buat tank. Rasa dia buat tank tu. Bennett tank. Dah 2 turtle dah. 2 free turtle dah ni.
Turtle for the taking here. FCAP will secure that one. And all that was played off the fact that they got those.
Kalau AP Bren kalah, through low break it. Dia terlalu lower.
To go ahead and try to play the map, find what they can. That's what Lord JM does. Get some extra gold in his pockets up here. Flap.
Okay, forcing out the raging sandstorm. Haji goes in with a crimson beacon. They want to go for FlapTZ, but FlapTZ with a quick sand guard. Gonna get picked up by Haji.
Boleh lari, tak boleh lari.
He goes down, but Lord JM as well up against 3 members of the Bees.
Good trade. XP for XP. Duke it out with that, but
dapat 2 turtle goal tak jauh sebab dia orang apa tu farming cepat. Yang tak suka lah bunyi.
Good damage though.
The grenade bombardments and the quick recall coming in from Super Marco just too much.
Cat ni.
Dangerously low and brings him down. A Few picks up the kill, but Blacklist
dapat
answers
tower.
by taking a turret down.
Tukar satu nyawa dengan tower. Okey tu.
call they were looking for. That Spear of Alpha didn't land, but you know, MP the King ends up saving Perks at least, but they do get a turret, so they convert that. You can see the gold between the gold laners. It's pulling ahead for Super Marco at this point. He's going to get the turret in response too, but everything else, everywhere else, except aside from Few, because he's got some of those early kills, they're getting that lead that they need, you know, and they're building up for it. Lord JM got some extra gold ahead of Flap, but ultimately, it's nothing too crazy that Blacklist International cannot handle before the next objective. So really what you want to keep your eyes on is where is FCAP kind of putting the pressure? What are they looking to lock down? If that means even just battle spells or ultimates and not necessarily converting a kill, I would say FCAP's happy with that on just getting the 3-for-3 turtles and not even having to fight, because again, they have an advantage with the lineup that they have around objective takes, and Blacklist will always have to look at a way to go
Ni game
around
ni
it.
semua
The only
main
question is, do they have enough firepower at this point? Mid-turn,
main
tier
was-was.
1, gonna be worked on, but it's clear
Main was-was
by
game
Lord
ni
JM
semua.
with the elective final blow. Oheb will still stay top side, so it might look like Blacklist will just give up this third turtle here unless MP can do something, but it looks like he's gonna be too late.
3 turtle.
Blacklist as they tried to go for Flap TZ and the tower again. Haji with a lantern flare, but Flap TZ reads
Betul lah. SRG kan dia orang ada buat camp. Dia ada buat camp tu. Dapat cari.
How many milliseconds left before Oheb saves himself, but Flap TZ, quick thinking, manages to find Oheb.
Yeah, good pickup there too, and I mean Haji flickering out to the other side of the bush. He's like, it's got to be one of us, man, you know, so it ends up being him. FCAP will go ahead.
Tapi AP Bren betul-betul nak menang ni. Dia nak menang ni. Dia orang cuma kena disiplin lah. Ni macam game ketiga tadi pun sama juga. Depan-depan leading kan. Lepas tu belakang kena ambil. Disiplin je.
Continuously using that ultimate, the electric final blow, to clear out the minions. Oheb needs a little bit more time too. You know, if you look at the main damage dealers, he needs time to build up.
Tapi selalunya bila buat tim baru, mesti dia orang pergi MPL dulu. Dia tak dapat slot terus dekat MPL. Mesti MPL start dulu. Angka tak main ke? Angka main kan bukan time-time macam ni Angka main. Angka time pagi je baru Angka main.
They can actually do this. This is like what happened during game number 3, where Falcons AP Bren was in full control. Then one crucial play.
Thank you for the follow. Street week kutip.
So right now, in terms of team fights, they can actually handle the damage that Falcons AP Bren is gonna give, especially when it comes to the late game. Because again, Perks has this Rafaela. Now the question is, will the setups connect for Falcons AP Bren, for Flap and for Owen? Because
Thank you, girl. Thank you for the follow.
And that's the difficult part of it for Blacklist International.
Ada gaduh kah? Ada gaduh. Lot 15 saat. Thank you, Sleep. Thank you for the follow.
Unless, for some reason, MP the King ends up getting.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you for the follow. Lot. Thank you, guys. Yang mana-mana dah follow. Thank you. Yang korang. Kira Yamato. Oh, Yamato bukan Yamate. Thank you, Hafiz. Thank you. Live kah ni? Ni live. Ni live. Semua live. Tiba-tiba pula ramai follower. Thank you, guys. Thank you, dapat cheese. Game Onyx nanti yang ke watch party juga ke? Kalau nak agak on. Pukul 7. Onyx pukul 7 nanti. Oh, ho. Gaduh. Kena masuk. Hilang satu.
Blacklist got, but Kyle TZ, Flap TZ going for the backline, cutting their exit route, working on Perks. Few is going to come here now. Flap TZ has to walk away from the damage of Blacklist. So
Angka King Kong mana?
did a very good job.
Tu ada tu.
Not just zoning out
Baru mati.
also securing the Lord
King Kong dah mati.
onto MP the King.
Yeah, even in that fight,
Betul. Angka dilahir tahun 78 78. 46 dah.
I'm surprised no one else went down.
Tak payah nak bodek. Angka. Jangan nak bodek. Tak ada diamond bagi. Tak ada diamond free. Tak payah nak bodek.
But they still have to deal with this Lord push in because FCAP, you know, as hard as it is to get some of those kills because
Ni kalah balik ke? Tak. Yang ni siapa kalah ni akan turun ke lower bracket. Lower bracket main besok.
They're happy to just
besok lower bracket.
They got the Lord, they can get these turrets, get to the base turrets and the holy shields down.
MP the King tu lah King Kong.
It's like, hey, Blacklist, you got to do something against us. Otherwise, we're just going to take all your turrets and then we're going to take you to game 5. So Blacklist trying to hold on to what they can.
Kyle TZ goes in with the stun onto Lord JM, forcing out that like the final blow, but Lord JM remains alive. And now Falcons AP Bren, their minions are pushing, popping the holy shields. Blacklist needs to defend this. They're not going to lose any inhibitor turret. And I do agree with what you're saying. But wait, okay, here comes Lord JM, goes in with the electric final blow again onto Owen.
Tak kena.
Here's
Dapat
the
lari.
counter-attack coming in from Flap TV.
Oh, flat.
Oi,
masuk macam tu je Owen.
Counter kill. Ogwen's gonna fall down.
Ogwen.
They might re-engage off of this. FCAP on the retreat. They don't have Ogwen.
Teruk lah sound
They want them to
MPL PH ni.
But Blacklist, they're playing the sustain game. They're playing that. The fact that they have the heals and they can disengage if they need to, and then hopefully re-engage, especially when the Revitalize alone is up from Lord JM. It does help with that whole thing. And really, again, it's all just a timer. Whoa!
Oh, the damage coming in from Kyle TZ might be too much as Flap TZ goes in with the Raging Sandstorm. Quick Sandguard plus Flicker combination to evade a potential death. Lord JM is going to fall down. Heads up play there from Kyle TZ, charging up the Queller. Hit on Lord JM.
Uncle sehat.
The final blow. That's why when the animation ended, Lord JM just went down.
Uncle per music. Oi, teruk lah sound.
The form of just this Ube. They gotta stay together, stay around Perks, providing that speed and the healing, of course. And it's all you're just.
MPL PH ni tak ada Malay. Tak ada Malay. The English je. English dengan Philippine.
Have that changing blazing duet. That will
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Haji picking up Sky Piercer, win a crown 2 for MP the King as they want to prep up for this Lord Dance, this Lord Shuffle. They got to get in position. MP the King's got to be tanky enough too that he doesn't get picked off himself. Takes quite a bit of damage just from the Lord alone right now. So pressure, if they can on the side lanes, Flap will have to deal with that.
Playoff Malaysia hujung bulan. 31 hari bulan.
They're going to have to kind of feel out the area, set things up, keep an eye on Few where he decides to set up the real world manipulation. So we'll have to see what angle is taken, either Lord JM or a full stack
Hati ni orang Brunei tu. Hah? Angka bukan orang Brunei. Angka asal orang Sarawak tapi angka duduk kat KL lama. Oi.
Now the counter engage coming in from Blacklist. Lord JM making sure not to let Few go home. Haji goes in with a Crimson Beacon, forcing Falcons AP Bren to retreat. Flap TZ for a Lord. I think Falcons AP Bren got what they wanted.
They got what they wanted, which was the Lord, and only the cost of Flap TZ. So Blacklist
Menang Playoff Malaysia.
Again, even despite
SRG lah, macam biasa SRG. Dari prestasi dia main tu SRG lah.
They just unfortunately haven't found the right setup they're looking for. And even with that one, when Oheb went in with Blazing Duet, it wasn't exactly the best place to do it, only hitting Flap at the time. So they'll clear out this Lord. They might be able to hold on to these base turrets.
Game team hak nanti.
Things from getting too out of hand here. They're trying to keep the Lord from getting in that range. So FCAP will focus elsewhere. Maybe the mid lane as soon as that wave's pushing in. They gotta respect the poke coming out though too. Like the final blow gonna be used from Lord
Jangan
JM
paksa
down the
ni.
mid wave,
Jangan paksa.
pushing into the base, but so
Paksa
far, so
kalah
good.
ni,
A
kena
sliver
comeback
of
ni.
health on that
Macam
bottom
tadi dah
turret.
sekali dah kan.
Super Marco will get this one with the shot.
Jangan. Sabar je guys. Sabar je. Sabar je. Dapat tahu sudah.
Successful turret takedown for Falcons AP Bren without committing a lot of resources and without suffering casualties. So that's a good sign for Falcons AP Bren. This
Rasa
game
Vamos
compared to
boleh
the
ke?
previous game
Vamos ni kalau dia orang berdisiplin, Vamos dia orang disiplin tu boleh menang ni. Masalahnya dia orang tak disiplin tau. Dia orang main-main tak disiplin sangat.
Fatigue's kicking in because this is a best of 5 series. They know that they have to play it
Dia
safe.
orang tu
They can't
sebenarnya
go for
semua
those
good
risky
player
plays,
tau.
even if they have a
Semua
6
good player.
goldie. Because again,
Cuma
they're
disiplin
putting a
tu
lot
tak
of
ada.
respect to Blacklist counter engage. They have a lot of heals coming in from Perks.
Boleh pergi jauh tu kalau dia orang disiplin tu. Tapi sekarang tu ada solos tengok dia orang kan. Angka rasa dia orang disiplin sikit lah.
If ever they get a pick off, they might force on inhibitor turret.
Bukan sikit dah,
takedown,
banyak lah tu.
But ideally, they would go for another Lord Dance.
Yeah, you can see this pressure on the buff of MP, just keeping it, because really there's nothing else for FCAP to really do at this point unless they just wait for the Lord. At that point, they can wait for the Lord, force the fight, because you got to remember they're always wanting to fight around their strengths here with this lineup, which is just that Eve pick, the Eve pick alone, and real-world manipulation is what you want to do. So for Blacklist, that's the same story. You know, huddle up, stay together, farm up, get those last items locked in, and hope that you're just ready to go
user Angela,
by
bukan.
the time this Lord comes up.
Bukan,
And so
angka
far,
mid
you know,
laner.
that's why it's
Angka
agreeable
mid
here.
laner,
You
main
just-
match.
you said it, like,
Todak pun
even with
padu.
a
Todak
lead
okey
that
dah.
FCAP has, it doesn't matter really,
Tapi
because the lineups
Gary dah
for
merosot lah. Dia
Blacklist
punya
is
prestasi
able to go
merosot dah.
toe-to-toe with
Gary.
FCAP for the most part. But where it does start to change is once you get to this portion of the game, that late game where you do have some of the items being picked up, like the Immortalities, the winner
NP
crown,
freeze
the
dekat
win
MSC salah nampak resip laner.
could change the cause of this. But the biggest thing, though, is the positioning for Blacklist.
Bila Sarawak mau
How
buka
do they
e-sport, saya tahu
utilize
juga kami ko.
fighting or counter-fighting into what's going to be set up by few here.
MP the King, King Kong dari TNC.
Attention for them if they're able to pull it off. Super Marco
TNC?
with that wind of nature.
See you soon ah. TNC ke? See you soon.
Still staying down there, wanting to put some macro pressure around the map. And we'll see where Ogun goes into. Both the Revitalizers can play a part in this fight as they're both available.
Orang mana Sarawak? Kucing.
Bottom side,
Saya orang
half-left for the
kucing.
Lord here. There's the setup.
Dalam banyak-banyak Euro match, mana angka rasa paling susah nak main due to skill? Yang susah tu Kagura dengan Loi. Kagura dengan Loi. Hey, thank you for the follow. Ya. Team Rora PS squad kan? Rora tu angka tak tengok lagi sebab angka ni kali pertama angka masuk scene MPL PH. Jadi angka belum tengok lagi cara main Aurora. Jadi tak tahu. Next game Aurora main dengan Onyx. MP dengan King Kong lain lah. King Kong TNC. Oh. King Kong lain
play this to perfection again. A good push, not getting picked off before the Lord comes in and looking at the items. Oheb already locked in. You have to respect the potential of a blazing duet connecting onto every single member and plus the heals coming in from Perks.
They'll approach the base here. Lord on the bottom side. The focus of FCAP top side. They're going to try to clear this out right now. Good clear though from Blacklist. Still working on it. Mid turret as
Boleh
well.
ni. Dapat mid. Tak boleh end. Tak boleh end. Ambil mid je.
Blacklist will work on
Ambil
the
mid je.
Lord. Next wave pushing in the mid.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
FCAP looking to take these turrets down. A couple of immortalities
Line
defensive items
out. Tengok
available to them.
kat MPL belum ada player Sarawak nak. Set dah. Orang Sarawak pun set dah lagi ke? Kena tahu semua orang Semenanjung.
Right now that top turret's going to be worked on.
Dora tu player mana? Edward tu ke? Dora tu player semua kuat. Angka kena tengok tim Dora main. Nanti pukul 7. Pukul 7 angka tengok lah. First time. Nanti angka tengok. Ogun. Dah. Dia orang ada heal tu. Dia boleh tu. Dia paksa tu. Kau tengok. Korang tengok. Dah cakap jangan paksa. Dah cakap. Aduh.
They got a lot of space to work around with, but you got to give it up for
Ada
Blacklist
panda
to
orang
stay
Sarawak tu. Apa tu
together,
ada
to keep
panda Sarawak tu.
calm and a
Tak
cool
faham.
head.
Kena
And
ada
now,
satu tim main
this is the
untuk
biggest
Sukma,
switch
lepas tu
momentum that they
qualify
have
untuk
here.
MPL.
7 seconds
Mesti
before
ada
View
tajak.
comes in. Ogwen doing his best to work on the minions. Here comes the ult. Winter Crown also will be popped.
Tengoklah.
Just trying to zone out the remaining members of Blacklist. AOG will be
Disiplin je korang main. Oi, AP Bren. Apalah. Kena paksa juga angka. Nanti game tak best.
And that's why I was saying, Ingan, I was saying this minutes ago, it doesn't matter the type of gold lead that FCAP had.
Tak nak paksa. Kau make sure kau boleh menang, boleh paksa. Ni sekarang tu was-was tau. Nak tak nak sampai. Aish.
And the way they layered those entry points. Again, MP jumped
Ni
in first.
playoff semi dah ke? Ni hari kedua. Playoff hari kedua. Kira semi lah tu lah. Besok lower bracket. Siapa kalah tu turun lower bracket besok. Siapa kalah turun besok. Tengok macam mana ni, macam mana setup? Macam mana setup? Macam mana? Habis Ogwen kena.
AOG, he'll be able to escape the view with the real world manipulation, but they're going for the backline, trying to force out view. Flap CC, quick sand guard. Blacklist holding their ground, forcing Falcons AP Bren.
Itulah, tak yakin. Tengok habis.
Oh, they might burst down the Lord though.
Gonna try to. FCAP What do they do? There's the
Gwen lagi.
initiation.
MPK goes in for Flapteasy. Flapteasy will be popped. Does fingers out. Quick sand guard just to heal up. Here comes
Tak ada skill dah. Dia orang tak ada skill dah. Time ni lah boleh paksa.
Okay, now they can engage.
Both revitalize already used. This is the push and pull we always talk about.
Dia tak ada skill dah. Ni baru boleh push. Kita kena tahu lah, kena faham bila boleh. Bila tak boleh. Dah lambat dah, tak boleh dah. Sekarang tak boleh dah. Sekarang skill semua dah ada balik.
As they try to get an advantage here, few. No flicker available, just picking up the Divine Glaive. And now do they play
Dia dua, Rafaela punya heal tambah lagi dengan yang Bennett punya heal tu. Dua heal. Itu yang jadi dia kuat.
Just reset, take their time, wait for all the ultimates and these battle spells to be back and available. Again, this is one of the upsides of having a Rafaela with you. And Flap and Lord Jam both their top side. Right now, neither team just wants to go just yet.
Look at Falcons AP Bren's lead. Almost non-existent. Haji has been doing
Ni live ke bang? Ya. Ni live Hanabi.
And with that previous clash,
sekarang ni diorang kena main minion ni. Kena main minion. Main minion dulu. Main minion.
Where the source of the real world manipulation was coming from, which is Few. That's why Few had to flicker out, because if he didn't, this could be the end, the demise of Falcons.
Nak kena culik Rafa dulu.
And now Blacklist reacting to what Flapteasy has.
Tapi susah nak masuk. Dia orang jaga. Memang jaga. Susah nak masuk. Dengan ada Jushin lagi tu. Oh.
There's no Lu Yi.
There's no Lu Yi. You're not going to just go ahead and appear somewhere. Lord JM just kind of putting pressure on that off lane to keep it there. And he also, Flap's got to respond to it.
Okay, atas tu. Khalid datang dah. Khalid datang.
They bought enough time for these battle spells to also be available. So we'll see if they punch.
Itulah, kesian tu. Lot tu. Keluar masuk.
Oh. Mortality's here too. Fourth health. They actually going to go for
Reset lagi. Banyak kali reset.
We've seen throughout the season. And still FCAP respecting the fact.
Time ni mahal tau. Time ni mahal guys. Time ni kena belajar tu mahal. Tapi
okay, no more real world manipulation for Falcons AP Bren.
Kenapa Eve tu outie Kenapa Eve tu outie?
Much tension between both teams because of this.
Salah tekan ke apa?
Those are down, but they're going to fight it out.
Oh, I think they're committing onto Ogwen, popping a lot of ultimates. He's going to pop his winter crown. Flapteasy has to go in with the raging sandstorm, trying to save Ogwen here. MP the King's Immortality will also pop here. Will he be able to escape though? No casualties yet for both of these teams. This is a long Lord Dance.
We can call it a Lord Dance once again. It's no more a shuffle, but there is a fight.
Blazing duet coming in from the Filipino sniper, but counters out with the real world manipulation coming in from Phil. They have to walk away though. The agents are retreating. Falcons AP Bren still holding on to this Lord.
Oh, they're trying to heal through it. Lord JM had to clear the waves, but the Lord.
MP the King still here. Oh, they're working on MP Spear of Alpha. It's going to be a retribution battle, but MP the King goes down. 3 agents as well. Falcons AP Bren got the Lord.
Macam ni lah.
Working on Heaven's immortality will be
macam ni lah main. Paksa. Time ni lah paksa. Rato.
Game number 3. And just like that, Falcons AP Bren will extend the series. And we will go to a game number 5.
Game ni sengit. Memang sengit game. Best.
Whatever we want to call that, but that was probably one of the longest Lord takes we've seen. And leave it to FCAP. The master.
Sekali Lord kena scam lah. Berapa kali dia kena tarik keluar masuk Lord tu. Sekali tu dapat Lord tu. Tak sempat dia nak keluar Lord tu. Tak sempat dia nak keluar Lord tu. Kesian Lord tu. Lord tu di scam. Kesian Lord. Dia kena bahan, kena main je Lord. Kesian Lord. Tak baik ke dia buat Lord macam tu.
What was that? World class MVP at its finest.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I am physically spent.
Positioning tadi tu tengok barang-barang tadi tu memang kena mahal tau. Barang tu mahal tau.
That was not planned.
That was not planned.
This was a skit. This was not. People may have walked by.
They're mad.
In frustration, in enjoyment, or in awe, and they may have knocked over our set here, but this definitely helps. Thank you so much for throwing over the few. Our
there
MVP,
you go.
the Eve, who died just once. One time. this whole time. I have to apologize, all right? I take it back, everything I said about the Eve.
It was insane.
The fact that you were playing it means I shouldn't hate it.
Look at that build, by the way.
All right, to explain the couple of win talkers, it's because
you ran for it. Yeah.
Ui, tengok item build.
They were so mad.
This was a normally built.
Tapi dia tukar tu untuk tower. Last tu untuk tower. Windtalker untuk tower.
That's the right build. Not the double wind talker, but Rocker, talk us through.
All right, so far so good for.
Tak, yang item Windtalker 2 tu dia last tu untuk tower,
It was a minimal
hit
lead
tower tu.
for FCAP for the majority of this, maybe around 2K, 4K, 5K at most. But then again, that was before explosions, big fights like this actually happened, where you know what, it was selective. It was Blacklist basically suffering from the.
Tapi kau bayangkan lah, dia boleh fight AP Bren sampai macam ni tau. Selalunya AP Bren tu easy game je bagi dia orang. Kau competition sampai macam ni, dekat sini salah. Dekat sini buat silap. Dekat sini dia orang punya tu makro, kurang makro.
And just movement.
Otai juga, memang otai juga baik. Otai.
And for a good 5 minutes, it worked. For a good 5 minutes,
they
had the bees, all the fans of FCAP around the world, the whole MPL arena, thinking, hey, maybe Blacklist can do it.
They're biting back. So at the end of the day, it really is the draft didn't really, hit too bad. It didn't hit as badly as I thought they would. But
for both sides.
For both sides,
That's
exactly.
Right.
With the Clint, I call it a bit of a band-aid solution.
And the Eve.
Somehow it was there. It did the job, but Flappies.
Tapi dekat Malaysia punya game jarang tengok macam ni kan. Fight yang sengit-sengit. Adalah 1-2 kan.
You have to understand what the Clint brings and how the rest of the team converges into that pick. And you'll see here, Owen was farming out of his mind.
Yeah.
Again, the fact that he picked
Rich guy
alongside the Rafaela means no one was gonna catch him. He could just go double lane all he wants, triple lane if he wants to. And large aim being a sandbag, you laughed at this, bro. At some point, it was like 120k already.
At 16, 15 minutes.
And
Damage taken.
He took like 80 more.
And he had fun. He looked like he was having a lot of fun here. So, Blacklist lost, but it didn't lose as much as I thought it would.
Tapi macam biasa lah dalam game Mobile Legends ni memang tak boleh buat silap. Engkau buat silap memang kena punish. Tak boleh buat silap. Tak boleh. No room for error. Memang tak boleh silap. Siapa silap tu bye-bye lah. Macam game ketiga tadi tu. AP Bren dah berapa Q tu. Sekali kena comeback. Buat silap kena comeback.
Revitalize and a concussive blast. Rocker, did you know that Revitalize is, if I'm not mistaken, maybe the 3rd best pick battle spell?
I believe so.
It Trump Petrify and it Trump Vengeance.
I think
kesian lah lot tu. Keluar masuk. Sekali lot tu dapat, tak sempat lagi dia nak perform. Lot tu tak sempat nak perform. Game dah end dah.
Maybe Khalid can kind of flick that in somewhere. Not here, but maybe in some other league here.
That sounds disgusting.
Tapi tadi pun game tadi tu yang last lot tu kan, itu memang lot dia bukan nak lot sangat tu pun. Sebab lot tu untuk pancingan untuk dia orang tu. Dua tim semua nak pancing. Tapi of course lah, siapa dapat lot tu advantage lagi besar.
All of that were in the hands of FCAP. They had the big box. It was only a matter of whether or not like Blacklist could kind of navigate around it, which I think they were doing for a good bit of it.
Which now brings us to what both teams
Tower damage.
Drafted into,
MP
right?
the King. Tak pernah hit tower.
They have more damage. They have more ways to use that because again, the box that they're working with.
Yeah.
Blacklist, they have meat. They have sustain.
A lot of movement.
A lot of movement.
Hell, a lot of movement.
A different kind of movement compared to the jumps that the
MP the King si keret dengan Malaysia.
Yep.
But just the same, they also had a lot of time. They could extend. That's why those Lord dances
that's true.
made a comeback from 2023. That's why we were like, hey, is this Throwback Thursday? Are we seeing an old mechanic come back to the game?
They could prolong this to maybe 50 minutes if they really wanted to.
Apa item clean tadi tu?
That's what they brought in. And when you add up
dia akan tunjuk kot. Tadi dia dah tunjuk belum?
Time cannot defeat Clint. You have to watch it in practice. You have to understand.
Tu nampak Dia jual kasut. Tapi dah belakang dia jual kasut. Dah screenshot belum? Dah ke? Dah cepat bagi tahu. Angka tukar. Patutlah sakit.
So with that said,
Thank you for the follow.
You know, XP is basically a win. It's like a third roam in the game.
Penat tengok jam ni. Sakit jantung tengok. Memang hard game lah. Tapi best lah tengok. Cara tengok macam mana dia orang punya positioning kan. Thank you Nial. Thank you for the follow. Tengok dia punya positioning tadi tu. Banyak barang boleh belajar tau. Satu game je banyak barang boleh belajar.
Midnight, and we are going to be bringing down the last moments of this game. First of all, let's look at the goal graph here. As we can see, Falcons AP Bren, they were leading the majority of this game. But Blacklist International was able to hold the side of Falcons AP Bren. At the very least, till the point where OHEB was able to match Falcons AP Bren. But again, it came to the point where, similar to game number 3, the Lord Dance was what made the winning team here able to take this game against Blacklist International. That was Falcons AP Bren on the back of an amazing performance from Fuse E with the usage of the reload manipulation. By the way, this Lord Dance took 4 whole minutes. 3 ultimates from Fuse were expended in this team fight, and the last Lord Dance that Falcons AP Bren was able to mount against Blacklist International, they were able to finally take control of the Lord.
Hey, thank you Mams. Thank you for the follow.
Manipulation coming out from Q, and Blacklist International were
Kat sini kat sini yang salah.
Lord Pit. Even MP the King.
Laju dah dia orang tukar item tu, laju. Gila tukar item. Tukar item macam tak tahu tukar apa tu. Laju. Memang fast hand. Info 2-2. Yes, 2-2. Siapa menang game next game tu last game lah. Siapa menang tu menang lah. Pergi final. Thank you for follow.
If they want to go in, you hold the Lord and not hit it, and instead turn it against them. That is why Falcons AP Bren was able to outlast Blacklist International in that long 4-minute Lord Dance that we just saw between Blacklist International and Falcons AP Bren. Now it's back to a best of 1. We have game number 5 in front of us. So before we head on to game number 5,
Music
let's throw it
softkan
over to the
sikit
panel.
lah. Aduh. Teruk.
I'll echo that.
That's all we could say. Again, a collective sigh of relief, joy, and awe. I still can't believe that these two teams are pushing each other to these limits.
Yeah, it's actually really funny if you think about it. That we're in a scenario where, again, we kind of forget that these are world champs, right? Make sure that guy's not there, and make sure that. Or it's weird to find, again, the team that no one really expected to be here.
The best from the beast.
Right. So now,
The
check
best
out
from the
Falcons
beast.
AP Bren's best heroes from patch 1.9.20. That means
Tak
it
apa,
was,
akan
patch
jumpa
that
juga.
either week 5 or week 6. And here they
Dekat
are.
M6 tak
We
ada lah.
haven't seen
Ada
Kyle
banyak
pick
lagi
up any
tournament
Nolan nor Aya
international.
yet, but Black definitely
The best from the court
had it in them.
breakers.
Everything has been playing a lot of alpha already.
Yeah, it just so happened that they used it 3 times in a row in day 1 of playoffs. But other than that, they actually are winning with it. Something that you kind of just, slips your mind.
100% prior to this series.
Prior to the series, yeah.
And that Nathan, Coach Treb, Coach Ducky ain't giving that to OHEB. And of course, the ever-absent Tigreal. Where is Perks'
Macam
Tigreal?
SRG versus MV game 1 tu vibes. All
Actually,
game dia orang.
I'm not going to be surprised if we see the CC. There you go. See the
Tapi
CC
yang aku rasa
here.
kan, next season MPL Malaysia kan akan jadi lagi kuat. Akan jadi lagi kuat dah. This season kita tengok pun dah cukup kuat dah. I mean, of course lah, ada tim macam RSG tu kan. Memang tak tahulah.
I guess
Mungkin dia orang kena main balik lagi lah. Kena main balik dari MPL pelan-pelan naik kan.
That's Khalid. Boom.
Gatot.
Boom. Gatot. Boom. That's impact. But then again, impact that you can get with the final slash is really subjective.
That too.
And the impact of the Benedetta, it wasn't a big boom. It was like, oh no, you don't have minions. Your tower is
oh
gonna
no,
get pushed.
you don't have minions. Oh no, I can cut through your lineup.
Yeah,
oh no, I rotate just as quickly as a Khalid.
Exactly. And
Not
your
sure.
backline's kind of in trouble.
Yeah, don't call me on that. I don't know if she can rotate as quickly as a Khalid with Sword Intent. We need to, the jury's not on that. We need to go to the lab first.
Someone should make a TikTok and race a Khalid and a Benedict.
Yeah, a Khalid from 0 sand walk stacks. Because he has to build that up.
Oh, right. From 0, yes.
Yeah, so anyways, we're down to game 5. Hard reset, both teams. Best of 1. Winner moves on to the upper bracket finals. Loser drops to the lower bracket. It's not over yet, but it definitely helps. It helps. So with that said, Rockhart, Blacklist have been pushed. They're furthest in the playoffs. They've, I don't know, I don't want to say they've exhausted all of their strats just yet.
Knowing Bonchan, probably not.
So does he bring it out now?
High IQ dengan EQ.
Maybe Treb knows. Maybe Treb
Sebab
knows
game
the
ni,
You're the guy who
game ni
said
bukan
it, right?
bukan
You're the
apa
guy
tu.
who said
Game
it.
ni bukan secara mekanik je tau.
It's not
Bukan
like
mekanik
go,
je.
go,
Sebab dia memang
kind of vibe yet,
main otak kuat tau.
You're
Dia
like that
semua,
close to M6.
semua lah. Satu badan.
That close to M6.
Physically, mentally, engkau kena kuat. Dua-dua ni kena kuat.
So
from the season that Blacklist had, and you're gonna go minimum top 3, I would.
Sebab
throw
macam
everything right now.
Macam drafting,
right place.
macam mekanik semua boleh diajar. Boleh diajar. Tapi pemikiran tak dapat diajar tau. Pemikiran tu bila awak tu pandai, pandailah. Bila awak tu tak pandai, tak pandailah. Macam tu. So barang-barang ni susah nak diajar. Mekanik, drafting, cara main tu semua boleh dilatih. SRG pukul berapa bang lawan? SRG mana ada? Ini MPL Filipin. Ini bukan MPL Malaysia. Ni Filipin. MPL Malaysia 31 hari bulan baru start. Playoff 31 hari bulan Oktober. Ujung bulan.
You would kind of like,
I would be what?
It'd be like you got like.
But then you tell me following that, hey man, match lasted 20 minutes.
I would. This is a composition you would want to run over and over again, and then just see the impact.
Oh, M6
right?
belum lagi. M6 lama lagi.
Top lane on the XP lane or whatever.
Ni MPL pun belum habis lagi.
And I think there's a
dua-dua.
Jungle Vendetta.
So next game siapa menang, siapa pergi kira semi final lah upper bracket final, so semi final lah nama dia.
And now we're going into game 5. Blacklist is once more.
Siapa kalah turun lower bracket. Main besok.
Oh no, it's not. It's FCAP. What? It's FCAP. FCAP is home.
Oh, that's true.
All right, let's sit down on that. Consider the options.
Yep.
Real quick, we want to shout out the students from Central Philippine University, Iloilo Science and Technology University, and West Visayas
Angka
State
sokong Blacklist ke?
University
Tak,
who
angka
are at the Festive
sokong
Walk
AP
for
Bren.
the MPL Philippines Season 14 Playoffs watch party. For everyone who just wants to join, head on over. Again, they are at the Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo.
Tapi kalau Blacklist tak ada apa tu? Tak ada MP King mungkin sokong kot.
That's right. And
students and students at heart.
It's not too late for you guys.
Students
right?
of the game.
Let's go. Come on. Students of the game. That is such a way to do it.
I mean,
aren't we all?
Everyone is welcome. Well, I'm just trying to say, daghang salamat to everyone who comes over. Again, that is at the Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo City. 30 seconds until the draft begins. So, FCAP on blue.
FCAP on blue.
I'm gonna say that. There's a small voice in my head that says otherwise, but it's FCAP on blue.
If it's
we're waiting for the update. I'm not saying it's FCAP.
Yeah, I wanted to double check that as well because my brain is. I'm forgetting a lot of things now because I'm just focused on like what happened in the previous one. So,
this or the game?
No, not that one. The previous game.
Okay.
Right? We're talking about like who went first on the draft. It's pretty crucial at this point, right? Because especially
Jepun
right now.
ke Korea?
There it is.
Angka tak tahu.
Our memory serves us right.
Yeah,
right.
Jepun dengan Korea punya tim angka tak kenal. Satu tim pun angka tak kenal. Siapa?
In the series, so that dropped from 67 to 64% their win rate.
Yeah.
And even their side
Nak buat asap, sementara tunggu
So what all that means is
drafting
that
pun aku
FCAP
tutup
is
camp
definitely on the
selalunya.
side they
Tak nak
want to
kacau
be in, and they
duduk
win
kat situ.
almost 6 out of 10 games. 6.5 games.
Give or take.
Yeah.
7 on a good day. So now,
Black ni disiplin kau-kau.
AP
Bren lead pun menang juga.
and too much utility.
That's right. Or hear me out, Dicky.
Okay.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not here.
This is still Coach Duck we're talking about. All right, here we go.
I'm kidding.
Falcons AP Bren banning out the
Fanny's
Matilda.
out. Perfect.
The Hylos and the Eve.
Whoa.
Oh, I think they were reading into a reversal of potential.
Kau ni tak habis-habis dengan jumpy kau dulu Tak habis-habis dengan jumpy.
This is something that you can.
Ni sekarang ni bukan pasal jumpy-jumpy dah ni.
Scrim a lot against each other.
Siapa punya mental kuat, siapa menang lah ni. Mental. Sekarang ni mental game. Game ketiga ni memang mental. Mentality.
Bottom here. So I actually don't mind it.
Siapa boleh tahan dengan pressure tu, engkau boleh control engkau punya mentality. It's your game. It's gonna be your game.
Yeah, it feels like even if they lose on it, they will still pick it.
Sushin! The steal! So does Black go Suyo Gadot?
Yes.
Ling! Sorry, I'm just... I know, all right? You don't have to tell me, I'm just excited. I know everyone is.
Gatot is still in.
The Ling Gatot, so that leaves Falcons AP Bren to pick the two newest heroes in the game.
That's a trap, isn't it, though? Right? It feels like a trap for FCAP. We're gonna go Ling. Are you gonna pick what you want to pick? And they
Kuat juga Bonchan dengan anak-anaknya menentang anak-anak Doki.
They're going for the really
Coach memang main peranan penting lah. Memang peranan penting tu. Otak dia orang lagi lah kena kuat tu.
Yeah.
Cara drafting dia. Kalau drafting salah juga, oi, penat tu. Hey, thank you for the follow.
I half expected the Nana. I thought that we were getting.
Thank you Darius Wayne. Thank you for the follow.
Already two solid targets for the Heartguard in the first.
Onyx PH main hari ni juga, ya. Pukul 7 nanti. Onyx lawan dengan Aurora. Lepas game ni, pukul 7.
Oheb is going to be the prime pick here.
Banner Nolan.
Nathan and Harris.
Yang ni upper bracket. Yes. Thank you for the follow. Upper bracket. Siapa kalah turun ke lower bracket main besok. Siapa menang pergi ke kiranya semi final lah. Upper bracket final tu semi final lah nama dia. Meta bucin takut meta bucin.
He's just good overall. The only problem is Haji's gonna have to play from a position where his mechanics don't matter as much.
I think he's been there once or twice in his career.
Kalau
right?
Alice keluar,
I think he can take it. But then again, you are talking
kalah
about
ni lawan
FCAP,
siapa?
so
Siapa kalah ni? Siapa kalah ni? Dia akan turun ke lower bracket. Dia akan lawan dengan yang game main antara Aurora dengan Onyx nanti. Katakan Aurora kalah, so dia akan lawan dengan Aurora besok. Kalau katakan Onyx kalah, dia akan lawan dengan Onyx besok. Siapa yang kalah ni? Team Liquid masih ada ke? Tak ada dah. Mana muka Angka Gaming? Biasanya muka streamer. Ada. Angka tutup cam sebab Angka tengah buang asap. Angka baru je tutup cam. Awak lambat. Tanyalah dia orang. Angka baru je tutup cam. Sebab Angka nak buang asap. Takkan nak buka cam buang asap. Mana boleh.
It's not showing up yet, but
tak apa, tunggu je. Lepas Angka buang asap, Angka buka balik cam. Nak tengok muka handsome ni kan? Boleh. Kejap. Orang Sarawak adil. Ya, orang Sarawak. Kami orang Sarawak juga. Yes, man, jangan risau Angka.
Again, we've had multiple interviews where
Happy menang ni. Saya jumpy. Sekejap. Bagi Angka tengok drafting ni sekejap. Tak concentrate lah. Hey, thank you for the follow.
Wait, who picked that?
Zaiful, thank you.
Blacklist,
they do it.
Wrong, I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate how I'm right.
Yeah.
Am I though?
It's not showing up.
SRG bila start, yang ni bukan MPL MY, yang ni MPL PH Philippines.
Yeah, history with it.
MPL MY 31 hari baru start. Thank you guys. Thank you for the follow, Machan.
It does feel like it. Ling
Kali
and Alice in the same lineup.
And then you have a low impact mid laner in the Angela.
Awal main Sabtu Ahad ada game juga. Ada. 4 hari tu turut. Sabtu Ahad. Hari ni hari kedua je. Hari kedua. Oheb atau Super Mako lagi mantap Angka. Oheb. Sorry. Super Mako. Oheb pula. Meta reset dia dah mula. Alice Angela kan Angka cakap. Jangan terkejut bila Alice keluar sebab Angela boleh Alice, Angela boleh Link. Dia nak buat meta reset tu. Apa pendapat Angka? Mako versus Innocent 50-50, 50-50. Dua-dua mantap.
Love it you put it that way. But yes, I think money is going to be the
Ada
biggest
fight tu,
issue
dia orang
here
dua. By one
for
tu.
Blacklist. Not money literally, but gold.
Ni last game mereka lah. Tak. Siapa kalah ni,
You gotta just
menang
trade your way
akan main
for
besok
4
lagi.
minutes.
Siapa kalah dia turun ke lower bracket. Sebab ni
All
upper
in on
bracket.
this, folks. Yu Zhong dusts himself off to come back for game 5 in the decider.
Thank you Amir, thank you for follow.
Upper bracket, Falcons AP Bren or Blacklist International. We are just a few moments away
Dia
from
orang
the
main,
game beginning. Rockhart and Leo signing up
Best
for
of
the
5.
last pre-game
Ni last game.
in this series.
Dua sama dah ni. Jadi last game ni. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much, Rockhart and Leo.
Dua sama. Ni last game. Last game. Siapa menang dia akan masuk semifinal. Ui, kuat.
Game number 5. No clue who's going to come
Dia orang
out
punya
on top
sound
of this
system
one.
teruk lah. Kejap kuat, kejap soft. Sorry guys. Bukan salah angka Bukan silap angka. Silap dia orang kat situ.
What are you thinking here? How do you feel? The Yu Zhong is up too.
A real throwback brought to us by Lord JM. Finally, the Dragon. We can finally say Black Dragon 4 once again. And this actually complements his playstyle, because the Benedetta a while ago, he was just literally, zoning out, trying to disrupt Falcons AP Bren. And what a better way to do it with a Black Dragon form.
Might as well, again.
Black Dragon 4.
Good choices here, I guess you
Dah.
could say for Haji.
Dah buka cam dah.
Go ahead and use that
Kuat draft Black.
And, you want to get to that back line.
Siapa kalah pergi lower. Yes, betul.
Of course, relying on some of that healing. Again, even the Revitalize is going to play a part in both. Or actually, it's just Black that has it. Whoa!
They're committing a lot to bring down MP the King.
Janganlah personal macam tadi lagi. Jangan personal macam tadi lagi, guys.
On to Kyle, on to Perks.
Baik.
Again, this time around, good pick-off there.
Lajunya upper bracket hari kedua dah upper bracket. Semalam hari pertama. Semalam hari pertama tu kalah mati. Sebab kan 6 tim je. 6 tim jadi sekejap je lah.
You guys have seen this hero now time and time again throughout the last couple weeks. He's been available for competitive play. And so there's got to be a response, and that's why there was so
Thank
much
you for the follow. Matnik,
well,
thank you.
That combo alone, the Angeling, can be devastating, especially in the early game once that heart guard's available. Haji doesn't have it just yet, and this turtle is up here. So we'll see. Again, he's not going to have it most likely for this fight.
Mana Onyx PH? Pukul 7. Next game. Lepas game ni, Onyx PH main dengan Aurora.
Will get the turtle. MP the King goes in with the Tempest of Blades, trying to do something there. And I
Thank
do
you
agree,
for the
a lot
follow,
of the
guys.
pressure is going to boil down to MP the King, because
Dia orang paksa kau ni. Paksa dia.
But if MP the King doesn't manage to, make it past the mid game, the Alice.
Thank you for the kentutnya.
This protection too that
Aurora menang. Demon Kite, mana Demon Kite? Jadi kita tengoklah siapa menang nanti. Pukul 7 Pukul 7. Siapa yang nak tengok Onyx main tu next game. Pukul 7 malam.
How many times do you have to deal with a Khalid and an Edith on your side of the jungle? Like, you're just like, guys, come on, this is part of it. Look at this MP.
Mula dah. Okay. Dah masuk dah.
To take down Ogwen. Okay, Primal Wrath casted here, Tempest of Blaze as well, but Kyle TZ and Flap TZ in there to make sure to save Ogwen
cepat
this
backup.
time.
Baik lah team macam ni. Thank you for the follow. Yang baru follow tu, terima kasih.
I know Leo mentioned this, that it was going to be Blacklist International being like, give me your lunch money, but right now it feels like FCAP are the bullies on the playground. Like, they are just staying
Berani
on
kau
this
masuk
side of the jungle.
Berani sangat.
Putting pressure and it's up to Blacklist to answer and respond to this.
Thank you for follow, guys.
Part of the items coming into place, Crows and Scythe locked in for Super Marco. Oheb went right for that Clock of Destiny, so he's got that.
Kalau kalah ni masih ada lower bracket ke bang? Yes, betul. Siapa kalah akan turun main besok. Main dengan yang kalah nanti pukul 7 nanti antara Onyx dengan Aurora. Thank you for the kentutnya.
Off-cam kill there for a few. Even when Haji's in the picture, he's going to get the pick off onto Lord JM. And again, I do agree with what you're saying. Falcons AP Bren are checking the boxes.
Lain macam go lane. Sebab ada Angela. Jadi dia orang boleh combo Angela Link, Angela Elise antara dua.
this time focusing their attention onto Few. I thought they were chasing Black Daisy. Tempest Blades will be there to bring down El Capitan Few. Now MP the King wants to go for the
Hidup
payback.
lagi.
Black Daisy with a quick sandlord.
ramai.
Here comes the dragon.
Tapi
Few
dapat
working
dapat
on
turtle.
Ogwen with even
Dapat
with the
turtle.
Primal Wrath will be taken down by MP the King as Kyle TZ gets the turtle.
It's a trade, right?
Ni
Yeah,
apa ke?
turtles
Yes.
go to the hands of FCAP.
Siapa menang ni
Blacklist,
akan
though,
pergi
is
semi final.
fighting back. Think about this. MP the King has dealt with
Liquid
so
mana?
much
Liquid dah bye-bye
bullying
dah,
in
tak ada
his
dah.
side of the jungle
Dia kalah
that
semalam.
at least through all this hard
Eko
work,
dengan Omega
he's now
kalah
got a couple
semalam.
kills
Jadi
and look
tak
to
ada
make
dah.
some
Dia orang
moves.
tak ada. Dah habis terkeluar. M6 punya slot, Malay dapat berapa slot? Malaysia 2. Malaysia 2 slot, Filipina 2 slot, Indonesia 2 slot.
And another kill for Falcons.
And that's why
Thank you, Momin. Thank you for the follow.
so sought after. Again, even when you're playing against a Revitalize or a bunch of sustainability or these heroes that can get away.
Thank you, Ashburn. Thank you follow. Easy, thank you follow.
You know, Lantern Flare can't fix.
Woi bang, kalau late game patutnya Blacklist menang ni.
Yeah,
The
both.
juicing. Both of them, they know the capabilities.
Thank you, Arms. Thank you for the follow.
Whenever someone, either of the mid laners does this, they're doing a great job of getting pickoffs.
Thank
Even
you,
if
thank you
Few
for
doesn't
follow.
have damage when it comes to the Lantern Flare, it does its job. It helps prevent Blacklist's aggression, even if they have perks with the Gatot Kacha.
Thank you. Terima kasih. Kawan-kawan baru. Hari ni dapat kawan baru ramai.
Trying to gather
Mantap lah korang.
over Falcons AP Bren to help aid MP the King.
Like look at this. Look at this setup here. Just whenever the purple
Tarik.
buff is up, Blacklist knows, all right.
Thank you, Momo. Thank you follow.
Protect
Dapat juga
purple,
tarik.
Let MP the King continue to go ahead and farm
Thank you,
up
L.
scale
Thank you
where he
follow.
needs to be. He hasn't gone down yet, so for the most part,
Atas
Blacklist
push.
is fine.
Atas.
It's just,
Atas.
you know, if they go 3 for 3 for turtles for FCAP,
Hey,
that's
thank you
not
for the
end of
rose,
world
Momo.
here
Thank
for
you. Terima
Blacklist. They
kasih.
can still go in, even when it comes down
Oh,
to
angka
the
banyak
just
rose hari ni.
hope that
Boleh buka
by that
kedai
time,
rose
Olaf is where he
besok.
needs to be. Again, he's still working. I think on that second item, he did have that Conquer Destiny pretty early
Thank
on.
you. Kau ni apa kau tinggal?
But eventually your lineup starts to shine towards
Thank you guys. Thank you for the follow. Banyak followers hari ni. Oi.
Looks like they're going to want to go ahead and contest this.
Gaduh kah? Gaduh kah? Gaduh kah?
Front side, Ogren will join this too.
Ada
At
gaduh
least
kah?
forcing them
Ada
back.
gaduh kah?
There we go.
Ada gaduh kah? Ada gaduh dah.
They're gonna pick up perks. Perks
Ui,
forces
ui,
their Revitalize.
ui.
MP King goes in. Plus
Saya
the
pun
hard
kau baru.
guard. He doesn't have to
Oh.
play the dragon as
Dapat.
well. A lot of ultimates being casted.
Oh.
Precise
Push.
target yet, but Owen will fall down in the hands of 5
Memang tak ada
members of
ubat lah.
Blacklist.
Angela Ling, Angela Elise ni sakit tau. Thank you guys. Thank you for follow. Yang baru follow ni. Terima kasih. Terima kasih sangat.
Down, but Blacklist still has a lot of grounds to cover here. Again, they're just going to go ahead and trade 3 for 3 turtles for FCAP. They wanted to look elsewhere across the map. They weren't really able to push in this turret on the top side just yet.
Tak suka lah tengok turtle hitam dia. Turtle hitam dengan lot dia pun hitam.
And eventually gets them to a more even ground later on. Again, you're seeing it here. Purple buff is going to be up this
At
time.
least lawan kari, yes.
Wants to force MP the King.
Ni meta 2. Angela Ling ataupun Angela Elise.
They try to hold on to this mid turret just a couple shots away here.
Bawah guys, bawah. Jangan tinggalin macam tu je. Sayang. Push lagi bawah sikit lagi. Push lagi bawah sikit tu, okey. Barulah concentrate kat mid. Adakah akan terjadi kutukan pick kali late game, last game, auto kalah. Aku pun dah cakap sebelum game ni start. Game ni mental Last game ni memang mental game. Siapa pun yang mentality kuat, dia orang menang. Tim mana mentality kuat, menang. Ni dah mental game lah. Nak cakap tu mekanik lebih kurang semua sama mekanik. Mekanik. Tapi ni sekarang challenge tu otak, kepala otak. Mental game. Jangan lupa Angela Yizong Seramo. Angela boleh combo dengan banyak lah Boleh combo dengan banyak. Ya, dua-dua. Sekarang dua-dua. Yang ni last game. Siapa menang ni akan ke semi-final. Siapa kalah ni turun low bracket main besok.
They're able to actually find like a moment where they can collapse down with a hard guard and
Yeah, and
maybe Lord JM's able to get
more mistake.
that combo we used to see so often before when the Yuzhong was, you know,
Oi.
more so picked
Oi.
meta. But again,
Oi.
this is going to happen here. Time
Dapat.
and time again.
Dapat tarik.
Another catch for Ogwen and Few onto perks. Lantern Flare is there, forcing the Revitalizer. Not going to be able to pick up perks there. No casualties just yet, but this might change because the first Lord has spawned. So, in Blacklist case, there's a 4.4k gold lead on the opposing team. They can still go for the Retribution steal. Again, they have Haji with the Angela, so they can aid MP the King if ever he wants to go and try to contest for that Lord.
Okay, Lord is up here, but as we saw, Purple
Bawa
Bubble
pecah
is
lah.
taken with
Bawa
that
pecah lah.
Retribution from Kyle Teasy. So they'll start things up. Good push into that tier 1 on the bottom side. Now they'll work on it. Half health on the Lord right now. Perks dealing with it. There's a conceal.
Okay, MP the King goes in with the Tempest Blade. That's the hardcore, but he got bursted down! Super Marco also goes down. Here comes the Black Dragon form. Has to retreat though as Perks trying to soak up the damage, but cannot out-sustain the damage of Falcons AP Bren. Counter-attack coming in from Blacklist as they bring down Flap and Ogwen. Oheb has been activated, but a triple kill from Kyle Teasy. Flowing blood just to escape. A 3-for-4 trade. Falcons AP Bren gets 4 agents.
Datang. Berani datang. At least berani datang.
Yeah, Oheb's not going to do that. Not against with Kyle Teasy there. And you to help him out with the utility. So that is a Lord secured here for FCAP. You can see it though, Blacklist, just like the previous game, like they have some fight in them. It was unfortunate that even with the hard guard earlier on, MP the King just got obliterated. You know, he was taken out so quickly.
Man.
That again,
thank you Angin Kancang, thank you for the follow.
So difficult on a Ling to be able to do this, especially when you don't have a purple. You know, like the purple's been
Dah makin jauh dah.
What, the past 3
4,008 masuk 5,000 dah. Thank you M, thank you follow, thank you me, thank you for follow.
And for a moment there,
Thank you Kingdom, thank you for follow.
The fans are screaming.
Yeah,
it's so loud here.
They're erupting, man. I mean, both the teams here, I'm not sure, but what is sure is he's back. Welcome back, the Black Dragon. This is only the second time.
Thank you Carlsberg, thank you for the follow. Thank you Zeus, thank you for follow.
Again, it's been a long time since we saw Yu Zhang, and you know there was a time when he was picked up almost nearly every game.
Almost high contention rate.
Hey, thank you Epi, thank you for follow. Jangan paksa, jangan paksa. Jangan paksa guys, jangan paksa. Jangan paksa. Sabar. Enough. Ada shield. Thank you Shamir, thank you for follow.
JM with the jump and purify can turn things around even if Falcons AP Bren has an outstanding gold lead at 6 points.
So satu tower hilang je. Discipline. Control your mental sekarang. Control your mental. Control mental tu. Control. Ha. Boleh menang. Relax. Korang dah menang banyak gol dah ni. Ha. Tak payah nak buat setup mana dah. Main pasif dulu. Ada peluang belum masuk. Jangan tergesa-gesa. Kurangnya draft play. Tadi high ground. Harap MP the King dapat datang MC nanti. Baru dia cakap. Lagi. Dapat per.
A monster kill coming in from Kyle Teasy, but Oheb has the hard guard. Gonna bring down Super Marco. Still working on Flap Teasy. Kyle Teasy on the chase. Oheb's gonna be able to escape, but Haji though.
Tak boleh lari ni. Nak lari ke mana Angela? Nak pergi mana Angela? Nak pergi mana Angela?
Chasing after him as well.
Nak pergi mana Angela?
Kill for Kyle Teasy at 7-0-3.
Yeah, massive game here for Kyle Teasy right now, but still, FCAP has to respect what Blacklist is able to do and vice versa, and that's why you see even, you know, some people might be looking at, man, look at the lead FCAP's got.
Reset untuk lot. Main minion dulu. Main minion. Tolak atas. Tolak atas. Cut lane.
We saw it, right? They try to jump in. They use the Avatar of the Guardian a little bit
Don't
later.
cut.
The hard guard on Oheb to kind of sustain that fight because of where he is, even itemization-wise. So those extended fights might come out helping Blacklist.
Tapi atas pecah pun okey lagi ya.
But if they don't get to the later portion of the game, it's going to be difficult for them to do. So FCAP,
Bawah menang minion,
their items really locked in. They'll start up this next Lord here. Saw 2, Winner's Crown was picked up by Oheb, so that could play a part if he jumps in the Blood Ode and everything else, even with a hard guard or not.
Okay, MP the King just waiting patiently.
Live kan ni? Live. Di MPL Filipina bukan Malaysia Malaysia belum lagi. Malaysia 31 bulan playoff.
Quarter of health here. Both teams still kind of
Suyo sakit.
go for a reset.
Tapi bagi Angga tak cukup sakit lah. Tak cukup sakit. Dah mulalah tu si bot tu datang.
A fake reset, a joke. Falcons AP Bren gets the Lord. Unfortunately for Blacklist, even though they don't have a trade, they're not going to lose anyone though, as Falcons AP Bren works on trying to get the purple buff away from
MPL MY 31 hari bulan. Ujung bulan ni. Playoff.
Let's think about the defense here.
MPL Indo Angga tak pasti sebab Angga tak buat live untuk MPL Indo. Angga buat live untuk MPL Malaysia dengan MPL PH saja. Lagipun Angga tak follow MPL Indonesia, Angga tak follow. Sorry
You should relatively be able to clear waves out, but the problem is in certain cases you're also going to have to be using those ultimates to help clear things out. The Lord in the mid lane, these waves are they're lined up, they're managed really well.
Jangan push sangat tu. Dapat tahu cukup dah. Dapat tahu cukup.
15 minutes in, you've got a 7,000 gold lead.
Dapat tahu cukup.
Dapat
tahu cukup. Dapat tahu cukup.
Mid lane turret about to fall down as well as the bottom lane turret.
Dapat tahu cukup. Okay. Sorry yang tanya. Tak apa, jangan sorry. Tak ada sorry. Hal kecil je, hal kecil je. Tapi awak tanya tu mungkin ada orang lain boleh jawab tak? Ada siapa-siapa yang follow MPL Indo tak? Tolong kawan kita ni jawab. Oh, dia cari belakang, memang cari belakang. Cari belakang.
Super Marco stays alive. Now they're working on Oheb. An immortality pop by Ogwen. Winter crowd play coming in from Oheb. They might be able to take him down. Oh my God!
Tengok mekanik baik.
Bringing down the Filipino sniper. AOJ from Perks just to walk away.
Oh man.
They have minions onto the top. They have minions onto the mid lane. Falcons AP Bren on the verge of winning this game. Falcons AP Bren breaks the momentum of the code and soars forward to the upper bracket final.
Dia nak cari tapi kena balik, kena makan balik. Tanggal 23 MPL ID. Okay. Thank you brother Raya. Thank you for the info nya.
And they wanted to go the distance and FCAP did just that.
Okay guys, don't forget Blacklist isn't eliminated yet. We still have the lower bracket. And this time they show their perseverance, really forcing.
Tapi dia orang tak mati lagi dah. Ada chance lagi sebab dia orang turun low bracket. Turun low bracket, dia main besok.
Defending world champions. This is not the Blacklist International that you saw in the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe hints of it, but this is definitely playoffs Blacklist.
Bye, yang terhibur. Okay, thank you Hidayat. Thank you. Ni dah follow tu boleh lah selalu tengok aku punya live dah. Hey, thank you for the follow.
I'd be worried, man. I'd be scared.
Especially with the improvements from this man leading Blacklist, Lord J.
Phenomenal series for Lord J. I'm just all over here. Once again, FCAP. You can hear.
Lepas ni Onyx dengan Aurora pukul 7. Pukul 7 start. Sebab ingat kan nak satu game je, tapi tadi ada ramai cakap dia nak tengok Onyx kan. Nak tengok Onyx main, jadi yang ke continue lah, ke sambung. Thank you Yong. Thank you for the follow Yong. Itu akan sambung. Kalau tak ke memang nak end dah ni. Siapa win? AP Bren menang. 3-2. Ingat nak end sebab ada ramai nak tengok Onyx, so kita sambung demi korang tak apa. Sebenarnya aku nak pergi tidur, nak pergi rehat jap. Tapi tak apa. Kita layan. Sebab korang tu supporter ni.
Confident pa rin naman kami, pero iniiwasan lang namin is masobrahan ng pagiging confident kasi pag
M6 di Malaysia, Axiata Arena.
Feeling nyo pag overconfident, doon kayo nalalason ng kalaban. Actually, this one is
M6 Malaysia 2 slot, Philippines 2 slot, Indonesia 2 slot.
Now, we were shocked with what happened nung
Kuala
game
Lumpur,
number
KL.
1. 0-16. Kita rin sa mukha mo, parang nag-ano ka doon eh. Game number 3 naman, 21-9.
Okay, Dayat.
Namin sa nyo
Happy
na
push
yun.
rank.
The way things happened, na-shock din kami. What's
Ingat
happening?
siapa-siapa jumpa ke dalam rank tu, boleh minta selfie. Jangan risau. Angka tak bunuh punya. Lepas selfie tu kita main balik. Nama sama nama in-game akan sama. Dekat sini Angka Gaming sama.
Nagkamali, or is this what you were saying na
Awak search je Axiata Arena. Sebab dia satu je. Satu je stadium tu, Axiata Arena.
This is something, syempre, yung mga fans ng Falcons don't want to see again. So, from here on, paano mo masisigurado na hindi na kayo masi-0-16 next time?
Siguro parang
Sama.
gagawin lang namin yung ginagawa namin. Wala nang mga special na galaw para di kami ma-0-16.
Axiata, AXIATA. Bukan S, AX.
Matches, all out na yung normal na Falcons AP Bren na nakikita namin. And now,
Tapi jangan main pergi
it's
je.
time to
Make sure dapat
announce
tiket
our
dulu.
MVP. Let me hear it
Sebab
from you.
sekarang tu memang dah penuh dah. Tiket dah sold out. Ni playoff ke? Yes, playoff. MPL Philippines bukan Malaysia. Ini MPL Philippines.
Ang ating MVP,
Malaysia belum lagi. Malaysia 31 hari bulan.
Kyle TZ. Kyle, great game. Anong masasabi mo sa mga fans nyo? At imbitahan nyo naman sila to keep supporting you ngayong playoffs.
Sa lahat po ng mga pumunta dito na fans po ng Falcons AP Bren, maraming salamat po. Tsaka sa mga manonood dyan sa mga bahay, punta kayo dito sa venue ng MPL PH Arena. Dito sa Greensun, Makati yun. Thank you.
That's right. Sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa bahay, pumunta kayo dito dahil pwede kayo manalo ng 5,000 diamonds. And with that, eto na ang ating lucky fan. Come on up. You
Ratu
will
Leban
get
ni. Semalam dia pakai punya baju kan. Oh ye.
diamonds.
Dia push up gila punya. Tapi hari ni punya nampak macam kecil.
Mamimigay kami sa ating loyal
Semalam macam durian. Hari ni macam rambutan.
What's your name?
Nico.
Nico, congratulations. Ikaw ang ating lucky fan.
Jahat yang kan?
Sino dito ang favorite player mo from Falcons AP Bren?
Actually, lahat sila. Pero, Super Marco.
Super Marco. Bakit si Super Marco? Super Marco, dito ka.
Bulletproof talaga eh. Hindi siya kayang i-pick off ng one.
Okay, Asmel.
So, kailangan talaga
Thank you.
halos lahat sumali para lang ma-defeat siya.
That's right. Nasa harap mo na siya. Anong gusto mong mensahe, words of encouragement kay Super Marco?
Thank you Papa Zola. Thank you for the follow.
Uwiin ang trophy. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Dah champion ke MPL? Belum. Ni baru hari kedua. Baru hari kedua. Upper bracket.
Congratulations to the both of you. I'll take this mic.
Tapi AP Bren menang. Dia orang pergi semi-final. Lepas tu next game pukul 7 nanti Onyx main dengan Aurora.
Take your bow and take your walk of victory. All right, Beast, let me hear it from you one more time. Let's go, Falcons! The matches are getting more exciting. Ito ay napunta sa game number 5 and we're gonna break it down for you.
So kita boleh rehat-rehat dulu lah. Siapa yang nak tengok Onyx tu nanti datang masuk balik pukul 7. Angka rasa Angka akan buat playback. Lepas tu Angka nak pergi dapur, basuh-basuh apa yang patut. Sementara tunggu pukul 7 lah.
Let's talk about that bout. Again, it was relatively quick.
I mean, compared to what we were expecting, and it had to be quick for Falcons AP Bren because they needed to beat that timer. Us personally, we were looking at the clock a lot.
Yep, 17-18. If Blacklist had their turrets up or their base was still standing and Oeb was constantly farming and developing into the monstrous core that he was meant to be, then maybe it could have been turned around, but que sera. I know that at the beginning we said Blacklist would be on Super Marco and, rattling him for his lunch money, turning him upside down, shaking him for all he's got. But when you look at the big picture, Falcons AP Bren kind of 200 IQ'd this, and instead of playing the playground, they played the stock market. They looked at the stock that was in the expensive cores of Blacklist and said, give me your 401k. Like, give me the big box, because I know you need this. I know you need the gold and the time. If you don't, it's over.
In a sense, it's still resource management. That was still resource management for Blacklist, right? For Falcons AP Bren. They were looking at the gold markers. They were looking at the gold graph probably a lot. And they were thinking, you know what? We can afford to lose some of the fights because it wasn't super one-sided. Despite, like we mentioned, Blacklist, they
Panas,
have that more
kita buat
expensive
aircon sekejap.
lineup.
Panas.
Cost more gold for these heroes, the Ling, the Alice, and even the Yuzhong to activate.
To some extent, yeah.
Yeah, right? Because you need items if you want to be a tanky Yuzhong.
For sure.
So it happened. We did see that scenario. They were fighting back, but they were fighting back a little soft. You know what I mean? And they definitely were keeping their eyes on Super Marco.
That's right. It wasn't enough to rattle Marco in the submission, and it wasn't enough to stop the big picture plan of Falcons AP Bren. Something to note about Fuse Jushin here. He rocked it with a common emblem. So despite the changes to Jushin in the recent patch of not taking up mana when you're hitting minions with her second skill, he still needed the extra regen. So that means he's expecting to always be in a fight.
Blacklist on boleh tahan ni. Blacklist boleh tahan, serius. Compare dengan AP Bren tu memang favorite dekat AP Bren lah. Tapi dia boleh fight dengan AP Bren sampai macam ni tau. Memang power tau. Power tau.
Understandably, but more for he just wanted to go for lanterns, right?
Yeah, more uptime.
Lantern hits.
More uptime, more efficiency on the map. And that's why they nipped it at the butt. Again, 16 minutes. If this crossed the 18-20 minute mark, would have been difficult, and it played a role, all right? Blacklist International's lack of base defense played a role. They have to fully commit to throwing their bodies at minions to be able to stop the waves, and FCAP wasn't having any of it.
That's right. FCAP knew that they were also on the timer, so they actually sped it up. That's why Kyle Teasy, he was everywhere. He was 10-0 in this one, by the way, in case you didn't notice that, guys, earlier.
MVP.
He's MVP, and he knew he had to speed it up. He knew he had to speed up control on the map by pushing out a lot of these minion waves and making sure that no minion waves are going towards the B side. And then they could focus on the objective.
Him and Flap. Flap and him again.
Bang, lepas ni team apa main? Oni PH dengan Aurora. Pukul 7.
You combo that with a tap surge, and you're just flashing into random waves and whacking them with Sever.
That's right. And that's because
Jadi siapa yang kalah next game tu akan main dengan Blacklist besok.
And when you're behind and you have a very expensive lineup, it's just but a dream and a meme. Let's throw over to Midnight to break down further game number 5.
Well, Falcons AP Bren, they still stand strong as they move on to the upper bracket finals and drop Blacklist International to the lower bracket. An understanding of the timings of their lineup is what worked here for Falcons AP Bren, and that's what we're going to be breaking down here in the analyst stand. My name is Midnight, and once again, Falcons AP Bren, fantastic showing in game number 5. As you can see, Falcons AP Bren, they took majority of the objectives here uncontested from Blacklist International. Even before the first turtle, we saw Kyle TZ already.
Oni kalah sekali je kan?
MP the King.
Kalah dengan siapa dah?
Composition, and also understanding that if they drag this out to the late game, they are not going to be able to match up Addis. And as the panelists mentioned, there is a switch.
Kalah dengan Echo
between the
tak ingat.
and the Mage. Few was leading by 1,000 gold over Haji.
Tapi apa bracket ni memang 1-2 AP Bren dengan Onyx. Jadi hari ni punya kalah tu tak takut. Siapa kalah hari ni boleh main lagi besok. Siapa menang bang? Tadi tu AP Bren menang 3-2. Tapi bukan kalah mati lah. Turun low bracket. Jadi Blacklist International akan main besok. Besok dia main dengan siapa yang kalah next game nanti, antara Onyx dengan Aurora.
In the middle game, and MP the King were scouring for resources because Kyle TZ was just constantly taking greens, taking the farm, and that allowed Few as well to be able to get more items in the late game. And Blacklist International, when they were able to pick up their items, suddenly they found themselves
tak ni MPL Filipin, bukan Malaysia. Malaysia punya belum start lagi. Playoff 31 hari bulan. Yang ni Filipin. MPL PH.
Understanding of the timings and the map movements that allowed Falcons AP Bren to be able to outmaneuver and outclass Blacklist International in game number 5. A fantastic series and a fantastic showing from both sides as we finish the first series of today. But we're not done yet. There is another amazing series ahead of us as we are going to be able to watch Fnatic Onyx face up against Aurora MLBB once MPL Philippines Season 14.
Dekat playoff tu 6 tim je Omega. Ui, terkejut ke.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Dia 6 tim je. Omega, lepas tu Echo, AP Bren, Onyx, Aurora
The official
dengan
tournament phone
Blacklist
of MPL
International.
Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon.
So, angka buat playback
Don't
guys.
miss any
Sementara
MPL
kita
action
tunggu
by
next game pukul
following
7
our
nanti.
official Facebook and subscribing to our
Nak
YouTube
pergi
channel.
dapur, nak
Follow
pergi
MPL
cuci-cuci
PH
barang
on
jap.
TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng
Nak
Pinas
tunggu
playoffs of MPL
tunggu dia
PH
punya
Season
timer keluar dulu.
14 action
Angka nak set timer.
live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds
MP
by
The King
sharing your
bukan dari
hashtag
Kamboja.
MPL S14 live experience on Facebook and
Dia
TikTok.
asal Filipin. Dia
And to
import
ensure the
import
equality and
player.
fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is
See you
also
soon.
monitored and supervised by the Games
Siapa
and
menang? AP
Amusement
Bren.
Board.
AP Bren menang 3-2.
And more with Smart Powerall. All access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
30 eh. Alright.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming with new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
Salah. Okay, kita buat playback. Angka pergi dapur je. Dapur je. Tengok first game lah. First game.
Make a play up top.
They're gonna go for Flap TZ.
Ni game kedua.
Body of Smith though will save him. Quite tanky here as Perks goes in with a quick sand guard. Flicker out and Lord JM's aggression will pay off. They will get the first blood.
Already, you know, hey, some people said, you know, oh, hold on, I think they're still engaging. Perks.
Okay, they want to go for the counter attack. Here comes the Shadow Stampede for El Capitan Few, but it's not going to be enough though as Kyle TZ has to walk away and Lord JM playing out of his mind already. A double kill early on, make it 3 as MP the King picks up the kill.
Man, this is a whole lot happening here under the 2-minute mark right now. I mean, we're talking about a good respective lead. Early game leading into that first objective in just a bit here. And with those kills, 2 being on Lord JM, that's great for the lane matchup. You know, this is an R-Lot pick. He just gets that little forward. He's got a nice lead against Flap TZ. So this makes things really, I guess, comfortable for Blacklist in the early portion of the game. We'll see if FCAP actually wants to respond to this and how they do that.
Berapa sudah? Tak, ini playback. Tengok tu. Ini playback. Result dia tadi 3-2. 3-2. AP Bren menang.
The first turtle just spawned. Already 3 kills for Blacklist.
Sekarang tengah break time.
A lot has happened.
Game next game tu pukul 7 baru start.
Are securing here the turtle. Flap TZ and Ogre just trying to survey the scene, trying to disrupt Blacklist as they will secure an uncontested turtle.
The other upside of this lineup from Blacklist International is just the fact that, you know, you have this Lo Yi here. Haji's running the Warcry emblem, and that's why also those early skirmishes
miss out last game.
The
Tapi last game, nak tengok tak? Nak tengok last game, Angka boleh ulang last game.
It's hard to fight those early fights with a Lo Yi across from you. Now later on, once those diversion plays come in handy, that's where you really kind of keep FCAP wondering, like, where are we going to come through from that diversion play?
Yeah,
and it's tough to deal with. Look at that early damage.
Tapi last game tu memang gila lah last game tadi.
Haji and a few, they have Lord JM to be a menace again, disrupting Falcons AP Bren's rotation, their plans. Not necessarily go for the kills, but to do enough. Once again,
Last game tadi tu memang fight dia. Tengok. Angka pun nak tengok balik ni, Memang exciting. Tapi Angka tak nak cakap lah korang tengok sendiri ya. Tak nak rosakkan dia punya surprise. Korang tengok lah. Memang game yang mantap.
And you know, you want to get to that back line. Perks taking a couple shots here. Of course, relying on some of that healing. Again, even the Revitalize is going to play a part in both. Or actually, it's just Black that has it. Oh, whoa!
Okay. They're committing a lot just to bring down MP the King. But Haji with the Love Waves will save MP. Now they're focusing their attention next onto Kyle, onto Perks. Kyle TZ with the Queller.
Queller again. This time around, a good pickoff there. Starting things early on for FCAP. And we all know what this does. I mean, the panel on actually both languages talk about how snowbally Suyo can be. And I'm sure for most of the viewers out there, you guys have seen this hero now time and time again throughout the last couple weeks. He's been available for competitive play. And so there's got to be a response. And that's why there was so much pressure put on MP the King as well, because that combo alone, the Angeling, can be devastating, especially in the early game once that hard guard's available. Haji doesn't have it just yet, and this turtle is up here. So we'll see. Again, he's not going to have it most likely for this fight.
Another catch from Ogwen onto Perks. Now Flap TZ going to cut off Perks' extra route there as Kyle TZ will get the turtle. MP the King goes in with the Tempest of Blades, trying to do something there. And I do agree, a lot of pressure is going to boil down to MP the King, because we all know the Alice, strong in the late game, scales up. But if MP the King doesn't manage to, make it past the mid game, the Alice pick won't be any use.
Look at this protection, too, that Blacklist International has to do continuously to go ahead and allow MP the King to get that purple buff at least. And so with that, the FCAP's going to play with the kind of lead that they built themselves, this kind of rotation that they're doing too. It's a nuisance. I mean, think about this. How many times do you have to deal with a Khalid and an Edith on your side of the jungle? Like, you're just like, guys, come on. This is part of it. Look at this, MP.
Yeah, the tandem of Flap TC and Ogwen just working on 3 members. Hard guard is there for MP the King to make sure to take down Ogwen. Okay, Primal Wrath casted here, Tempest of Blaze as well, but Kyle TC and Flap TC is there to make sure to save Ogwen this time. Saving their roamer, as MP the King will safely get this orange buff.
I know Leo mentioned this, that it was going to be Blacklist International being like, give me your lunch money, but right now it feels like FCAP are the bullies on the playground. Like, they are just staying on this side of the jungle of Blacklist and continuously putting pressure and pressure and pressure, and it's up to Blacklist to answer and respond to this. You can see that too. Part of the items coming into place, Crows and Scythe locked in for Super Marco. Oheb went right for that Clock of Destiny, so he's got that. A little bit of extra magic resist too for Super Marco to deal with that Alice carry matchup. But right now, I'd say FCAP's done everything that they wanted to do. They continue to just play around their strengths, and Lord JM gets killed too off the camera here.
Off-cam kill there for few. Even when Haji's in the picture, he's going to get the pick off onto Lord JM. And again, I do agree with what you're saying. Falcons AP Bren are checking the boxes of what they need to do now. Flap TC putting on work onto MP the King. MP the King will get his purple buff. Hard guard is there ready to save MP. This time focusing their attention on the Pew. I thought they were chasing Flap TC. Tempest Blades will be there to bring down El Capitan Pew. Now MP the King wants to go for the payback. Flap TC with a quick sand guard. But here comes the dragon. Yuzhong working on Ogwen. Ogwen, even with the Primal Wrath, will be taken down by MP the King as Kyle TZ gets the turtle.
It's a trade, right? Yeah, turtle's going to go in the hands of FCAP. Blacklist, though, is fighting back. Think about this. MP the King has dealt with so much bullying in his side of the jungle that at least through all this hard work, he's now got a couple of kills and looking to make some moves.
MP even using the retribution just to make sure to get a catch onto Kyle TZ. Almost getting killed there by the Queller of Kyle. Now they're focusing their attention once again onto Perks. Gonna get picked off by the Lantern Flare. He's gonna fall down in the hands of Kyle. And another kill for Falcons.
And that's why this Jushin pick is so sought after. Again, even when you're playing against a Revitalize or a bunch of sustainability or these heroes that can get away, hey man, it's nothing that a Lantern Flare can't fix.
Yeah, that's why Haji's also been using the
both.
Juicin. Yeah. Both of them, they know the capabilities. Whenever someone, either of the mid laners does this, they're doing a great job of getting pickoffs. Even if Few doesn't have damage when it comes to the Lantern Flare, it does its job. It helps prevent Blacklist's aggression, even if they have perks with the Gatotkacha that you know is really quite tanky.
Yep.
He has to play it safe because so far he hasn't been crossing the river trying to gather information over Falcons AP Bren to help aid MP the King.
Like, look at this. Look at this setup here. Just whenever the purple buff is up, Blacklist knows, all right, we get in position, protect purple. Let MP the King continue to go ahead and farm up, scale up the way he needs to be. He hasn't gone down yet, so for the most part, Blacklist is fine. It's just, if they go 3 for 3 for Turtles for FCAP, that's not the end of the world here for Blacklist. They can still go in, even when it comes down to the Lord fights, and hope that By that time, Oheb is where he needs to be. Again, he's still working, I think, on that second item. He did have that Conquer Destiny pretty early on. I think he rushed it. But eventually your lineup starts to shine towards the later portion of the game here for Blacklist. Right now, though, it looks like they want to go ahead and contest this. Baptiste for the front side. Oakwood will join this too, at least forcing them back. Here we go.
Okay. They're going to pick up Perks. Perks forces to use their Revitalize. MP the King goes in, plus the hard guard. Here comes Stefan to play the Dragon as well. A lot of ultimates being casted. No precise target yet, but Owen will fall down in the hands of 5 members of Blacklist, preventing Falcons AP Bren from going for the turtle.
They stop that for now. Oakland goes down, but Blacklist still has a lot of grounds to cover here.
Yeah.
Again, they're just going to go ahead and trade 3 for 3 turtles for FCAP. They wanted to look elsewhere across the map. They weren't really able to push in this turret on the top side just yet. But it might be those small things that Blacklist does that eventually gets them to a more even ground later on. Again, you're seeing it here. Purple buff's going to be up. This time, Kyle Teasy, a part of this, wants to force MP the King into that.
Oh!
It looks like, yeah, it was taken from him. So, no purple buff for MP. They try to hold
Thank
on
you,
to
Joy.
this
Thank you for the follow.
mid-turret, just a couple shots away here.
Grand Theft Purple for Kyle Teasy. This
Ih, banyak lah followers hari ni. Mantap. Thank you, Fazli.
Extend the lead more.
Thank you, AR.
Doing a great job of
100 lebih followers aku dapat hari ni. Ui, mantap lah korang.
Blacklist has no turret takedown.
Thank you, Amio. Thank you, Hizan. Thank you, Muhammad.
Blacklist, so Super Marco can make quick work with the bottleneck turret.
This is basically just FCAP going through that list of, you know.
Thank you, Amelina. Thank you, V. Ui, banyak. Makin banyak.
That's checked off. We go to the next. And because really, this was almost in a similar way where we saw a previous game where they wanted Blacklist to fight them, but if they didn't, if Blacklist was like, no, we don't want to fight yet, then FCAP will continue to just play the macro game and get what they need, farm up themselves. And then we find ourselves in what we saw earlier, where it was just, you know, Lord shuffles for a bit, and then it was a
Thank you. Baru follow dulu. Terima kasih.
So for Blacklist, with the lineup that they have, it's not like they can immediately fight unless they're able to actually find like a moment where they can collapse down with the hard guard and everything else. Maybe Lord JM's able to get that combo we used to see so often before when the Yuzhong was, you know, more so picked or meta. But again, this is going to happen here time and time again.
Okay, another catch for Ogwen and Few on to Perks. Lantern is there, forcing the Revitalizer. Not going to be able to pick up Perks there. No casualties just yet, but this might change because the First Lord has spawned. So, Blacklist case, there's a 4.4k gold lead on the opposing team. They can still go for the Retribution steal. Again, they have Haji with the Angela, so they can aid MP the King if ever he wants to go and try to contest for that Lord.
Okay, Lord is up here, but as we saw, Purple Buff was taken with that Retribution from Kyle Teasy. So they'll start things up. Good push into that tier 1 at the bottom side. Now they'll work on it. Half health on the Lord right now. Perks dealing with it. There's a conceal.
Okay, MP the King goes in with the Tempest of Blade. That's the hard block, but they got Perks down! Super Marco also goes down. Here comes the Black Dragon form. Has to retreat though as Perks trying to soak up the damage but cannot out-sustain the damage of Falcons AP Bren. Counterattack coming in from Blacklist as they bring down Flap and Ogwen. Oheb has been activated, but a triple kill from Kyle Teasy. Flowing blood just to escape. A 3-for-4 trade. Falcons AP Bren gets 4 agents and might be able to take this Lord away.
Yeah, Oheb's not going to do that. Not against with Kyle Teasy there and you to help him out with the utility. So that is a Lord secured here for FCAP. You can see it though, Blacklist, just like in the previous game, like they have some fight in them. It was unfortunate that even with the hard guard earlier on, MP the King just got obliterated. You know, he was taken out so quickly.
Man.
That again, this is, it's more so difficult on a Ling to be able to do this, especially when you don't have a purple. You know, like the purple's been taken. What, the past 3 purple buffs have been taken from MP the King?
Yeah,
Thank you, honey. Thank you for the kentutnya.
Hard time despite the presence of the heart guard. And for a moment there, I didn't understand what you were saying because the fans are screaming.
Yeah,
it's so loud here.
They're erupting, man. I mean, both the teams here, I'm not sure. But what is sure is he's back. Welcome back, the Black Dragon. This is only the 2nd time he's been picked up throughout the season here. Again, it's been a long time since we saw Yu Zhang, and You know, there was a time when he was picked up almost nearly every game.
Yeah. Almost high contention rate each and every time, and the Falcons AP Bren here making use of their lord. They want to go and pop the energy shields of Blacklist. Blacklist makes quick work of the lord, saving all their inhibitor turrets so far. But again, the resilience of Blacklist can't be denied here. One setup from Lord JM with a jump and Purify can turn things around, even if Falcons AP
Thank you, Finn. Thank you for the follow.
At 6.4.
All right, let's take a look at these items real quick. We're going to see if Blacklist is in a good position. You know, Oheb's down a little bit, but you saw that he did pump out some damage. He's got a Holy Crystal Star.
Thank you, Chupa Try.
Even for MP, he's got
Thank you,
himself the
Spulo.
BOT and the Haas Claws here to help with some of that. You got cooldown reduction, of course, for Haji. But even this, you know,
Turun lower dah. Yes. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you, Bukampi. Yang ni playback playback. Bawah tu ada tulis replay.
They're going to fight for the purple again, though.
Oh, Oheb goes in with a flowing blood. MP the King as well goes for the backline after a few templates of blade. Backtrack and form, they're forcing every ultimate out just to catch Falcons AP Bren. Fuse going to fall down in exchange for MP the King. Now they're working on perks. A monster kill coming in from Kyle Teasy, but Oheb has the hard guard. Going to bring down Super Marco. Still working on Flap Teasy. Kyle Teasy on the chase. Oheb's going to be able to escape, but Haji, though, does he have the hard guard to walk away? Kyle Teasy works in with a second skill. Owens chasing after him as well. And a godlike kill.
Thank you, username. Thank you for the follow.
7-0-3.
Yeah, massive game here for Kyle TZ right now, but still, FCAP has to respect what Blacklist is able to do and vice versa. And that's why you see, even, you know, some people might be looking at, man, look at the lead FCAP's got. Look at the KDA on Kyle TZ and such, but you still have to deal with the fighting around these lords, the fighting around the choke points here. And Blacklist, we saw it, right? They try to jump in. They use the Avatar of the Guardian a little bit later. The hard guard on Oheb to kind of sustain that fight because of where he is, even itemization-wise. So those extended fights might come out helping a Blacklist with their lineup. But if they don't get to the later portion of the game, it's going to be difficult for them to do.
Pagi
So
nanti.
with this lead and their items
Live
fully
bird, live
locked
bird.
in, they'll start up this next lord here.
Sebab besok ada Uni Legend Uni Legend punya tournament yang Hotlink buat tu. Kita tengok sebab dia punya first game tu awal lah 11 lebih 10 ke 11 tu. Angka rasa angka first game angka tak buat lah buat second game tu. Awal sangat.
Managing the bottom lane. Ultimate of Haji is ready to be expended.
Check dulu.
Quarter of health here. Both teams still kind of feeling this out. It's going to go for a reset. And this is exactly what I was saying. FCAP will respect what Blacklist can do. They're pushing it.
A fake reset, a joke. Falcons AP Bren gets the Lord. Unfortunately for Blacklist, even though they don't have a trade, they're not going to lose anyone.
AP Bren menang. Tu kat bawah tu ada tulis replay. Yang ni replay. Kena live kalau tak ada tempat nak tidur.
Let's think about the defense here. Hang on. Can a Blacklist, do they actually have a good defensive lineup?
Ya,
I mean, this is not your traditional
awal.
marksman. It's also not a
9.
Aerith, which we see
Pukul
so
9
often.
pagi.
It's an Alice, right? Your Alice
Jadi angka tak buat yang 9 pagi lah Angka buat yang start 1:30. 1:30 tu okey lah. 9 pagi tu gila lah. Awal sangat.
These waves are, they're lined up, they're managed really well here. FCAP wants to get these base turrets down.
AP Bren dak sistem. Betul lah. Pukul 9 sampai 11:30. Angka tak buat lah. Angka start pukul 1.
Mid lane turret about to fall down as well as the bottom lane turret. The Blacklist desperately trying to work on this Lord. Fuse is continuing to spam out the lantern flares. Let's see if they're going to be able to pick someone up. Blacklist makes quick work of this
Pukul 1:30. 1:30 tu tim pun kita tak kenal. MV dari UPM, KKTM. Sebab ini university dia.
Forcing out Lord James, Black Dragon for MP the King goes in with a hard guard as well. On to Super Marco, they tried to go for bulletproof.
Sengit.
Let's see if
Lane
he's gonna
ni
fall
memang
down, but they
susah win
managed to bring down
against
the
Suyo.
dragon. Super Marco stays alive, now they're working on Oheb. An immortality pop by Ogwen with their crowd play coming in from Oheb. They might be able to take him down.
Angka pakai
Flicker combination, bringing down the Filipino sniper. AOJ from Perks just to walk away.
Oh man.
They have minions onto the top. They have minions onto the
Angka
mid
pakai
lane.
Mak Ono.
Falcons AP Bren on the
Sebenarnya Mike tak kisah sangat Mike of course lah dia.
Breaks the momentum of the code and soars forward to the upper bracket.
squad dia. Mike sebenarnya kalau Mike elok, dia of course lah dia akan bagi lagi sedap tu. Tapi yang pentingnya cara awak setting awak punya mic tu. Sebab angka ni musician, angka main music kan. So angka tahu nak set up, cari pakai software apa. Tapi mic ni angka pakai Moana. Ni berapa? Angka rasa dalam 400 lebih je. 400 lebih. Angka rasa AP Bren boleh back to back juara M Series ya. Sengit lah. Boleh tu boleh, tapi aku rasa agak sengit lah. Sengit. Sebab korang pun tahu kan, sekarang ni Malaysia pun dah tengah naik juga ni. Lepas pun banyak lagi tim yang tengah naik juga ni.
The early game of Suyu if he has a lot of information gathered by Perks.
Yeah, and I think that's why you have to. I mean,
tapi kalau AP Bren dia orang ada backup plan. I mean cara main dia orang bertukar-tukar tak sama kan. So boleh menang. Tapi kalau dia orang pakai satu pattern je, main tu, orang dah boleh baca. Susah sikit nak menang. Tapi korang tengoklah. Ni main 5 game. Tadi tu 5 game tu semua lain-lain cara. Corak playing tu semua lain. M6 nanti banyak meta keluar. Angka cik Imagine SRG nombor 3 MPL pecah kepala. Tapi bagi angka lah, untuk sementara ni kan, nak kalahkan SRG susah lagi lah. Masih susah lagi. Belum lagi. Sebab tak dapat tangkap lagi apa dia orang nak buat. Susah nak tangkap. Chemistry dia orang kuat lah. SRG punya chemistry kuat sangat.
Yeah, they at least delayed the turtle being taken here, but FCAP finding quite a few kills this early in the game can help them scale up, especially Few. You know, we were just talking about Few and how he is going to be scaling really well. Now the fact that he got 2 early kills on this, you know, you play into your power spike and the fact that you also have this Eternal Guard and good damage to kind of deal. No one's going to get the turtle just yet. Looks like, you know, Kyle Teasy wants to get both buffs, but it'll be Blacklist that starts it up and goes for this.
MV kalau masuk M6 memang dah boleh di label dark house. Nanti macam Onyx Indo season 4.
Good effort once again. Blacklist really what they're trying to do.
Tapi apa jadi dengan Onyx Indo sekarang Macam dah kurang kuat lah dia orang.
When you're falling behind a little bit in the early game, that's really what you got to do. You know, your team has to come together. You have to be able to get the objectives once they're for the taking here and kind of slow down that momentum that was being built up from FCAP. So taking a look at the items too real quick. No first items locked in just yet. Flap. First one.
Pops is revitalized. Gonna out-sustain the damage coming in from MP the King as Ogwen and Kyle TC goes in. Will he try to go for the engage? He's gonna be disciplined enough not to get tempted by getting those extra kills as it forces out a reaction from Blacklist. Now Perks will just really give a lot of information to MP the King by trying to camp out in the jungle of Kyle TC.
Yeah, this is the thing. Anytime you have that Cho locked in, man, like you have to be going, providing the vision, mid lane.
Good catch there.
Tapi korang tengok lah, cam yang dia orang pakai tu untuk face cam player, quality teruk lah. Teruk. Macam pakai phone Nokia.
When you have that much burst, you know, because that's one of the great things about having a
quality teruk.
Or against it, you don't know if it's going to show up or not. And so that's the call signal that goes to Kyle Teasy, shows up in the mid lane. And what I was going to say about Perks is he's got to be able to find vision, provide that, but also keep tabs on Kyle Teasy. And then you're going for pickoffs, right? Like you're trying to get the pickoff potential here because you have the Cho. Maybe even sometimes it's just to disengage though. And with the way things are going right now, FCAP will continue to find some of these wins.
Hari tu angka tengok Singapura punya dah kurang dah cukup kurang. Tapi ni lagi teruk. Lagi teruk daripada Singapura ni. Yang ni live tapi sekarang buat ulangan sebab game seterusnya tu tengok ada timer. Nak start dah. Lagi 5 minit. Next game tu Onyx dengan Aurora.
Nobody cuts mode onto Perks.
Yang ni ulangan.
Turtle will be
Kejap lagi
slain.
kita pergi live kejap lagi.
And now the clash will disengage. MP the King is still alive here. A 1-for-none trade. And Blacklist still got the turtle.
Yeah, you gotta give it up. MP the King, despite all that chaos.
Setakat ni MPL MY grouping gempak. Yo. Equipment kan. Memang baik lah. Cantik. Sound dia pun sedap. Buat live kan sedap juga. Yang ni tadi tu teruk loh. Starting ni Blacklist win kalah. Blacklist kalah 3-2. AP Bren menang 3-2.
Flapteasy was there with the taunt. They're going to shut down the Filipino sniper. Haji wanting to go right after Ogwen with the Ghost Bursters. Flapteasy Super Marco continuing to work on to Haji. Okay, Flapteasy goes in up against 3.
Orang yang jaga audio ni tak pandai.
Be able to survive that though. No trade.
Entahlah dia suruh tukang sapu lantai jaga kot. Tak cukup orang.
Flap there just the whole time on this. Kanakacha as well, so he's going to be, causing a lot of issues when he's just roaming around with everybody else. And you can see how tanky he is, plus the revitalize when they have that available.
Game satu tadi bukan main gempak. Game satu dah 16-0 16-0.
AOG, I am offended. There's literally
AP Bren tak dapat satu tower pun tak ada. Turtle pun tak ada. 16-0. Q pun tak ada, bayangkan.
And again, a beautiful pick off there from Falcons AP Bren in the last 2 or 3 minutes. They got Perks twice.
Yeah, I feel like he's having a difficult time. I think especially for Cho, it's hard because you're trying to provide that vision, but then sometimes when you get so crowd controlled, thrown up into the air, whether that's Avatar the Guardian or the Eternal Guard, you only got a flicker, and you have the, of course, like you can get out some of the crowd control if you can know, but it's still, when it's layered properly, and that's what FCAP's been doing every time. Perks' job is so difficult here.
Oh, beautiful catch once again. But Perks manages to escape. Here comes the Jin Kun flicker combination. Gonna catch 2, but no follow-up yet from the agents. Turtle hasn't been started yet. Falcons AP Bren has a 1.9k gold lead. Now the story of game number 3 is that MP the King
game ni kan, game ni AP Bren boleh menang tau. Dia boleh menang. Dah leading dah. Tapi kena comeback. Buat silap. Sebab dia orang personal. Main personal sangat.
He's got the way of the dragon. No flicker though, so this is a little difficult as they force FCAP off the turtle. There's the jump though.
Flap. AOG from Flapteasy as Kyle TZ gets the turtle, but Blacklist wants to counter engage here. Here comes the Nether Realm plus the Raging Sandstorm. They're going to bring down Flapteasy. Perks with the kick onto Super Marco, but Marco stays alive and bulletproof. As Falcons AP Bren need to retreat. Lord JM goes in right after Fihu and brings him down, but a killing spree coming in from Kyle TZ as he also brings down Haji.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sky. Thank you for the follow.
Something out of that. There was a response there too, but FCAP also got that turtle, so still, Blacklist will find those wins where they can, trying to get themselves to be in a fighting position for the Lord. You've only got the Starlium Scythe and the Feather Heaven right now for Oheb. He's got to go ahead and continue to farm up. He's not too far behind Super Marco, so that's okay, but you can see Super Marco's got the 2 items at P.
Okay, 1v1 to beat the 2 junglers, but Khaleesi doesn't know that there are 2 members here, but still gets the kill
main
onto
personal
MP
ni.
the King. Now this is a different kind of Kyle TZ as Ogwen continues to work on Oheb and Perk. Super Marco goes in with the BMI. Flap TZ's here this time. He still has the AOG. Will they commit this overextension though? Okay, so Kyle TZ, if you could recall the last Fanny game of Kyle TZ, there were a lot of almost kills. I know he ended the game 1-0-4 despite his amazing heroics as Perks and Oheb trying to defend their tier 1 tower. Ogwen goes with the I'm offended play, but Perks dashes out. Now going back to my point, Kyle TZ this time is a different beast. He ended that game, the last Fanny game, 1-0-4. They won. Luckily because Super Marco was Super Marco being just
kalah out tak. Siapa kalah dia pergi lower bracket. Dan ni Blacklist dah kalah tadi. Jadi dia orang pergi turun lower bracket, akan main besok. Besok main.
Okay. Forcing out the salmon. Look at Flap TZ. That's a follow-up you want from your finals MVP. Good kill onto Oheb. AOG casted perfectly to bring down the Filipino sniper.
Before that all broke out, what I was going to say is, Kyle TZ, the reason why he's having this kind of game on the Fanny is because, again, his instincts are really good, but also just the vision that FCAP's providing him, whether that's Ogwen or even Flap. The fact that he's just been roaming around for the most part
Match kedua Blacklist
so pivotal to make this work.
Kalah ni.
And this is going to be
Yang ni
a
match ketiga.
difficult Lord. If Blacklist
Match
actually
ketiga.
wants to contest this, it looks like
Match
they do have
kedua
top
Blacklist
right now.
kalah. Match ketiga Blacklist menang. Match keempat AP Bren menang.
Netherrealm coming in from Haji, who's going to
Match
get the
kelima
Lord
AP
here.
Bren menang.
As Super Marco goes in with a blazing duet, MP still gets the Lord in exchange for
Selang seli,
Perks, and
selang
that
seli.
was a well worth it trade for Blacklist.
Tak sistem
Yeah,
punya
that's a
game.
trade for them.
Menang
And even
kalah,
so,
menang kalah, menang
I
kalah.
gotta say it, MP has been doing a good job at locking down the objectives with the retribution, but for FCAP, they'll continue to at least get some turrets if they can. They got to deal with this. They'll clear it out really quickly. Their lineup's good for even on a defense if they end up there.
Yeah.
But this is a good step in the right direction for
Dia belum habis
Blacklist.
lagi
It's
lah.
just how do they capitalize on this?
Dia orang akan
Or is it just gonna
tengah
result into,
cakap-cakap lagi. Kalau kita
merely
tengok lah.
nothing? They might get
Tengok sampai habis lah game ni ya.
Maybe the mid lane tier 1 if they can, but expect FCAP to hold on to as much as they can. Even so, Super Marco,
Saya AP Bren,
he
AP Bren.
can clear things really well with just the blazing duet. So finally, tier 1 top side will go down. Lord's already worked on. So Blacklist, what else can they take from this?
Hi
And this is
Joe.
where, Ingan, we start to see that transition here where these gold laners are going to be also very crucial. This you can see Super Marco. He's got the 3 items he needed. He's going to be working on the next. Oheb still relatively doing good at farming up. Still working on the Holy Crystal though. And I feel like once that comes online, then these objective fights could get a little dangerous for FCAP if they fight into it. Because again, Netherrealm is also going to be great. No matter how many times Haji dies, Netherrealm's value is always going to be playing a part in those fights.
Yeah, especially since we all know that Kyle TZ, once the clash starts, he'll go in late entry, but he's gonna lock onto Oheb, and Oheb alone. Might go for MP
Mod
the King,
playoff
whenever
memang
there's
sengit tu. Time regular tak nampak sangat sengit.
Hayabusa place we're in. The jungler during a big clash
Sebab dia orang tak nak keluarkan semua meta dia orang. Jadi dia kena simpan untuk playoff. Kalau masa regular season semua dah keluar dah, habis lah. Playoff kena baca semua nanti.
With the jump, Zaman Force will be casted by Oheb, and Perks with the kick, but Oheb's gonna fall down. Few as well, the clash is still going. Kyle TZ goes in for another kill, brings down Perks in exchange for Flap TZ this time. Owen still here, Super Marco as well, goes in with a BMI, locks his target onto Haji, forcing Haji to walk away.
If only they were able to rotate a little bit faster and be part of that
Sama
fight a
lah,
little bit sooner.
bukan
That would have been
Filipin je. Indo pun sama, Malaysia pun sama. Dia orang takkan all out punya masa regular season.
Okay, goes in for the cutthroat, but MPT King able to sustain that though. Luckily he was in his immortal state, wherein he has extra additional damage reduction.
Gila juga kabel KTZ ni. Bang, kenapa Malaysia tak ada meta sendiri?
But you can see those.
Uncle rasa bukan tak ada meta sendiri lah. Korang satu kena fikir dulu sebab selalunya Malaysia ni yang kira last, MPL last tau. Jadi dia orang start dulu. Negara lain start dulu. Jadi kita ni last. Jadi bila kita pakai meta tu, orang akan cakap kita copy meta orang. Peringkat apa ni? Ni playoff MPL PH. Ni hari kedua upper bracket.
And you thought when Super Marco was in trouble.
Ni nak start dah next game ni antara Onyx dengan
right now for this game, but man, that was a whole lot.
Oh, dia okey dah. Kita pergi. Dia orang dah draft pick dah ni. Dulu Todak je meta sendiri. Allah.
Top this time of the keep shouting, keep screaming. That's why.
Onyx dengan Aurora bang. Yes. Next game.
And
Sekarang
we also love our sponsors, of course, because without them, this also would not be possible. So level up your game anytime, anywhere with Smart's Power All 99. For just 99 pesos, you get 8 gigabytes for all your favorite apps, plus unlead TikTok and unlead text to all networks.
And stay connected.
Bang ni game upper bracket. Yes, upper bracket. Upper bracket. Match kedua. Upper bracket match kedua antara Onyx dengan Aurora. Nak start dah ni. Tadi upper bracket game pertama antara AP Bren dengan Blacklist. Blacklist kalah, AP Bren menang 3-2.
Let's have a listen.
Thank you info. Sama-sama. Ui. Tengok, engkau dengar? Pecah-pecah. Pecah-pecah mic check dia. Volume, dia orang volume tak letak elok-elok. Hancur dah sound system dia orang. Tak pandai setup.
So for our international viewers, you probably heard a couple things like Lord and
Baru
maybe
follow
Retro
bang
and
sebab
some
nice
history,
streamer.
you know,
Thank you.
but yeah, essentially,
Thank you semua. Terima kasih.
It's FCAP pulling through to game 5. Really good comms as we always.
Angka bukan saja buat restream angka pun main push rank juga. Tapi main angka bila main rank tu pagi-pagi lah. Pagi pukul 3 pagi. Pukul 3 pagi macam tu angka main rank. Kalau nak ikut angka main tu boleh. Follower je. Bila dah follow dah boleh main, tak payah bayar. Tak payah 1 donat ke 5 rose ke, tak ada. Main dengan angka tak payah bayar. Kalau nak bagi-bagi tu tak salah. Okey, apa salahnya? Tapi kalau tak bagi pun angka okey juga. Dengan macam troubleshooting, hancurlah sound system dia orang. Penat tau. Tiap-tiap kali masuk game angka kena turunkan balik volume. Lepas tu bila habis game kan kena turunkan, kena naikkan volume. Penat tau. Serius penat. Semua tak balance.
Yeah, I would shave my hair by tomorrow if this doesn't go to 5 games.
Thank you for the follow.
Yes.
This must be the 1 billion effect, guys. Leave it up to Ingon. If this does not get 5 games, he's going to do something with his hair. Let's throw it over to the panel. Rockhart, Leo, hopefully you're safe over there, boys.
Thank you Muhammad. Thank you for the follow. Nanti pagi live main tak? Pagi nanti main. Pukul 3 pagi. Kalau siapa-siapa tak tidur lagi, bolehlah masuk-masuk.
1.3 to be exact.
Game kedua Game kedua angka rasa sebab angka tak pernah tengok Aurora main. Tak pasti lagi. Gameplay dia orang tak tahu. Macam Onyx angka tahu.
We don't get 5 games.
So any less than 5 games,
he goes bald.
He goes bald.
Tomorrow.
All right, put it there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the next.
Tapi angka rasa Onyx lah. Onyx menang lah.
Fnatic, Onyx Philippines.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Terima kasih.
Aurora MLBB. I know just by saying the name of those two teams already, you gotta chills.
Ikut je aku aktifkan semua notif apa. Okay. Thank you Sky.
Series that Aurora played yesterday, knocking out.
Siapa menang tadi? AP Bren menang 3-2.
Another titan in the making, Fnatic Onyx.
And again, Fnatic Onyx is they're a titan not because of accolades, not because of like trophies, but just because of how dominant they were for
yang ni game kedua.
whole months.
Dah juga last game untuk hari ni.
In the most competitive region in the world.
Onyx dengan Aurora.
On their way to making their mark on the MLBB Mount Rushmore just yet. All right, they are worthy contenders to the title, and now that our defending champion has dropped.
Hey, thank you Sharon. Terima kasih. Thank you for the donut. Comel donut tu.
Ever grow smaller, and I think this is just my opinion. Fnatic Onyx share in that little pool is same size.
Thank you Sharon. Thank you for the donut lagi. Nampak macam apa tu? Tadi tapi dulu Aurora kuat, tapi sekarang tak tahulah. Ya ke? Angka pun tak tahu. Aurora tak pernah tengok. Jadi hari ni kali pertama lah angka tengok Aurora main. Nampak macam SSG musim ni agak inconsistent. Ada nampak sikit. Tapi masih lagi. Dia masih lagi mantap. Masih lagi.
Put them together side by side. Here's I love this. I love this huge stark comparison. Doming relatively newer to Kelra, obviously.
In MPL franchise history, Kelra spent about a year with Fnatic Onyx at this point, and he's called the gold standard for a reason. Now, standing opposite him is the next standard, Doming, who is now with a new team, making their debut in Season 14. And
AP Bren menang.
him alone, all right?
3-2.
Doming alone, he's gone further than he ever has in his MPL career.
That's right. So this guy, who does, again, feel like a newer guy here, is also on the road to maybe possibly just snatching that crown away from a guy who has been chasing that championship for how many years now already? This Kelra is
almost 4
years chasing the MPL championship. So imagine that.
Count 7.5 seasons of MPL. He's been this close.
Always so close.
And his whole franchise has been this close multiple-time grand finalists in MPL Philippines, and they are at the forefront of this bout. Robert, did you know that a lot of people online say that it's FNOP versus Aurora in their finals?
Yeah, I mean, I see that.
Right?
I saw that. Yeah, actually. A lot of people are also like pushing Aurora to maybe make it to grand finals, but FNOP feels like they have the more streamlined way that very much a coveted upper bracket slot.
And how perfect is it that these two
The
players,
uncrowned
these two
king
stars,
versus the next
these
tender.
world-class athletes have a very big shared hero pool and a few pocket picks here and there. I can't believe that Kelra hasn't picked a Lunox yet.
That's right.
He used to play a lot of Lunox back in Season 7.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. Then I remember, you know what, maybe they're saving it for later, you know? And this is FNOP's first playoffs game. So we haven't actually seen them play with the Suyo. And all of these just coming into play here, I would not be surprised by Masha to come back. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. No,
Maybe
no.
later.
It's in my face.
Maybe later.
It can't scare me anymore. It's in my face. We saw the Masha. Carl, we saw the Masha.
We saw it, yeah.
Now talking about their hero pools as a whole, here's what Fnatic Onyx have brought out. These are their best picks from role to role. My eyes are on that Edith. Kirk is a beast on the Edith. 5 reps, won 4 times.
And in all these reps, I think you can kind of just get into it that Edith is definitely going to be highly contested, not just because of that, because of Kirk and Edward, but because the roamers are also quite flexible as well. And again, Renegade very adamant that he has the ability, or this team, their team, has the ability to actually take on FNOP.
Yeah.
He said it multiple times already.
And it's going to come through not just Doming's gold lane prowess, but as well, of course, the Hitman's just everything. His charisma,
his everything.
voice, his style. I'm sorry, that's out of the game. Never mind. Wait, I'm distracted.
Bro.
All right, I'm distracted.
Okay.
Let's reel it back. You watch yesterday's games,
yeah,
and you will know exactly why the world over is a fan of Renegade. Much like how few in mid, no one can hate. Show me someone who doesn't like Renegade.
I agree. That's something I completely agree on.
Right?
Even with people who has kind of scorned him in the past are now really rallying behind this guy just because of what he can do, especially on heroes like the Tigreal. And again, the flexibility of this guy on the Matilda, he literally took down a Titan with that pick.
Exactly. He did it yesterday. He did it last night. So with that said, it's these many different reasons why these two teams are on many people's grand finals predictions. It's why these two teams are many people's picks for MPL Philippines Season 14 champion, and that's why they are both very worthy contenders. Because, again, reality check, Fnatic Onyx, sure they had a killer Season 14,
yeah,
but they're not champions just yet.
And they have been vocal about that too. Fnatic Onyx has been vocal that, you know what, 12-0? Nah, not really. 13-0? Nah, not really. This is not what we want. We want the big one.
Thank you, Nazro. Thank you for
the
follow.
14-0. They were vocal about that.
And they put their money where their mouth is. They let actions speak louder than words. We don't care if we lost that one in the 13-1 because we're going to do better in the playoffs. Now, will that come to fruition here tonight?
That's a big question. And again, a question of consistency here for FNOP, being able to do what they did for 2 months, 8 weeks of regular season of just slaughtering everyone that goes their way. I mean, not anyone can do that. Not even Titans can do that. That's something they've proven.
Even Titans fall. Even Titans stumble. If you'll remember earlier today with the 16-0, but a lot of people tend to forget about that. This is all about FNOP versus Aurora.
Siapa boleh imagine nombor 6 boleh orang nombor 2 ke game
I think they
kelima.
are going to go into game 1 guns a-blazing.
Yeah, for sure. Not the actual Guns of Claude.
Nombor 6 boleh Drake nombor 2 ke game kelima.
Maybe. But right now, the gold laners actually are becoming the primary focus. We're going to have to
Dia cakap game ni memang
talk about that later on. But that's coming in just a few minutes.
tak semestinya bila awak power tu akan menang.
Sonics. I'm talking to y'all, extended members of the Super
Tengoklah,
Fam.
SRG boleh kalah dengan MV. Tapi MV kalah dengan tim yang lagi bawah.
Members of the Northern Lights who come in to that little cafe you have that watch party on week in, week out in Mandaluyong City. This is for all of y'all. Show
Game
your
petang
support.
tadi siapa menang? AP Bren menang 3-2.
And in the Philippines, who do you think will win this match? Fnatic on the Philippines or Aurora MLDB? Vote now via the online poll. I want to see the numbers on this because both fan bases are ginormous.
They at this point, FNOP has probably overtaken a lot of the major fan bases through sheer, pure winning.
And skill.
And skill.
And of course, Kirk's next door boy's charm.
And don't forget the Sigma guy.
Oh yeah, of course.
The Sigma guy.
Oh man.
King Kong.
Thank you, Acox. Thank you for the follow.
Player here in this outing that I would just glaze up is King Kong. Is King Kong.
The guy
King
really does capture the hearts of men and women alike, and everyone else.
Got amazing Ling. They
Amazing
call him Ling Kong.
Ling Kong.
We grew
Ling
up in about the
Kong.
same neighborhood. It was just like a
Bukan King Kong.
Really?
Tadi tu AP Bren menang 3-2. Yang ni game kedua belum start lagi. Baru nak start.
You could have
Ni
asked
Onyx
him
dengan
for
Aurora.
Paddy tips, 'cause that's probably coming in here.
Explains why I'm a Bane main.
Sorry Angka tak jawab salam sebab Angka Cina, Angka
Probably
bukan
does.
orang
It's
Islam.
very close.
Yeah,
It's in the
but
neighborhood.
I never picked up the mechanics. I'm more of a macro guy. But regardless, jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot in store for y'all. Again, even last night, you'll remember Edward from XP. He carried the game with the Terizla.
Perlawanan sengit.
Ever reliable, Super Frizz, a silent anchor for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Anyone want to forget?
Tapi Aurora Angka tak pasti sebab Angka tak pernah tengok Aurora. Onyx Angka tahu. Aurora dia kali pertama lah Angka tengok Aurora.
He was peeking out. Red J was peeking out behind you. Didn't know.
Oh, wait, what's...
Tak apa.
I was. That's why I was pointing, man.
I'm sorry. I'm too
The
loud.
guy
Kita
is
ni
right
selalu
there.
ada jari besar-besar ni susah nak type sikit. Kecuali pakai keyboard.
When I'm on broadcast, I'm a professional like
You're a
that. but
professional for sure.
Regardless,
Angka tak makan lagi. Nanti nak start kerja baru makan. Angka kerja malam.
our players and I think we're gonna hear
Nanti
from
makan pukul 9 macam tu lah. Angka kerja 9.30.
just a bit. You know what I'm excited for?
What?
The super fan palag.
That's super. Oh my goodness. Who's gonna talk there?
Exactly, because for the longest time they've spoken with actions and just loud noises. I wonder what their actual
Orang
palags
ni
are.
ada Demon
Yeah, now that
Kite.
the players, the players are relatively.
Pernah
they
dengar
don't
Demon
wanna do
Kite
it.
nama dia?
But I'm sure the
Tapi
super
tengoklah.
fam, the Onyx
Tak pernah tengok ni. Kali
community
pertama
has a lot
nak tengok
to
juga
say.
macam mana gameplay dia orang.
And what are their lines?
That's true. I mean, we're gonna find out in just a few moments. Apparently.
I know for sure that Coach Mars of Fnatic Onyx ID is here.
Yeah, we saw him earlier.
Coach Jeb is here too. Not
Coach
Coach
Jeb.
Jeb, Coach Jeb.
Coach Jeb,
Coach
the guy who kind of looks like Jeb. I saw it. Oh yeah, you're right.
Semalam game kedua Angka tak tengok. Game kedua Angka tak live semalam. Semalam Angka live game pertama tu.
This is probably it. And all the
Thank you for the follow
whole fam
Dylan.
is here.
Aurora
I am
kuat. Lagi-lagi
super
ada
stoked. And
Demikat
everyone,
dulu
by the way,
main
this full
kat
capacity green set, we
RSG.
are near the door here.
Angka duduk kat Selangor,
Oh my
KL.
Everybody's coming in. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys are
Okay,
settled
nak
down.
start lah.
You
Drop
have
pick, drop pick.
a meal of your choice, a beverage of your choice, and of course the rest of the evening. Because again, as Ingan said, he expects this to go all the way.
Thank you Onidi. Thank you for the follow.
He's gonna look a little bit like this.
So get ready. Everyone strap in. It's gonna be a ride.
I bet now he's just understanding what he just said. It's
You
sinking
can't
in.
take it back.
Let's throw it over to the stage with Marakino. She's with the Sonics and with the Northern Lights Warriors.
It's time for the face-off. Representing
Kecilnya dia.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines,
Kecil
the
ni.
Sonics.
Angka dengan Angka Cikano satu geng ke? Angka kenal. Kita kenal sesama diri.
Aurora MLBB, the Roras.
Tapi kita sama lah. Kita ni dua-dua sama KOL Monton. KOL Mobile Legends.
Para sa Fnatic Onyx Philippines, ano ang palag mo?
This time, kami naman yung mananalo.
Para sa Aurora MLBB, ano ang palag mo?
Omega MDL nga, wala sa Grand Finals. Don't you
Lembut
think
ni.
it's a sign?
Lembut ni.
Palag!
Isang beses lang kami natalo sa regular season pero this time hindi kami papayag na hindi kami mananalo.
It's Sonic time? Nung season 7 pa yan. May bago na ngayon. Lights within!
Palag,
komitmen tu.
palag,
Sebab
fist bump.
dulu apa tu? Dulu Angka buat live ni main-main je. Nak buang masa kan. Sekarang dah macam kerja Angka dah. Dah macam kerja Angka dah. Penat juga ni. Cakap apa tu kan? Filipin. Jangan cakap Tagalog.
It's time to find out. Introducing our marshals, Joshua G, Jefferson, Patrick, and Wilbur.
Tengoklah music dia. Sound dia kejap kuat, kejap soft, kejap kuat, kejap soft. Penat angka naik turun volume ni.
The Sonic Super Family face off against the Northern Lights in this best of 5. First up in the XP, it's Kurt versus Legend Zero and Word.
Gross. Angka faham juga Tagalog.
In the jungle, it's King Kong versus Demon Kite.
Marunong lang sa Tagalog din ako eh.
In mid, it's Super Friends versus
Super Friends. Yeah, nama dia.
Our Rovers, Brusco versus the Hitman, Renegade.
Tak jugalah sebab dulu angka mungkin awak tak kenal kan. Angka dah pernah cakap angka punya kerja angka main muzik. Jadi dulu angka dengan band Filipin. Jadi lama duduk dengan dia orang, jadi automatik pandai cakap. Domeng. Domeng nama macam nama Cina pula, Domeng. Game yang 3-0 semua tak respect streamer. Cepat sangat habis. Macam kita stream kan, kita buat stream ni kita kena 4 jam tau. Kena ada 4 jam. Jadi kalau dah 3-0 tu memang tak sampai 4 jam. Wah, angka pandai cakap Tagalog. Boleh. Bukan final. Ni upper bracket. Upper bracket kali kedua, game kedua. Thank you for the kentutnya.
That's right. And this is definitely the lineup that
Tak apa. Hari ni pun angka ramai kawan baru. Hari ni setakat ni dah 100 lebih dah. 100 lebih followers. Berapa lama angka stay Filipin? Angka bukan stay dengan Filipin. Angka main muzik dengan orang Filipin. Tapi dekat Malaysia. Tapi duduk sama lah, duduk sekali. Jadi bila engkau dah sama duduk dengan dia orang tu, hari-hari dia orang cakap tu, automatik lah awak akan faham tu. Thank you for the follow. Tengok, soft lagi. Tadi kuat, sekarang soft lagi. Penat lah.
100%. I'm sure he has done a lot.
Penat betul, naik turun volume.
Tip top shape, making sure they're ready to take down F-Knob, but that's easier said than done. Again, in this
Kalau Kalani terus out, tak. Kalani akan turun ke lower bracket. Siapa Kalani akan main dengan Blacklist International besok. Sebab dia orang kalah tadi. Menang masuk M6.
Honestly, that's a lot of unique heroes. And again, in all hopes of taking their enemies by surprise and making sure they get the edge.
Macam AP Bren, AP Bren dah masuk dah. Dah masuk M6 dah. Siapa menang ni masuk lagi.
That just means that their average number of heroes per role is just that much higher, right? That's all the explanation there is.
It's ridiculous. I chalk up a good chunk of it to Renegade. He was at week 7.
SRG sudah masuk M6. Yes. Bukan yes lagi. Tak tahu lagi. Dia kena tengok playoff. Tengok playoff. Playoff Malaysia MPL MY 31 hari bulan. Lepas playoff baru tahu siapa masuk. Brain baru pi upper bracket final angka. Betul. Sorry. Semi-final. Jadi siapa yang masuk final tu, final 2 team tu yang masuk slot M6 lah. Bagusnya satu hari satu round je main. Liquid PH ada apa jadi angka. Angka pun tak tahulah. Macam mana Onyx boleh masuk MPL Filipin? lain lah. Ni Onyx Philippine. Onyx Philippine dengan Onyx Indo lain.
They do. That's also very hard to quantify. All you have to do is wait for them hop in on the map and just watch the magic, right?
Win rate 88%. Tinggi oh.
And now Fnatic Onyx, what they're gonna do with that is play proactive. They're gonna pick blue, and they have an 88% win rate on blue, and they have an 81% win rate when they choose their side.
Tengok ni soft lagi. Penat.
That's right.
Penat lah.
Very few teams have actually almost
Esok upper bracket.
reached this.
Ya,
Most champions
hari ni
reach
lah
around
upper bracket.
60-70% by the
Besok
end
lower
of
bracket.
the season.
Besok lower bracket.
That's right.
But they're at 80 plus.
And that just means that they are
Hello
here to
Hidayat, welcome
win
back.
almost each and every time they go against. Sometimes they will go 2-1, but they'll still come out with a dub most of the time.
We're trying to forget when they pick Masha Gold, but here we go. It'll come down here to the draft. Again, not a single pick and play I expect will go by either of these teams. Fnatic Onyx on the play, banning out the Matilda, the Jushin, and the Aurora. Wow, the DNA of Blacklist runs deep, even in Aurora, this far off in the Season 14.
It does seem to be true, and Why Not is very aware of that, making sure
Malaysia
that
tak lawan.
you have the alpha
Yang ni
checked
Filipin
out.
punya MPL. Jadi tak adalah Malaysia lawan sini.
Definitely is a big
Ni
question
MPL
mark
Filipin.
still.
Suyo King Kong, oh god!
Suyo King Kong. Imagine if he can do stuff that people can't talk about with the Fanny. What more with a hero that
Angka
is
Onyx pecah
proven to be through the roof right
win
now?
streak dengan siapa? Dengan Echo
Using it as well, right?
Echo ke Echo Kalau tak silap tu. Angka pun tak pasti sangat. Sebab regular season angka tak tengok.
Now if King Kong picks up the Suyo here, I'm gonna have to buy a new pair of
Ya, Echo out. Echo semalam kalah dengan Aurora.
I feel like the way that they're doing, probably on the
Oh, dia Onyx kalah dengan Omega. Omega pun dah keluar semalam. Semalam Omega dah keluar dah. Asal ramai merapu ni. Tiba Malaysia, Indo, Filipin campur.
Right, the whole world.
I just bought a new pair of pants. I'm expecting this to
Onyx pun ke bukan Indo ke angka? Onyx ada. Macam tu sponsor dia orang. Lain. Tim tu lain. Lain-lain tim. Nama je sama. Nama pun satu kan. Onyx Filipin dengan Onyx Indo. Lain.
Right now, there doesn't seem to be that many straight answers.
Because of the way the draft went, what you do against a Suyo is just play your game.
Play what you know.
Banyak Suyo keluar lah hari ni.
Still a solid pick up here. And the Moskov is Aurora's #1 gold pick.
Yeah, and Domin plays it to a T. He has played 1v3s, 1v4s around it, and somehow has survived. He's great dueling with it as well. So, you know what? Master the Basics says we don't need to overthink this, guys. We can just keep doing what we did. We've beat teams with the
Sokong mana? Macam Angka tadi cakap, Angka tak pernah tengok Aurora main lagi. Jadi Angka tak tahulah. Onyx Angka pernah tengok dia main. Aurora ni hari ni kali pertama lah Angka tengok dia main. Dia berapa? Apa yang berapa?
Oh, the Loye. Feels like the bane of Aurora at this point, right?
Onyx berapa Angka? Onyx kan nombor 1. Regular season. Onyx nombor 1, nombor 2 AP Bren. Regular season.
It is. That's true.
Ni semi apa? Tak. Yang ni upper bracket. Hari kedua upper bracket.
Wow.
Siapa yang masuk ni masuk semi final. Akan lawan dengan lawan AP Bren lawan AP Bren kalau tak silap. Rasa yang layak M6 siapa? Macam biasalah layak M6 tu. Macam Aurora Angka tak tahu So kita tolak Aurora dulu. So prediction tu memang AP Bren dengan Onyx masuk M6. Sebab Angka tak pernah tengok Aurora main lagi dah. Hari ni kali pertama. Thank you for the follow Zero. Kali pertama Angka tengok Aurora main. Jadi tak sabar juga ni nak tengok macam mana gameplay dia orang. Drafting tu biasa. Normal selalunya drafting macam ni. Jadi kena tengok makro-mikro dia orang. Dengan tahap-tahap mental dia orang macam mana. Tengok baju Onyx pun sama kan? Baju Onyx dengan Indo pun sama. Onyx Filipin punya dengan Onyx Indo punya baju sama.
or somewhere around the world. Malaysia
Omega
this year.
kalah lawan siapa? Omega kalah lawan dengan Blacklist. 3-0. 3-0. Aurora kalahkan Liquid angka. Semalam. 3-2.
He's a sweetheart.
Angka siapa yang dah confirm lepas M6 tak tahu lagi. Belum habis lagi.
And he has a goal and he's gonna reach for it.
Belum habis lagi. Season ni Kyrie main ke untuk MPL Indo? MPL Indo angka tak faham sangat. Tak tahu sebab angka tak ikut. Thank you for the follow.
You do your homework against Aurora, you ban out that
Satu
chick
negara
early.
berapa player masuk M6? Satu negara 2 tim bukan berapa player, 2 tim. Bukan satu Untuk 2 tim, Malaysia 2 tim. Filipin 2 tim, Indo 2 tim. Yang lain tu satu tim, satu tim.
And even in the games
Indo belum start lagi lah. Indo tadi hari tu tadi ada orang cakap Indo punya playoff 23 ke 21 hari bulan. Siapa yang dah layak semi final? AP Bren yang first dekat semi final. Apa lawan siapa semalam? Semalam apa tu? Semalam Blacklist International dengan Omega 3-0 Blacklist menang. Lepas tu Echo dengan Aurora 3-2 Aurora menang.
I didn't see that coming.
Tak ada Kyrie. Ini Onyx Filipin bukan Onyx Indo. Onyx Filipin tak ada Kyrie. Kita Malaysia boleh wakil M6 3 tim tapi satu lagi tu kena menang wildcard. Prediction final M6 siapa angka?
And Doming also played this by the way, so there it's also kind of a
Pemenang
Doming going first.
Pemenang M6 Dalam hati memanglah kita nak Malaysia menang. SRG Malaysia menang.
Anyway,
tapi angka rasa boleh menang. SRG boleh menang. Tapi agak berat agak berat.
I love it.
It's not the first time.
I love it. Yeah, it's not the first time. Yes.
But it's still an off-meta pick.
Win rate's not that high, but on the roam, but
it's still a little spicy.
Spicy, yeah. It's gonna have to do
Game
some
tadi
magic.
siapa menang? Game tadi AP Bren menang 3-2. Blacklist kalah.
Don't expect it to be super duper tanky, but it can set plays early on. I mean later on.
I'm not gonna expect much from that.
Tahun ni Onyx PH menang juara M6. AP Bren tak layak belum lagi. Kita belum final lagi. Jadi tak tahu.
Probably, right?
Tak tahu siapa masuk M6 lagi untuk
Try to
Filipin.
buy as much attention as you can to make sure that Doming can.
Kena tunggu lusa.
Let's see if he picks up a Thunderbelt or not. Let's throw over to Ingan and Naisu to bring us into game 1.
Sebab dalam skim diorang bantai SRG. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you KS, Arab. Tengok, tiba-tiba kuat lagi. Penat lah. Penat dengan sound system diorang. Tu dia. Dah pause lagi. Patut panggil Fnatic baru tak keliru. Hey, thank you Lian. Thank you for the kentutnya. Dia orang tak boleh lah. Sebab sponsor sama orang sponsor sama mestilah dia nak jual dia punya brand. Dia nak jual dia punya brand. Jadi dia takkan tukar nama. Dia takkan pakai nama-nama. So dia orang boleh buat lain-lain belakang tu. Belakang tu je. Filipin, Indo, itu je. Ni game terakhir hari ni. Yes, betul. 2 game je satu hari. Sebab best of 5 ni. 5 game. Thank you God. Thank you for the follow.
Why? Because of the undying support of all the fans, not just the fans, but a lot of personalities, ex-players, former players, current players, coaches, everyone, like these 3 we see here.
Hello, Coach.
I hope they're enjoying, and I hope they run out of their voices later on from all the screaming and shouting.
You know, it's crazy how much support too. Although the players they're on different teams or they go to different parts of the world to compete or different countries and everything.
Remember the super fans?
Easy ni Onyx.
Went from, I don't know if it's Singapore or Malaysia, just to support
Singapore.
Iran, right?
Yeah.
RSG,
Singapore,
imagine.
And, these are former teammates too of Kelra, of course, earlier from, when they were all back in Smart Omega. So all the support, and again, hitting that 1 billion watch hours. I'm sure, even because I know we have our playoffs happening right now, I'm sure the other MPL regions that have their playoffs in the preceding weeks will all celebrate that milestone as well. By that time, it's probably going to be even, I don't know. What did Rockhart say? Something was like already.
Time macam ni tak ada request lagu sebab angka request lagu masa angka main game je. Masa angka push rank je. Tu 3 pagi. Time restream ni kita tak pasang muzik. Kita tengok game. Kita tengok game.
Man, that's a good question. I wonder how many watch hours happens in an M series.
Too much.
Dude, I will have to say the Sonics have
Scream memang lah. Kita tak boleh harap sangat dengan Scream tu. Thank you for the follow. Sebab Scream ni bila dia orang scream kan, dia orang takkan all out tau. Sebab tak boleh. Takkan aku nak all out. Aku nak all out main dengan opponent masa Scream tu. Tak boleh. Dia mesti simpan. Mesti ada simpan benda. Mesti ada simpan benda.
You guys missed it earlier. Ingan did say.
Can you not?
I'm sure people have already clipped it. If you haven't, clippers out there, clip.
Hi, Chihua.
Ingan said if it doesn't go to 5 games, he's shaving his head.
I didn't say when though, not tomorrow.
You did. You said tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you for the kentutnya.
We will reach 5 games today. You've seen the performance of Aurora yesterday taking down the defending champion.
Hari ni pun tak ada technical issue. Ni technical issue pertama ni.
Take us back into the land of dawn. 3, 2, 1.
Lah.
Boom.
Tak ada amoy pause ke? Kenapa lucky pause pula? Amoy pause tak ada. Apalah, pinjam amoy pause ke dekat dia orang tu. Apoi. Pause lagi.
You need to redo your part.
It wasn't smooth enough. The karate chop. Seth was not.
Angka kenapa estimate Iraq semua satu? Tak faham.
Oh my god, I forgot what I was going to say.
Yo, you know what? You can't start a sentence as, can I just say?
Amoy cuti. Tak ada amoy pun.
I do agree.
Ada peluang untuk juara. Yes. Angka memang harap dia orang boleh menang juga Harap dia orang boleh menang. Dan dia orang boleh juga menang, serius. Dengan disiplin yang SRG tu ada, boleh dia orang boleh menang tu, boleh menang. Anything is possible in tour. Yes. Come back to back pun boleh kalah dengan clean sweep. Meta post. Tapi tak best lah. Dia orang tak ada amoy post. Tak ada amoy post. Tengok ada ramai-ramai amoy kat sini. Pinjamlah seorang. Angkat tangan je macam ni pun. Pinjamlah seorang. Tak best lah kita nak tengok lucky post. Tak best lah. Berapa dah? Belum lagi. 0-0 lagi. Baru start first game. Lebih kurang banyak meta post baru masuk balik. Belum start lagi. Estimate Irat. Apa tu Irat? Irat tu apa benda? Maksud saya semua regular season 1. Apa maksud Irat tu? IRAD. Tadi punya dah habis dah. Tadi dah 3-2. AP Bren menang. Irat tu player angka. Oh, angka tak tahu Irat tu siapa. Itu angka cakap. Angka tak kenal. Tak kenal sangat. Ni pun cantik. Comel. Tomel. Sorry. Terganggu sikit. Mobazin masuk M6 ke? Irat nama player juga. Okay. Barulah angka tahu. Game AP Bren dengan Blade dah main ke? Dah. Tadi AP Bren menang 3-2. Blacklist kalah. Angka M6 menang dapat berapa angka? M6 punya price pool
But at the same time, if you're gonna look back at the storyline, it's so nice because you took down one of the strongest team in MPL PH history.
Maka
You know, at this point, I just want to watch.
I would say,
I want to see how it plays out.
You know, to build up on that, Inga, like basically, because I know a lot of viewers also just tune in for the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's how so when you're
kat sini kita punya chat pun dia tak keluarkan lagi. Tak keluar lagi price pool untuk M6. Tak tahu lagi price pool untuk M6. Jadi yang kedua pun tak dapat jawab. Dekat group chat Monton ni pun dia orang tak keluar, tak bagi lagi. Tak tahu bagi tahu lagi. Onyx Indo layak tak M6? Belum start lagi Indo punya playoff pun belum mula lagi. Lepas ni baru Indo punya. Indo punya hari tu dia cakap tadi dia cakap apa? 21 ke 23? Prize pool M6 1 million. 23. Indo 23, Malaysia 31. Jadi kita tak tahu lagi siapa masuk. Yang first playoff tu Singapore dulu. Siapa menang pun aku tak tengok. Blacklist belum knockout. Blacklist besok akan main lagi. Blacklist akan main dengan siapa yang kalah match ni. Siapa yang kalah ni akan main dengan Blacklist besok. Eko dah kalah. Eko dah keluar semalam. Eko dengan Omega dah tak ada. Dua-dua dah tak ada. Itulah. PH tak ada Amoy Pause ni. Tak best lah. Tak nak support lah. Tak nak support. MPL Malaysia juga yang paling best. Bukan Amoy Pause je tau. Bukan kaleng-kaleng Amoy tau. Lawa-lawa, comel-comel. Comel-comel punya Amoy tau. Angka rasa siapa pakai PH M6? Angka rasa dua ni lah. AP Bren dengan Onyx. Tapi Aurora angka tak tahulah. Tengok dia main macam mana pula. Angka tak pandai tengok. Ni kali pertama, first time angka tengok Aurora main. So angka nak tengok jugalah. Drafting biasa. Drafting tak ada apa yang special sangat. Mengcounter macam biasa. Gameplay. Kita tengok gameplay. Angka Kelantan tak main M6 ke? Thank you for the follow, Naim. Awak rasa apa tu? Onyx dengan Aurora. Thank you Azmir, thank you for follow. Abang Lok masuk M6. Ada ammo baru, turtle kedua. Match kena clear. Sekejap guys, sekejap thank you guys, thank you yang baru follow, terima kasih. Macam ni dia main.
The attack coming in from King Kong, diversion play will ensue. They also bring down Yue. When you thought that was a good
prize pool MPL Malaysia sama kan dari season 1. Ada naik lah.
Turn things around unexpectedly. I thought they were just going to go for the turtle and just that's the trade. Stop it at there.
And that was, again, I don't know if we're
MPL season MPL season ke-14.
For missing, by the way, and aggressively flickering, they punished them. A King Kong.
Nombor 1 25,000 USD, nombor 2 13,000, nombor 3 5,000, nombor 4 3,000. Bukan final. Ini bukan final. Ini upper bracket. Game kedua. Siapa kalah ni main dengan Blacklist besok. Onyx kalah hari tu lah. Onyx kalah dengan Omega kan. Kalah satu game. Oh, memang kurang lah dari MSC. MSC tu memang World Championship tu. 2 juta.
See, I'm saying, you know, when you're a Terizla and you're seeing Gatakacha do that, you're only hoping, you're like, man, I wish I could jump
AP Bren tak? AP Bren menang tadi. AP Bren menang 3-2.
It's almost got to be up to you to be like, yeah, I'll take
Blacklist lower bracket. Blacklist masuk lower bracket tadi. Main besok. Siapa kalah ni akan main dengan Blacklist besok. Thank you for the follow. Tengok soft lagi. Kejap kuat, kejap soft.
It's much more difficult as a roam Terizla, for example, to pull off that value,
Penat
that
lah.
amount of value.
Kejap kuat, kejap soft. Saya rasa SSG ada peluang menang lawan Onyx Player sebab Snapdragon dorang boleh kalahkan Omega. Betul. Out of topic, rasanya will win between
after getting the turtle wants to go for more, gonna bring down Demon Kite and Renegade.
Team Hak America Gaming angka America Gaming.
Kirk's gonna pick up a kill.
Team Hak. Team Hak no.
No trade once again for Aurora and now
angka rasa Team Hak takkan menang.
They're gonna send out Kellera and Brusco.
This is very quickly
Doakan KL baik-baik je sebab ada ramalan banjir kilat. Oh, ya ke?
Wow, even that.
Angka bukan orang Islam lah, tak tahu macam mana nak doa-doa. Nah, korang tolong doa-doa lah Angka pun duduk KL ni. Risau juga.
But not just that, he's also gonna take his own life. As King Kong once again gets a kill.
Mana Spider Millers? Siapa Spider Millers?
Onto Edward, a dominant start for the Sonics.
They're feeling it. Fnatic on Philippines is feeling it right
Yang
now.
suka tu kacau betul. Yang suka tu skill 2 dia. Skill 2 campur dengan Yin dia boleh tarik balik. Thank you for the follow.
Look at the amount of pressure. As soon as that ultimate's up, you jump in. You can make a call, put pressure where you need to. Not only that, though,
Hey, thank you Saleh. Thank you for the
but there's
follow.
so much map pressure because there's also a Louis Yi. So as the game goes on, you have to deal with a multifaceted approach from Fnatic on Philippines and Rora.
Thank you Sham. Thank you for the follow.
Really, that's why they can, like I said, they can play around the
Thank
fact
you,
that
Lokman.
yes, he can take one of the ultimates, right? He can take most likely that Avatar of the Guardian, but
8-1.
they have to have things really fall into place for them to just go ahead and get a decisive fight started in their favor. Now with
Yeah,
Renegade
guys.
having the flicker available, that's always
Kita layan-layan juga tu. Tolonglah Angka tap sikit. Kalau korang nak fast hand tu kena tap. Tak percaya. Kau tengoklah kau tap. Hari-hari masuk Angka benda lain kau tap kan. Lama-lama tengoklah korang masuk MPL tu nanti.
Renegade is gonna fall down. Group Destruction is gonna connect, but is the damage gonna be enough for Aurora? Now they're taking away once again Demon Kite's purple buff and Version play. Demon Kite! Fnatic Onyx is continuing the clash.
Big damn.
Gilo.
Big damn, big plays once again for the Sonics. And this game might not even reach the late game or the mid game because 7.5k gold lead in under 7 minutes as they take down a turret in the middle lane.
Man, the way they're playing this. You can already see the shots coming out from Kelra here, but I don't know. The way Fnatic approach this game 1, they're looking to end it on the first Lord even.
Ulti Loi korang kena pandai tengok. Kalau kita tengok dekat sebelah sini kan. Kau tak nampak mouse. Aku tak buka. Kalau tengok dekat belakang luar kan, engkau kena letak ulti dia dekat luar. Kau letak ulti dia dekat luar, jadi orang takkan nampak dia punya ulti keluar.
But again, is the damage going to be enough? So Kirkstar going to get the damage with the Primal Wrath. Cruiser goes in with the AOG. They're going to bring down Edward. They're going to bring down
Dia orang buat moment, dia orang yang kena.
And now they have a diversion of their own. They want to go for more. Gonna catch you. Next target is Demon Kite as King Kong brings him down. And only Doming remains. They still have their inhibitors and the only shields for the recalls. The lightning shines brighter than the northern lights of Aurora as they want to end this game as quickly as possible.
Jangan paksa. Tak boleh end ni. Tak end. Mustahil lah tak end. Tak pernah tak load lagi
play
dia.
with this much aggression and have this kind of lead this early on. But Fnatic is definitely playing
awal sangat.
Like a Sonic here because they're still pushing to the base. Look at the shots.
Bukan final. Ni upper bracket. Hari kedua. Upper bracket.
So you're still 40 seconds away from this Lord here. And I don't know, they might be, at this
Tapi orang tu semua tengok King Kong ni. Tengok King Kong.
Yeah, eventually Aurora's gonna lose. If Fnatic Onyx plays as
Demon
disciplined as
Kite kayu.
possible and gets the
Aku rasa Demon Kite kayu lah. Mati 5 tu.
I do agree with what you're saying. They're just gonna throw a
Dia mati 5 Demon Kite.
Try and salvage a play. Try to make the most out of the situation.
Semalam dah lawan. Semalam dia lawan dengan apa tu? Apa nama tu? Echo. Aurora kalahkan Echo semalam. Hari ni dia main dengan tu Onyx. Lain.
Fnatic's hungrier this time. We can recall their last regular season series was a loss onto Omega. They want to prove the haters wrong, the doubters wrong. We have diversions.
Diversion lagi. Tengok.
Again, is the damage going to be enough? Even Kelra trying
dia
to
orang buat diversion, dia orang yang kena. Dia orang buat diversion, dia orang kena.
Kelra's life, Bruce goes in with the AOG. And that diversion play for Super
10 minit.
They're going for the minions into the middle
10 minit, guys.
That's it. Game
tak sampai. Cepat. Tukar item.
This is actually the
fastest game. Tukar item. Tak sampai 10 minit. Tukar item.
9 minutes and 33 seconds for the Sonics.
Gila.
See a game end like this fast in the playoffs.
expect tak Omega tak expect 3-0 tu memang melampau sangat lah. Tak masuk akal 3-0. Thank you for the follow. Rekod baru ni tak sampai 10 minit. 9 minit lebih. Gila.
What do you guys have to say about this one?
Wow. That's what I can say. Wow.
You say something.
Wow.
9:22
Gila.
is the new
Tak masuk akal. Cepat tu. Lot pun tak ada lagi. Thank you for the follow Fazli. Thank you. Thank you baru-baru follow. Thank you.
like they've been playing from the very start.
Thank you Kampung Boy.
Into a playoffs after taking the first day off, you kind of expect them to have some jitters, right?
Gila.
Need to get the rust off the
Yeah,
hands.
or warm up, but Fnatic Onyx
15 balas 1 tu satu hal. Satu hal. Yang bawah tak sampai 10 minit. Itu yang mahal tu. Itu yang mahal sangat tu. Thank you Farid.
about Fnatic. Well,
Thank you for the follow. Angka dah bawa asap ni. Nak tenangkan fikiran. Gila, Angka pun pening lagi. Pening lagi ni.
Brusco on that Gatot Gacha. 2-0-16.
He's the guy who just keeps on diving, keeps on jumping in, just refuses
Ni
to go down. 90%
apa
of
Angka?
games,
Apa tu? MDL
fights fair, and he was happy
Azban,
to
apa
take
awak cakap? Angka tak faham.
And again, in a relatively
MDL
quick
ni
manner.
apa Angka?
I didn't even know
Oh ni
Towers could break
PH
that
dah
fast.
keluarkan gameplay orang. Oh.
Honestly, at about the 6-7 minute mark, I was just about to come up with my thesis statement of how Fnatic Onyx are outplaying, outclassing, outmaneuvering, and outgunning Aurora. Mainly it's because of their range, the diversity in their engagements, and the
Tapi
kind of
tu
damage profile that they have. It's just a perfect mix.
Ke Dua kali dia meratakan tim sendiri dengan pakai Autiloi. Dia copy Autiloi kan. Dua kali masuk, dua kali rata.
I mean, I guess he does embody that, right? If you
That system
fight with me, you better make
Valentina
sure
tu
you
dak
finish it
sistem
if you
tu.
can't run away.
Dia makan rasuah dak sistem tu.
And I will outsustain you. Far away, I can stun like 3 of your friends. And then
Dua kali dia buat
You
ulti.
always gotta keep me on my toes, or else you're gonna lose out. And in fairness to Aurora, multiple times, wow, what a catch, by the way.
9:15 is the moment where my jaw dropped, and my new pair of pants could not come any sooner.
9.50 saat.
The answer to the diversion
Gila.
stolen away by Aurora. Dude, they were playing man-to-man.
Tak.
How do you man-to-man defense
9.32 saat.
you're the defender?
Yeah, I mean, it's just straight to the base. You go. I
9
guess.
minit
You skip so many
Tak sampai
steps.
10 minit 20 Q. 20 Q. Gila ke tak gila ni?
I mean, it was not a perfect game by him. You know, there were some slip-ups here and there,
They
but
died a couple times.
I think it was a sacrifice necessary to kind of speed it up and make sure there was no room for Aurora to actually fight back.
Smart trades.
Right? I would trade some kills just to make sure I could end the game right now. Something like that.
Looking at the item builds here, Aurora, they couldn't
Tapi
build
tengok kan.
much. Alright, look at Demon Kite forced to
Tengok
run
dekat
that
Malaysia
Blood
kan,
Wings.
dah Loi, Faramis dah jarang keluar. Loi, Faramis, Valentina ada lagi lah.
Couldn't even build a full item.
Tapi dekat Filipina masih pakai lagi. Thank you MSJ, thank you for the follow.
He doesn't really like the Thunderbelt. Built his War Axe first, so that
Straight
means
up.
he's soft.
King Kong
And again, this is also the reason
955.
why I don't really like Trizzle.
Kalah lagi, Chibi menang lagi.
You know that. I mean, Tigreal, you can go all game long without an item. You can still make a big impact.
Chibi masih lagi top.
Trizzle kind of has to stay there for a few seconds.
Tak lebih 1K.
That Body of Smith now scales, meaning if you end the game fast enough, that means Body Smith would have capped at 20%, 25%.
Muka King Kong tu macam Kyrie. Banyak ramai orang pun cakap tu muka Kyrie macam Angka.
No matter how skilled you are, by the way. No matter how good at you are at moving, at playing.
Susah nak jadi orang handsome ni. Selalu lah orang sama-samakan. Boring lah nak jadi orang handsome ni.
And that is the dilemma that Aurora has
Penat tau.
on their hands.
Penat nak jadi handsome ni.
They picked up good
Tak suka.
heroes, yes. Roll to roll. Asterisk on maybe that Tirizla. Good try, Ren.
Yang ni Angka rasa ni apa tu?
But
Memang rekod lah Rekod dalam tournament ni. 9-3. 9-3-2.
That's right. I mean, this is a lineup that can move across the map with relative ease. It can duel each and every lane, and you'll probably get a win 6 out of 10 times. And
that's conservative numbers.
That's conservative, right? I mean, initially, before they start playing,
for sure.
I think they already had like a 60% like advantage.
Orang masuk bukan tengok dia main.
But yeah, they did go into snowball mode as well, so that's like double damage, double the amount of pressure you could put out on the map in a short amount of time.
There was no need for Fnatic Onyx to actually speed up. Like they could have won still at 12, 13, 15, but the fact that at minute 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken, Super Prince forward.
Tapi kalau korang tengok gameplay Onyx ni kan, boleh SRG pun seram juga SRG. Seram juga main macam ni juga. SRG pun ada juga main macam ni.
Check off the list, but they broke their own records. The fastest game in the season.
9:32.
Tapi Valentina tu memang tak sistem lah tu. Dia macam makan rasuah lah tu.
It's like just
2 kali hantar tim masuk, 2 kali rata.
And again, if you're trying to improve yourself, that's the best thing to do. You just try to be a better version of who you were yesterday. And first,
thank you for the follow.
During the downtime, 10-day downtime.
Some Onyx magic.
Onyx magic was pretty much around the corner.
It was Fnatic.
Boleh je defend.
Fnatic.
That's the word.
InsyaAllah boleh bang. Sebab dia orang dapat kalahkan Omega Snapdragon hari tu. SRG pernah cakap gameplay Onyx sama dengan gameplay SRG. Ya ke? Nak tengok sikit dekat playoff macam mana. Thank you for the follow. Baru follow. Terima kasih.
Fastest game ever, and here's how it went.
Aduh.
My name is Auntie Nara, and
Aduh.
welcome to the
Aduh.
analyst stand kung saan
Aduh. Aduh.
lang naman ng Fnatic record
tak ada apa pun nak cakap.
in the regular season, and the entire
Sorry lah terulang balik. Tak apa, tak ada masalah.
family on its own has lockdown.
It's okay. Sebab awak rasa sebab awak punya komen tak dibaca kot. Mungkin sebab tu awak rasa komen tak naik kot. Komen kalau kamu punya komen tak dibaca sebab kamu bukan followers. Bila awak tak follow, komen awak takkan dibaca. Tapi bila awak dah follow, komen akan dibaca.
5 minutes in, they had 1k gold per minute, and then when the time came,
So bila komen awak dibaca, komen tu dia kira naik lah naik. Sebab kalau komen tu tak dibaca, awak tak tahu dia naik ke tak. AP Bren menang tak? AP Bren menang tadi 3-2. AP Bren menang tadi 3-2. Yang ni baru 1-0. Onyx menang 1-0. Adakah dia 3-2 ataupun 3-1 ataupun 3-0? Tak tahu.
he had the audacity to be able to build the Blade of Despair mostly because of the fact
Tak. Kita kena rewind balik ni. Kita tadi tengah sembang pasal analisis ni kan. Analisis ni kan. Jadi kita tengah cakap thank you for the follow. Analisis ni kan. Apa jadi terus tukar topik. Aduh.
And as we see here, we've been able to see just how the super family sticks to their guns.
Handsome dia suara. Tu dia. Tak ada Amoy Post, ini pun jadilah Amoy Post tak ada, ini pun jadilah guys. Ini pun jadilah guys. Amoy Post tak ada, no problem.
In the case of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, because they were able to execute their entire lineup properly, and that is how they were able to set the new record. But now, we'll head on over back to our panel.
Thanks.
Julian siap satu item tak termasuk kasut.
Into the breakdown of game number 1. Anti mentioned farm. Is because of the
Tak apa. Amoy Post tak ada. Ini pun sama je. Tengok je.
And number 1, not just farm jungle, okay? Every single lane's farm. And again, it just kind of boils down to resource management at this point. Throwing where you can afford to throw King Kong.
Mana ni tak? Tengoklah walaupun dia bawah 10 minit tapi 22 kill tau. 22 kill dapat banyak gol tau. Siapa menang? 1-0. 1-0 je. Onyx menang 1-0. Bang, Onyx makin kuat. M6 main dekat Malaysia Arena Axiata Malaysia dekat KL.
But it just shows you their mastery.
And again,
dekat Stadium Axiata.
Talking about mastery, who else? Who better
Sementara
than
itu
Masters
Onyx
versus
ID.
Kelra? Who by the way didn't buy a Skype.
Onyx ID dengan Onyx Indo dengan Onyx Philippine lain lain-lain team. Lain-lain team tapi sama management lah kira. Sama sponsor.
In this specific match, if you're putting in the bubble, it's hard to argue against Kelra's Beatrix, who
tuan rumah
was
Malaysia.
surprised by his runner's apathy, turning it into a shotgun.
Yes, tahun ni Malaysia tuan rumah. Dengan M1. M1 pun Malaysia kan. M1 Malaysia, M6 Malaysia. Jadi tim-tim yang masuk M6 tu 2 dari Malaysia, 2 dari Indonesia, 2 dari Philippines. Yang lain tu satu.
Considering what happened and all of the factors mentioned,
Itulah tadi Angka pun cakap IOI tu mana ada? Mana datangnya IOI tu? Tu bukan M6 lah.
in a game, what do they take in the game number 2?
I'm gonna just say.
Sebab Angka tak dapat info lagi. Mana kau dapat info ni? Angka ni KOL. Pandai juga kau dapat info. Sebab dalam group chat Monton ni tak ada yang cakap. Tak ada yang cakap pasal apa tu? Tak ada yang cakap pasal IOI ni.
Allow Demon Kite to at least have a fighting chance.
Yes, that's my point actually. You can't really efficiently.
Yes, 1-2. Untuk tim yang masuk untuk tim yang ada dua slot macam Indonesia 2 slot, Malaysia 2 slot, Filipina 2 slot. So bila yang masuk final 1-2 tu dia akan masuk tapi dekat tim-tim lain tu 1 slot tu final pemenang je boleh masuk. Axiata lah, IOI bukan lah. Itulah Axiata Arena yang dekat Bukit Jalil tu. Betul lah. IOI Angka tak tahu, Angka tak dapat info pun IOI ni. Sebab Angka cakap Angka ni KOL kan, KOL Monton. So kita dengan Monton ada satu group chat. So dia orang tak bagi info kat dalam tu pun Angka pun tak tahu. Angka tadi pun terkejut. Orang cakap IOI, mana datangnya IOI? Tournament lain kot.
Yes, they did.
At this point, I'm still trying to forget what happened there in Game 4. Don't watch it.
Hey, thank you Iba, thank you for the follow.
So quick. It's a quick game anyway. Game 4, yeah.
Tak ada wildcard. Angka tak kahwin lagi.
That worked.
Play for the Kaja bait.
Angka single lagi. Kenapa nak ada janda-janda yang nak recommend kat Angka ke? Boleh. Nanti Angka belanja makan Kalau jadi tu Angka belanja makan. Kalau tak jadi Angka tumbuk.
I'm sure I think we can base it once we know who goes first.
Yeah.
Right.
That is a side selection coming up in just a bit, but first we would like to invite everyone to celebrate the achievements of our teams.
Angka pergi dapur ambil air jap. Air dah habis dah.
That'll happen on the third day of our playoffs tomorrow.
Berapa minit game pertama? 9 minit 32 saat.
And you don't want to miss out who becomes a legend as well. Again, these are not like the Hall Legends. I think we might just move that soon. That's going to be happening some other time. But for now, we want to know who like the regular season MVP is, right? Rookie of the season. And all of that is coming. We're going to reveal all of that tomorrow. So make sure to set your alarms. You never know when it's going to happen. Maybe start of the game, maybe start of second series.
And all the more, it's another chance for you to see if your vote.
Thank you for the follow. Setahu Angka memang tak ada wildcard Setahu Angka memang tak ada.
It's factual. I missed the deadline. I tried, but I missed the deadline.
Catching up to MPL workloads takes
Jadi tim lain ada. Mungkinlah kalau tim
and that's enough.
Personal pick, let's just
sebab tak ada sebab tim yang ada 2 slot, tim yang ada 2 slot cuma Malaysia 2 slot, Indonesia 2 slot dengan Filipina 2 slot sahaja. Yang lain tu semua 1 slot. Jadi kalau 1 slot tu tak ada wildcard. Kecuali dia orang ada extra slot baru ada wildcard. Angka pun tak pastilah Setahu Angka tak ada lah. Setahu Angka memang tak ada wildcard.
Away team chooses and away is Aurora. They say blue. They're at 59% win rate on blue.
Ya. Angka tanya orang Monton senang.
54%. Call it 55. Let's call it 55.
Malaysia sebab menang. Itulah. Ya, Angka tanya orang Monton je senang.
And these teams don't care about averages at this point.
Rockhart, besides numbers, something just dawned on me.
What?
Fnatic Onyx average game time started at 16.26 minutes, or 16:26 minutes before the game 1. That 9:34 victory is going to pull that average way low.
Way low, for sure.
I think they're about to become #1 fastest.
Panas.
And
Buka
I
ikon jap.
guess that's one of the keys as well, right? Like making sure that you can kind of close out these games before they actually get started. That did the trick for them in a lot of lineups that want to go late game. So you know what? Onyx knows when the team is kind of trying to buy time, and they know how to stop that.
Ya, kita dua slot sebab tuan rumah. Bukan sebab MSC menang tu kot. Kalau tak silap tu memang sebab tuan rumah kan dua slot.
Tools that can do that probably are in their pocket.
Tapi aku pun tak tahu kenapa Indonesia dua slot. Kenapa Filipin dua slot. Tak tahu macam mana dia orang bagi slot ni.
Exactly. Even if it's technically a scaling hero, the way King Kong and the rest of Fnatic Onyx play it could change that.
That's right. King Kong is called Ling Kong for
King Kong, call Ling Kong.
One of them is that
Ling Kong.
he can find these really weird scenarios where he can still get an edge even if he's behind.
Yeah, we've seen his Ling in the regular season go up to like 10-11 minutes.
Dah pukul 8 dah. Kejap lagi Angka nak pergi mandi dah. Jadi bila Angka pergi mandi, thank you for the follow. Angka pergi mandi, Angka pergi kerja, tapi Angka akan live juga. Tapi bila live tu Angka dah tak ada dah. Angka memang dah tak boleh sembang-sembang dah.
Yeah. Can't forget about Sky King Ling Kong.
Hey, are we allowed to say that?
Not really. I retract that statement.
You're starting up a lot of ish online, Rockhart.
I retract that statement.
All right, here we go. Opening volley for Master the Basics. The Lo Yi, the Fanny, and the Zhu Xin.
All right, so at least they kind of do their homework. The two people that we mentioned that can really pick off struggling gold laners, the Lo Yi and the Fanny are banned out. That leaves a lot here, to be honest, for FNOP. Do you want to ban the Tigreal now?
I'm not the only one bound.
No.
Lo Yi, dia orang kata keluarkan Lo Yi. Keluarkan Lo Yi sendiri.
Yeah.
This is just covering their bases.
Keluarkan Lo Yi sendiri pula. Yang betul-betul dia keluarkan Lo Yi. Buat kacau. Pakai M6 dari Malaysia, nanti cuma MV dengan SRG. Kalau tidak Indo dah menang. Memang dua slot milik mereka. Oh, okey.
Or Edith Valentina? Oh no, Edith Gatot.
Alright, very solid picks right now for FNOP, making sure that their front line's locked in.
They don't care, so you go Valentina. Oh, do you go to mid trio? Is that it?
Yes. This is a
game satu siapa menang? Onyx menang.
Oh, we have an Edith. You should pick Valentina here.
Right? Yeah.
Right?
That seems to be the play.
Feels like a trap though.
Definitely.
Right?
I think it's a trap.
Either way, you still want to go Roamer here, probably. You want to block Integral here.
One or the other, yeah. Look at this. That's what the basics.
Harif is it.
Look at the.
Saya rasa Aurora masih boleh menang. Kemungkinan dorang nak tengok dulu rotation.
Now Harif is great. So
this is Roam or mid.
Probably Roam, right?
Game kedua kita akan tahu lah.
Mid is kind of crucial here because it can get kind of easily banned out. So it's pretty smart for them to take it right now.
They take the counter trap. They take the older
Oh, ya ke? So dia orang franchise lah. Patutlah.
There's a Gatot Gacha. So you're right. I think they put up a trap themselves.
Tadi Blacklist dengan AP Bren siapa menang? AP Bren menang 3-2.
AOG and the EG.
Yep.
That's an AO gag.
And yeah, that's right. And Domin can kind of just do whatever he wants after that, right? Yep. So, great pull here. Was that Eve?
Yes, the only other winning Eve, if I'm not mistaken, in MPL Philippines. It's now a small club of super friends and few. Folks,
Hai, Angka ni saya Dayat akaun lain. Dayat.
Is it
Dayat mana?
A piece? One win a piece?
Two now for few.
Two for few. Okay, two for few. Because of the game earlier.
That's right. The
right.
series
Thank
earlier.
you. Thank you.
So with that said, Tigreal getting banned out. Oh man, Renegade such a martyr.
I knew he was.
Renegade, he's so unselfish.
They knew it was gonna happen, right?
He's so kind.
AP Bren dengan Onyx.
You say all
Mana
the
kuat?
adjectives for Renegade now.
Oh, the
Onyx.
Good at it.
Onyx kuat.
He can never be bad in my eyes.
One thing is
Dayat Palestine White Heart. Tak ingat lah.
Oh yeah.
Aku punya... Oh, Hidayat. Okay.
And that includes picks like the Turizla, like we mentioned earlier.
Ni final ke? Bukan.
Really working game.
Ni bukan final.
Who knows? Maybe if you add it in this one.
Ni... Upper bracket. Berapa dah skor? 1-0. Onyx menang 1-0. EVLT dia bagi enemy tak boleh gerak ke? Boleh gerak. Cuma slow. Dia slow dalam dia punya... Dalam dia punya petak. Lepas tu time dia nak kat ujung-ujung petak tu, baru dia tak boleh gerak. Tak boleh gerak sekejap.
I mean, Hayabusa is great. Honestly, especially against Suyo, you can kind of chase the Suyo pretty easily. You can also just duel him 1v1. But, I don't know how that's going to fare for the rest of the team. Maybe after your ult, you might have problems with damage.
Yeah. You know who's good with damage?
What?
Bane.
Bane is...
Not gonna happen. This is better
Golden terbaik dunia.
Alright, Carl DZ played a hell of a Bane last night. Didn't lead him to...
Kita yakin JSG yes betul. Golden bagi angka. Sebab angka jarang tengok yang lain-lain tau. Jarang tengok yang lain-lain. Selalu tu tengok memang innocent je. Tapi innocent punya Golden memang gila.
Right now, is that Carmilla? Yep. That's Carmilla.
Tak sama ulti Harif lah. Sebab ulti Harif enemy tak... Ulti Harif siapa cakap tak boleh gerak? Boleh lah. Harif punya ulti tu tak ada kena-mena. Dia tak ada stun orang. Dia cuma macam damage kau hit dia kurang.
Sorry, 1-1. Alright.
Golden terbaik Pascol. Mia Pascol.
They can duel pretty well. Most of these people on Onyx, again, they want to go fast. Go light but clean.
Not allowing this game to go past the 18-minute mark would be their best bet. It would be advisable that they lean hard into the box. They got 2 boxes, man. Well, one is a circle technically.
That's right. And take out the Harif, take out the Suyo early. It's actually really good. Shut him down just like they did game 1.
But here's the thing, they don't have any real hold for the Suyo. Their best hold to the Suyo is just kill it.
Yes. The Suyo doesn't care about that box. He's just gonna vanish from existence and just walk out.
Can FNOP do that? Can they vanquish Suyo? We'll find out as we go to game number 2.
Dia cuma gerak slow. Bila dalam ulti Harif tu kan, kau nak gerak susah sikit slow. Slow movement berapa? 40%. 40% slow. Tak ingat. Onyx 3 orang kosong. Power drive orang.
If Rora can at least get to a later game.
Bukan semifinal. Ni upper bracket. Upper bracket.
What is 9:34 or so? So we'll see adjustments here. Ingon, how
1-0.
Okay, so
Skor sekarang 1-0 Onyx.
The Turizla is finally on the XP lane in the hands of Edward because yesterday
Hai Hakari.
we saw Edward rock this Turizla.
Cantik lagi MPL MY punya entry. Tahu tak apa?
Legend 0. So and looking back at the lineup rating again, Aurora has a more balanced lineup. So I think they can counter out or at least prevent the early aggression that Fnatic
Game mana yang paling seru?
Yeah, part of this duel is
Game yang paling seru Bagi angka game tadi antara Blacklist dengan AP Bren. Last game kelima.
Players, right, that have found success on it. Super Prince and Few being those two.
Few players.
Yeah, literally a few players. And you know, for the most part, like, yeah, you want to fight around the box, but I think even regardless of the Eve or not, the big thing here is, once again, Brusco having his hands here on the Gatakacha, like, this is going to be a problem, I feel like, for Rora.
Oi, tak dapat.
On to Brusco. You want to burst him down, but instead, Renegade is the one who's going to fall.
Macam mana dia boleh tinggalkan tu? Crit tadi tengah main tak mati. Tak dapat crit dia.
As I was just saying, like that is the big thing for me, because right now the teams that do go ahead and grab the Gatakacha, like he's a little elusive, because when you are targeting him down, even this early point in the game, and he has a revitalize and he's tanky, and then he get that little extra heal from his passive. Like it's tough because you think you're gonna take him out, and then all of a sudden, boom, he gets a shot in passive.
MPL PH ni dulu. Tapi yang dulu tu Singapura dulu. Lepas Singapura ni Filipin. Lepas Filipin Indo. Lepas Indo Malaysia. Indo hari tu tadi dia orang cakap 21 ke 23 Indo. Lepas tu Malaysia 31 hari bulan.
So let's see. They're going to approach this. Edward, like you said, this time around, he'll hold that front side. Does have the penalty zone and the flicker available, so they're actually going to take this very slowly. Super Friends also waiting around the corner. There's a knock-in.
And an onward combination onto Renegade. King Kong just waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Demon Kite dapat.
Brusco and Renegade again will fall down. But Demon Kite will get the turtle.
Yeah, Demon Kite gets the turtle. That might
Memang
be all
tak
they're
boleh
looking
main
for right
sekali
now. They don't want to give
semua negara.
too much over to Fnatic on Philippines. Again, this lineup that they have.
Aku rasa dia orang takkan buat macam ni lah Sebab kenapa? Sebab kalau semua buat sekali susah tau. Orang nak tengok. Orang tak tahu nak tengok mana. So memang dia orang takkan buat serentak lah.
Then that's great, but they need certain timings with Aurora's lineup, whereas Fnatic Onic, they have enough crowd control and just kind of innate durability on the lineup that they have that they can actually just fight. They can skirmish.
Biasa je. Angka ke macam mana?
King Kong is there or not, you'd be surprised at how much damage is going to come through between, you know, Super Friends, Kirk and
Renny J. Renny J.
And he already gets the Thunderbelt locked in.
Nak kata dia biasa pun tak biasa juga tau.
He actually likes it when you're dealing damage to him because eventually when his passive is stacked and he casts his Primal Wrath,
boom.
Oh, you're the one who's going to need an ambulance.
Dia semua Aurora ni macam selalu kena snowball tau.
Of this lineup is tough. Whoa, here we go. This is, by the way, real quick, the all-time total damage taken in MPL Philippines from Season 1 to Season 14. That's a whole lot of numbers.
1.3805488055.
That's 1,380,548,055. That's a lot of damage.
Rugilah MPL Malaysia lambat start. Tak juga Tak juga ni. Sebab macam Angka cakap, kalau korang sebagai pro player, international pro player, bila engkau pakai satu je barang main je, jadi engkau akan kalah, tak boleh. So engkau kena tukar-tukar. Kena tukar-tukar. Tapi satu ni selalunya cakap Malaysia copy meta orang, tapi sebenarnya bukan tau. Malaysia ni sebab kita Malaysia lambat. Malaysia lambat. Jadi kita pakai meta tu, orang cakap kita copy. Sebenarnya ni bukan copy. Sebab kita start lambat. Cuba kalau kita start awal. Bila kita start awal tu, tengok nanti orang lain akan cakap copy Malaysia punya ke tak. Macam ni lah jadi dia. Yes, kita main ni memang tak boleh. Jangan cakap lah main professional scene je. Kita main rank pun sama. Kita main rank tu jangan pakai barang sama. Lain hero, lain cara dia main. King Kong memang cari. Angka tak suka. Bila Angka main mid kan, Angka memang tak suka sangat dengan Nolan. Tak suka sangat Nolan. Kacau. Memang kacau.
That turtle to about half health or a little bit lower. They wait, and then FNOP just like, yeah, we'll fight you. And that's the power, once again, of having this real-world manipulation, having the options to even just jump in with
Itulah, kacau.
with the Avatar of the Guardian. Because you
Tak
can
boleh
see
buat
this,
apa-apa.
he doesn't even have that first item locked in, but what is there is that Thunderbelt for Kirk. You've got the glowing one, like we mentioned from Super Friends earlier.
Angka cukup menyampah. Cukup menyampah dengan Nolan bila mid. Oi, ada Nolan je guys. Malas nak keluar rumput. Malas nak jalan. Duduk je. Duduk kat tower. Duduk tower pun tak selamat.
Yeah, he's having a hard time easily getting bursted down and target out.
Masalahnya, kita ni sebagai mid laner nak tunggu sampai late game tu. Manalah kita ada damage. Dah tak ada damage dah. Tengok. Oi. Tengok macam tu je. Macam tu je dia buat data marwah tu. Macam mana nak farm? Macam mana lah nak farm?
I like the way Leo mentioned it earlier. Gato ka cha. Like this hero is
Idora tu tak boleh. Idora tu kau yelah, kau boleh stopkan dia. Tapi masalahnya Idora clear lane terlampau slow. Bila clear lane terlampau slow, macam mana kau nak rotate? Nak rotasi tak dapat.
Epitome of tower dive.
Jadi
Literally
dia orang kena
diving.
buff. Kena buff sikit tu. Kena buff sikit Idora tu. Macam dia orang buff Aurora tu. Bagi clear lane cepat sikit. Barulah boleh pakai.
He's gonna wait patiently for the perfect opportunity to strike.
This is his moment, but is there enough follow through and a follow up from this? Turtle's gonna go for a reset. Oh.
Crossbow attack onto Dominic.
Tim nombor 1. Regular season nombor 1 ni. Onyx nombor 1. AP Bren nombor 2. Kalau nak kira dari segi macam ni lah. Untuk season ni kita boleh cakap. Untuk season ni untuk season ni Onyx nombor 1.
Crossbow attack but still lack the damage to do it. He canceled this recall. He wanted to go for Kelra.
Oh, he wants the kill.
Habis juga.
Might fall in the hands though of Super Prince and Kirk. There's the counter attack and the recall from Kirk.
Oh man, you gotta love that. You gotta love their recall here. Renegade, does he want to fight this?
Excuse me.
To avoid the curse of blood, Brusco, King Kong, Super Prince is here. Deal with manipulation again from Super
Buat apa
Prince.
tu?
Bounty zone. But Kirk's
Buat
gonna
apa
fall
tu?
down.
Buat
Wanna
apa
go
tu?
for more. King Kong has to escape. They're up against 4. There was a trade Aurora was willing to take.
Good fight there.
Tim mana wakil PH M6 Angka rasa. Angka rasa AP Bren dengan Onyx lah AP Bren dengan Onyx dua.
The flicker out from Super Prince and then Demon Kite swept in, got the Soul Sever off. So that's the thing.
Aurora dah kayu dah. Dah kayu first game dah. Ni game kedua macam pisang juga. Macam pisang juga game kedua ni. Tapi awal lagi lah awal lagi. So anything is possible. Anything is possible. Tadi siapa menang Blacklist? AP Bren menang 3-2. Nombor 1 Chata League. Tak. Dia orang nombor apa tu? Eko nombor 4 Eko nombor 4 kalau tak silap tu. Angka mana face cam? Angka tutup face cam lah. Angka dah nak pergi mandi dah ni. Angka nak siap-siap pergi kerja. Jadi malah nak buka cam dah. Angka nak pergi mandi. Angka kerja 9:30. Onyx ni bukan Indo ke? Tak. Yang ni Onyx Filipin. Onyx Filipin ada Onyx Filipin dengan Onyx Indo. Sponsor sama. Nama sama, sponsor sama. Cuma belakang dia lain. Indo dengan Filipin. Onyx kuat. Onyx pula. Blacklist kuat juga tau. Engkau bayangkanlah. Ada tim mana yang boleh paksa AP Bren sampai 5 game? 3-2 tau. 3-2. AP Bren punya win rate 70 lebih persen. Lepas tu Blacklist baru 40 lebih persen. Kuat tau. Dia hari ni dia memang kuat tau. Angka baca komen kita. Yang atas tu. Yang mana satu? Angka tiap komen baca lah. Bukan tuan rumah. Mana? Oh, bukan tuan rumah je 2 tim wakil negara. Sedangkan Malaysia tuan. Bukan. Tadi tu orang cakap sebabkan Indonesia dengan Filipin tu dia orang franchise. Jadi dia orang ada 2 slot. Lepas tu Malaysia dapat 2 slot sebab kita tuan rumah. Itu dia 2 slot. Itu yang orang cakap tadi.
The problem when it comes to these fights. Brusco jumping in. Renegade also holding down the front. He's going to go in for the stun.
Okay, Curse of Blood going to be casted, but Kelra though still able to free hit. Edward has to use the penalty. So the one way.
Masuk.
Connecting on to 2. A double kill from Brusco. King Kong works on Demon Kite as Demon Kite backs away.
Memang baik team fight dia. Angka habis Aurora versus Onyx ni. AP Bren dengan Onyx pula ke? Tak, AP Bren dah masuk semifinal. Okay, siapa yang kalah ni akan main dengan Blacklist besok. Akan main dengan Blacklist besok. Lawan dengan Blacklist besok.
It was quite messy. Like Renegade goes for the stun and then boom, Unbreakable gets the taunt, forces a defensive penalty zone, sees the opening, charges up, Avatar the Guardian, hero landing, Brusco double. Like this is why I don't know, you gotta not give up the Gatakacho in this kind of series, especially with this kind of case. Like
yang ni apa? Yes, yang ni apa? Upper bracket. So, siapa yang menang ni akan lawan dengan AP Bren besok. Dan siapa yang kalah ni akan lawan dengan Blacklist besok juga. Besok 2 game juga.
Okay, AOG again connecting onto 3 just to zone out and make sure Fnatic will indeed secure an inhibitor turret. Curse of Blood will be cast as well, but Kelra is able to walk away though. In exchange for Brusco, Fnatic Onyx might be able to get an inhibitor in the bottom as soon as the minions will arrive. Beautiful manipulation coming in from Super Friends though. And Aurora just continuing their immense defense. And now here comes Kelra, trying to work on Renegade. He no stacks yet for Kelra for the crossbow.
Onyx versus AP Bren game price. Tengok kalau ni game ni Onyx menang, jadi Onyx akan lawan dengan AP Bren besok. Katakan siapa yang kalah, siapa yang kalah lawan antara semifinal, kira semifinal lah tu antara Onyx ataupun AP Bren, katakan AP Bren kalah, AP Bren turun lower bracket lagi. AP Bren akan turun lower bracket, akan lawan dengan winner lower bracket semalam. Winner lower bracket lagi. Jadi siapa yang kalah tu dia akan jumpa lagi. Boleh jumpa lagi. Cam silap je Gatot tu masuk cam tu. Tak jugalah. Kadang-kadang tu pancingan. Angka tak boleh cakap lama ni. Angka nak pergi mandi dah ni. Angka nak pergi mandi. Jadi korang layan lah dulu Angka pergi mandi dulu. Angka nak siap-siap pergi kerja.
So yeah, he misses that Beatrix.
Yeah, he misses
sniper
Beatrix.
from Beatrix.
He misses the sniper. But you know what? Overall, because Kelra doesn't have to worry about too much. You know, like it's more so of what is Rora going to do and how does he respond from it. And a lot of times when you have this Ganakacha, you just respond to him and where he's jumping in from.
Yeah, it's like follow the leader. In this case, follow the Brusco. Follow the AOG. And for Aurora, the thing is, you have a lot of kit. You have the Curse of Blood. You have the Penalty Zone. A lot even Zaman Force, and of course the ult coming in from Yue. I think at this point, with the lead established by Fnatic Onyx, 6.2k, you need at least all to connect. So you have a chance in going up against the Sonic, especially with the second Lord.
Even with that lead, look at this. They're still going to take some time off this Lord. Not going, oh no.
Renegade goes in with the Curse of Blood onto the backline, but gonna get punished by King Kong with the Fracture. AOG again coming in from Brusco, but Doming answers right back with a kill of his own as Kirk brings down Doming. Here comes Kelra all the way from the back, working on Demon Kite. Not even afraid to go up against 2. Edward getting back up a kill onto Kirk. And a 1v1 between Kelra and Yue. And that's it. King Kong works on the base, but Demon Kite and Edward is here. They have minions onto the bottom lane. It's going to be enhanced. Kelra just continuing to work on Edward. Here comes the crossbow of tag. Eventually he's going to bring down Legend Zero. Legend Zero stays alive. And the defense from Aurora will succeed.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it, man. But unfortunately, not enough. And King Kong was marching in with those minions. But Aurora will live to fight another day. That body of Smith passive really came in clutch there for Redward. Not going down, but right now the Lord is up. FNAP will go ahead and get in position for this. Rora, it looks like they still want to fight, possibly, to try to steal this away or do something. But again, they're just throwing their bodies towards FNAP, really wanting to fight. Oh, waiting for a better result.
Okay, AOG coming in from Brusco all the way to the back. And Demon Kai gets the Lord, but they're going to bring down Doming, Renegade, and Demon Kai. Fnatic Onyx doesn't care about the Lord. They want to go for the kill. Goodbye, Yue. Goodbye, Game 2. Fnatic is on match point.
Took them a little bit longer, but they're going to charge up and wait to march into the base here as they go and show off. They're all charged up.
Fnatic just savoring the moments, and again, thunder, lightning, brighter than the lights of Aurora. Match point for the top seed this season.
Thunder struck right there, Fnatic on Philippines. They make it look too easy right now. What's going on here? This is definitely a refined version of what we even saw in the regular season if you could get better than that. But panel, Leo, Rockhart, take it away.
And in a flash of light, Fnatic on it, after a false Lord take, wipes out Aurora to hit match point. Welcome back to the Evenings Game Tambayan. Leo here, alongside Rockhart. Is it just me, or did Ian sound a little scared after making that final call?
He did. And I respect Ian and his opinions, but you also have to respect that he said something very, very spicy earlier. And we'll talk about that just in a bit. What they deserve, though, the Lightning Gods have descended, and I actually didn't know you could improve on what they already did. It feels like they just keep getting better and better. I don't know how they do it. It's just mind-boggling for me right now.
Dear Lord, is that a back-to-back MVP performance? I mean, it's not
Brusco.
2-0-16, but over and over again, he threw his body at Aurora, died a couple of times, but still bought so much space for his whole team.
That's right. I mean, he threw his body up on front, but a lot of more bodies hit the floor. And I think at that point, you kind of have to wonder, is that a reason? Why is this the reason why earlier in the few matches that we saw as well, Gatot did get a lot of attention in these games? And like we mentioned in first game analysis, man, this is also a reason, an embodiment, right? Gatot is like the embodiment of FNOP overall.
That's right. First phase minimum pick. He was picked second for game 1, but this time around it was this and the Edith, and it was so worth it.
And you look at that. Multiple times in this game, Yue could barely make it out of the range of Nolan, and King Kong just gave him the business.
I almost forgot that King Kong was a fragile Nolan. Because of how strong the impact is of Brusco's presence, King Kong can just like walk in, and then there's very rarely anything left there to threaten him, and it's just, he's a glass cannon. The Nolan is a glass cannon. But with Brusco's tough body, and just his CC. Look at that, the smile on King Kong's face like, yeah, thanks.
Yes, sirree. And that was also like a big display of the mechanics of Kelra, preempting the knockup of Eternal Guard. Small stuff like that just really add up over time.
This is interesting. Is that a pull yourself together on Kelra's 1-1?
Yeah, that I feel like that's the cooldown
for your battle spell.
Yeah, it's a battle spell.
Is it still called pull yourself together?
I'll have to double check.
All right, but no, that makes sense though.
It's CDR, yeah,
so
CDR
that you get
for
it
sure.
off of your Inspire.
Huh.
All right.
What about that?
Again, a few very specific pickups for Kelra's 1-1 if you want to try a 1-1 in your ranked games. He also picked up the Malefic Gun. So this does indeed, as mentioned by our casters, allow for you to trigger crossbow tang.
Just add insult to injury, right?
Just have good DPS damage from a further range. Given that 1-1 compared to most other marksmen, just MM.
Mark.
In the gold lane, she's shorter range compared to them, so this helps.
Actually, another additional question to that is, I wonder if the range of your ultimate actually will kind of extend a little bit.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it should. So
because it's a normal attack.
You're saying if they walk out of the original trigger box of the crossbow tang, will it still click given the passive effect of the Malefic Gun?
Something for us to check later, right?
Because that's go to the lab for that, but yeah, no.
Yeah, 100%.
Something food for thought.
A great food for thought here as well is Super Prince's second win on the Eve, I believe. Bro, I mean, the Eve in itself is definitely not the most impactful hero, but if you put it on the hands of like really quality players, it hits different. I can't believe how much it made a difference here as well.
Rockhart, it's crazy. It trapped Aurora into a bad situation when they pick fights. Because look, there's a box for the Harith, there's a box for the penalty zone, there's a box for the Feast of Blood, and if you put up a real-world manipulation around it, you neutralize those effects.
You literally contain it in
a
a box.
So there's so much that Aurora are doing within a zone. If Super Prince answers back with an RWM, or worse, if he sets up the RWM first, it makes Aurora's layered approach harder to execute.
And all these, exactly. I mean, you nullify how many heroes? right? Like 2 free heroes already with just 1 ult.
The
It's
math
amazing.
doesn't check out.
That's like not, it doesn't compute in some terms. But then again, that's F not making things look so simple, right? It's so simple for them.
It's these little decisions and how fast they're able to deploy and adjust on the fly along with each other's communications that make Fnatic Onyx the scary team that they are.
And I don't know how they can get better than this, to be honest. It's hard.
Maybe our analyst can tell us more. Auntie Nara, what else can they do better in Game 2?
Family is now at match point. Kaya naman isang magandang buhay. My name is Auntie Nara at narito tayo ngayon sa ating analyst hand wherein we will break down everything that happened in game number 2 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Aurora MLBB. We've talked about how proficient Brusco is in terms of using the Kacha. But what to me, what matters the most is the fact that F and OP seems to just get whatever the factor is when you have to pick the Gatot Kacha in your lineup. All throughout the match, they knew that someone needed to be in front to tank and soak up all of the damage output necessary so that the Gatot Kacha will be able to set up using that avatar of the Guardian. On top of that, we've seen a Super Princess real-world manipulation that, in a way, enclosed the entirety of Aurora MLBB in that zone, making it easier for the Gatot Kacha to just cast the Avatar of the Guardian, taunt them, and in a way, that gave them a variety. But here, in terms of the item progression for both of these teams, what's the most interesting thing to me is the fact that Kelra built the Malefic gun. We were talking about this in the panel with Midnight, and we've seen that the Malefic gun gives you 25% attack speed. Not only that, it gives you also added, in a way, range in terms of your basic attack. So I think that's one of the few reasons as to why Kelra chose to go with this item specifically. Nabanggit din na ginamit ang Pull Yourself Together, which ensured na you have another 15% cooldown reduction in terms of your battle spells, and that changed everything for the sake of a super family. But of course, that is only game number 2 between them. Let's head on over more to our host, Mara Pino.
All right, everybody, let's go Fnatic! Go, go Fnatic! Go!
Onyx!
One more time! Let's go Fnatic! Go, go Fnatic! Go! Go Onyx! At kasama natin dito, eto Max, Hito! Marky, kamusta kayo?
Okay lang, okay.
Okay lang?
Masaya. Masaya kami, masaya. Masaya po, masaya.
Hito, ang tagal ka naming hindi nakita.
Hindi, ano lang, nagtatago lang, nagpapahinga lang.
Oh, dati CEO levels, may sunglasses. Ngayon, parang di ka na nagsusuklay.
Wala kami suklay sa bahay kasi wala nang pambili.
Bumalik ka kasi dito sa MPL Philippines eh. Yun ang sagot. O, sino nga ba yung sinusuportahan nyo?
Ako, isang tao lang eh, si Kelra lang eh.
Si Kelra.
Hindi, Onyx si Kelra lang.
Si Kelra lang. Okay. Si Bestie, Marky.
Onyx po, Onyx.
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 Siyempre, dating taga-Onyx.
TNC pa rin yan ha, TNC yata yun.
Wala na eh.
Next
Nandito lang.
BNC.
Oh, next season. Oh,
Onyx.
okay. Sige nga, ano ang mensahe mo since ikaw, dati kang nandun sa Fnatic Onyx, anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Yun, good luck sa Onyx, kunin nyo na to.
Kunin ka ulit?
Hindi, kunin nyo na yung ano.
Okay, kunin nila to. Okay.
Kunin nyo na yung kampiyonato.
Okay. Kala ko nagpapa-wink-wink get a clue ka dyan eh. Oh, Hito, anong gusto mo sabihin kay Kelra, yung bestie mo?
Kasi si Kelra, gusto ko talaga siya yumaman. Gusto ko siyang mag-successful para kasi yung kayamanan niya, meron din ako. Kaya Kelra, galingan mo, Kelra.
Sige, kung nag-champion, anong gusto mong, anong ang aas mo kay Kelra?
Wala, request ko na dyan, Mustang tsaka House and Lot.
Mustang.
Tapos pagka may sobra pa siyang extra, Rolex.
Rolex? Sino naman pala? Ikaw naman, Marky. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Kelra?
Good luck. Sana makapag-MC sila.
Okay. Now, eto. Nandito tayo ngayon. It's 2-0. Ano ba ang prediction natin dito? Match prediction.
Wala na, sweep na yan. Sweep. Sure na, sweep. Sweep na, sweep.
Sure? Sure na sweep? O pag hindi sweep, anong gagawin mo?
Wala, hindi na mangyayari yun. Sweep na yan, sure.
Anong
100%.
consequence? Paano kung makaisa yung Rora?
Wala, hindi na yung makakisa, sure.
Sasayaw daw siya. Sasayaw.
Sasayaw kasama mo?
Siya.
Oh, kasama ko siya.
Oh, sige. Sige, magkasama kayo.
Hindi, kahit anong mangyari, wala na. 100%, 1,200.
1,200. 1,200, okay. Ay, ikaw, prediction.
3-0 na din yan.
3-0?
Aurora, ano?
Ano?
Ano yung Aurora?
Onyx.
Oh, Nick, 3-0. 0 ng dalawa na nga eh.
Tatanong lang.
Ay, sige. Marky, ikaw naman.
3-0 na lang po.
3-0 din. Okay. Now, kung manghuhula tayo, sino yung dalawang koponan na feeling nyo makakaabot ng Grand Finals? Sino yun? Oh, siya daw. Ako na, sabi niya.
Siyempre, wala na tayong ibang choice dyan, kundi Onyx at Bren na yan. Wala.
Onyx and Bren. Okay.
Kasi mali kasi yung prediction ko kahapon, di ba? Omega tsaka Onyx. Baka kasi sino yung sabihin kong team, baka hindi
Prediction! Quick prediction!
Sige, para maiba, Onyx tsaka Blacklist.
Onyx and Blacklist? Ikaw.
Blacklist.
Final prediction.
Aurora tsaka Onyx.
Aurora at saka Onyx. Okay, bakit ulit? Tapos magtatapat ulit. Alright, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba mananalo dito sa ating game number 3. So, babato na natin to sa ating panel. Tulungan niyo ako, sabihin niyo pasok. Okay? Dito, tulungan mo ko. Ikaw din na to, Max. 1, 2, 3, panel. Pasok!
Indeed, it was a falsetto, Hito.
I miss Hito, bro.
Good to hear from him again, as well as Cap, Eto Max, coach of TNC Pro Team, and the solution, Marky of Evil from SG. I wish we could have spent more time with them.
Yeah.
And I think that'll only happen if the series extends. But I think they called it right. This might actually be a sweep.
It looks like it, by the way. No other way around it, to be honest. We're going to try to dance around the fact that they're probably going to go 3-0. And in case you guys don't know, by the way, big history there. They were former teammates, those three. And Marky is actually, Kelra calls him his mentor. So it's really big to see them there right there.
Oh, the ties that bind. Let's throw over to Odin. She's over at the MPL playground. Check this out.
Para samahan kayo dahil alam kong masyado na mainit ang mga matches natin dyan sa loob. Dito muna tayo sa ating smart booth para mag-chill. Ano kayo meron dito? Hello! Hi! Ano daw meron dito?
May libreng skin daw po kasi dito pag bumili po ng smart SIM po.
Ay, may free skin! So, sino ang gusto mo makuhang skin?
Gusto ko po kahit si Alice po. Alice or Johnson.
Sinisilip mo eh. Okay, it's now time para piliin mo. Sino ba yan?
Chamba po.
Ay, Chamba? Yan ba yung gusto mo?
Opo, kay Johnson po.
Ang swerte mo naman.
Actually, dalawa po yung pipiliin na skin.
Ay, dalawa?
Opo, dalawa po.
Meron din ata nagaganap dito. Hi! Kasama ang ating ambassador, i-assist niya kayo kung paano nga ba to be your own MOBB hero. You just have to post your photo using the hashtag SmartPowersMPLS14. At dito naman sa kabilang side, test your assassin reflex. Ano kailangan nila gawin dito?
Ang kailangan lang nila gawin dito is to get the 6 points to get the skin. All you need to do is purchase a Power All 99 or a prepaid eSIM. So yun, para makasali.
Visit Smart Booth now. At ngayon, puntahan naman natin ang ating Index Salon na booth. Kahapon, nakita na natin yung mga face paint, hair dye. Bisitahin natin kung sino nga ba ang sinusuportahan na team na nandito ngayon sa ating booth. Let's go! Ay, parang merong nagaganap na pagkukulay ng buhok. Hi! Hello, madam! Hala, sobrang itim ng buhok niya, pero pinapakulayan niya. Sino ba ang team na yung sinusuportahan?
Onyx po.
Onyx! Pero bakit blue? Trip lang. Trip niya lang. Pero Onyx ang kanyang sinusuportahan.
Yes po.
Is this washable?
Yes, ma'am.
Paano pag hindi? Only at Index Salon, you can experience temporary hair dye. O, kung gusto niyo iba-ibang kulay ng inyong buhok, just visit Index Salon. It's time to flex your fandom here at Index Salon booth. Everything is for free, kaya naman kita-kits tayo dito sa MPL Playground. Back to you guys.
Rockhart, we're missing out.
They're missing out.
I need to
I
get
didn't
my
know
hair,
that.
I need to get my hair colored. It's a lot of fun down at the MPL playground. So go ahead, visit. If you come in for game day and you're a little early,
Yeah. I
might
got
be
conscious there.
Might be a good, might be a good idea to roam around. There's more than just the smart booth, the index booth. There's a whole lot you can do.
That's right. And the merch booth is actually there. They didn't show it, but it's right next to the Index Salon booth. And I think, you know what? To be fair, we might have a lot of time since, again, this could finish quite early.
Maybe tomorrow, Odin might go ahead and visit the merch booth, show us here on the show. But once again, it's time for you to show us your freshest look.
Oh, look!
There's a booth for the official supplier of MPL Philippines.
Okay lah guys, Angka pun baru lepas mandi ni nak pergi kerja dah. So tak boleh live sampai habis. Angka pun rasa dah berapa dah? 2-0 kan sekarang. Nampaknya macam easy game lah. Besok Angka tak live MPL Filipina. Mungkin akan selit-selit sebab besok ada tournament Uni Legend. Sponsor oleh Hotlink tu. It means University Malaysia ni akan lawan lah. Pukul 1:30 Angka live. So tengah-tengah tu ada break. So break time mungkin Angka selit-selit lah masuk sikit MPL MY ni . So untuk hari ni sorry lah tak boleh habis. Angka end lah dulu. Terima kasih semua yang tadi support Angka dan follow tu. Thank you.